Thanks for watching and much love. Warning/disclaimer. This is comedy/satire. In no way are these our real opinions. We are all idiots and should not be listened to. This show is not intended for persons under the age of 18. This show is purely entertainment. Sensitive viewers, please leave. We are not responsible for any offense or any feelings that are hurt. This is for entertainment purposes only. Chris Lestrange and any other person on this show are entertainers. They are not to be held responsible/liable for opinions expressed in this show. The things that are said in the show are fictional or only for comedy/debate purposes. Well, let's get into it.
Shit, die beats amazing. Shit, die beats amazing. Shit, die beats amazing.
Shit, die beats amazing.
Shit, die beats amazing. Amazing. Shit, die beats amazing. Shit, die beats amazing. Kom ons raak crazy. Ek kan nie chill nie. Way te veel energie en soveel gees. Noem my sommer Portugees. Waar ek is presies waar ek moet wees. Maak geraas vir early beat. Maak geraas vir early beat.
Away maar se kan as ek terug gaan met die ryme. Vanaf vir 'n vlugtige fiets is 'n ligpympomp feeste. Spring brade voel dit aan die byswa. Al die beepietjies op 'n trek met al die geite. Dis al goede wat my mal maak. Julle ken my mollevisie, ek is Bloemendaal bra. Spoeg vlam, goed vir jou gevoelens, sexy abra. Ek is hier om alles op te dryf, flip in die albra. Die vibe is sweet, kom Charlie. Bladsang bro en al die bier op die dangie. Jy sak dan voel is aan die brand. Go Sally wees as aan bro. Want ek is min gespin soos nat was goed. My bro man is die lyn, die man byt aan my lip en ek kry ek raak crazy. Faces al die bier, weet is van die talle wysie. Limby op the ladies, girl is hy die gooi het uit van.
Shit, die beats amazing.
Shit, die beats amazing.
Shit, die beats amazing. Maak geraas vir early beat. Maak geraas vir early beat.
Yes, like it, yes, ek weet jy like it. Buslos is giftig, maar die sy tyd sin. Hy kort ou gehype wat op die mic is. Voel het ek weet die voel het ek doen het dan met niceness. I'm the outie van die dal nie van die kappie van die baiwe. Mout op die dias in die groen nie van my timer. Police wil my man van mense roep my dope rhyme. Ek lyk lag bra, maar ek klets toch al kwaiwe. Genoeg van my, is al die beat, die hoop julle dit goed gekry. Op iets my vra wat die beat doen van my. Toe sê ek, ek ga my bro, ek gooi so. Gooi een bokkie, mooi moet nie stoppie. Julle lieg as julle sê dat julle voel hoe is stoppie. Al die BNVP op die same thing. And I'm blazing, now I'm saying
shit, die beats amazing. Shit, die beats amazing. Shit, die beats amazing.
Why is your hare so groot? Because this is my dance hare. Oh shit. Iemand kry 'n kondoom, want hierdie beat gaan bom. Noem my Nicholas Lowrider. I drift the club with no driver. I must fly high in the sky. I never turn a blind eye to a dom night. Ek watch you, it's why with this bril. If I check you, then pay the bill. Call me Fettel, cause you know I will. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Stilte is mos goud werd. Praat mooi, de praat snert. Shit man, I don't understand that. Ek bal jou uit soos how's that? Nog 'n kak amazing track. Nog 'n hater rack sy back. If you don't got nothing lekker to say, dan weet jy mos waar jy bly. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil.
Dus ik check meer fokke bier as man. Papa's keer alweer fokke dier is span. My klere weer in die braai verbrand. Had ek al die dorp met geweer in hand. Voor in die plek spoeg vier 'n vlam. Alweer fokke dronk voor je dier beland. Tak hard in je voordeur neergemang. En laat aangestuurd aan in je muur gekak. Yo, check wie's bek om sy bek te rek. Die man met die cape op jou bek te rek. Chill, laat papa gou die trek getek. Baby kyk net weer getrekke jet. Fuck, die bro is moest dik te rol. Mense dink ek seel dag dik gepop. Meeste van die tyd is ek dik gechos. Sit jou kak wipe af en nou jou stinkpik stop.
Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Ons gaan groter as T-Rex. Wag tot Max sy muscles flex. Shit, hierdie beat klink besex. Is tyd dat ons die dansvloer roer. Flip it up met 'n spatula. Laat die beat pomp soos 'n bachelor. En as die nippels het, dan flash hulle. Spring op en af en dan bounce hulle. Bounce, 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 bounce. En dan bounce hulle. Bounce, 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 bounce. En dan bounce hulle. Bounce, 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 bounce. En dan bounce hulle. Bounce, 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 bounce. En dan bounce hulle. There is no gender, only gender tools. There is no race, only men, sir. There is no tall, only mingles. If you don't stand, then shh, bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil. Waar bly jy? Jy bly stil. My broer, jy bly stil.
Yo, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? What's up? I fixed my microphone. Shit, now I'm almost too loud, dude. If I'm gonna get yelly, I'm gonna peak. Let's go. Welcome. What is this? Episode 13? Episode 13. Hell yeah. D.N.A South Africa. We're gonna do another African one. Do a little bit of an African. Let's go. Local time. Wakanda time. 10:29 p.m. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Good to see everybody. Check if everything's running smoothly over here. Seems like everything's running good. It's working. That's fine. Alright. It's doing things. It's doing things. It's doing things. That's doing things. Y'all be doing things? How y'all doing out there on this Monday? Y'all doing things? Y'all good? Everybody having a good Monday wherever you is, whatever time of day it is. Let me quickly see. The fuck? That's just a bunch of gobbledygook over there, dude. What's up with that? It's just a bunch of gobbledygook nonsense bullshit. Okay, I'll fix that. Let's fix that, and then this. And then we should be fine. I'll just do that. Alright, that's good. It's good enough. It's good enough. What the hell's going on? Is my thing working? I think it's working. What's up, Rev Ross? The man, the legend, the unapologetic preacher. Sir, good to see you. Donald Frank, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, bro? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Move it like that. Yeah, should be fine. Let's move this slightly like that. I can do it better. What's up, you guys? How y'all doing? What's up? What's up, nerds? Yeah, not too much, bruh. Not too much. Staying alive. Staying alive. You know? That's how it is. What's up, Death Cat? How you doing? Dude, I threw all Death Cat's food on the floor, dude. How did I do that? Your bowl's got the wall behind it. It's fine. Let me just feed Death Cat quickly. Otherwise I'm gonna have a Come get your food, dude. Come get your food. Your food's up here. Come get your food, buddy. What? Death Cat. Come grab your food, dude. Come grab your food. Don't be like that, dog. Alright. We're gonna get into this. See what's going on over here. In Wakanda land. This would probably not even be Wakanda. South Africa's too white to be Wakanda, huh? What? What is it? 7%? No, 14%. I think it's 14%. Actually, let me check that. There's actually something interesting to quickly look at. Let me see something quickly. Let's see what this is. Percentage of white peoples, POPs in Wakanda. Dang, dude, I was right. 7.2 or 7.3%. Yeah, see, that's not... It's too white to be Wakanda. 7%, dude. There's like 7% white in there. That's not a true Wakanda, dude, if it's got 7% white peoples. 7.3, dude. It's white people dirtying up Wakanda, dude. So South Africa can't claim it, dude. Somebody else is gonna have to claim Wakanda, dude. Ain't got no vibranium here. The whiteys, the 7.2% whiteys gone on and stole all the vibranium. Bastards. Alright. Let's see, when we're gonna start this off with, though. That's the true question. Are we gonna start it off with... We're gonna start it off with that or that. Let's start it off with this rather. Let's start off with this and then have a look-see. Is my thing broken, dude?
Everyone knows the Amazon. But what about the huge, roadless jungle that generates its own weather, powers the smartphone in your hand, and absorbs more fossil fuel emissions than anywhere else on the planet? This is a place with a river so deep that a skyscraper could sink entirely beneath it, and where two capital cities are just a couple miles away from each other. Welcome to the Congo rainforest, the second largest rainforest on Earth, that is surprisingly still very mysterious even in 2026. So here are 15 unbelievable facts you never knew about the Congo. As the second largest tropical rainforest in the world, second only to the Amazon, the Congo rainforest is an absolute titan of the natural world. Stretching across an astonishing 2 million square kilometers, its forest canopy dominates the heart of Central Africa. To put this scale into perspective, the forest footprint largely sits within 6 different countries: the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Republic of the Congo, the Central African Republic, Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea, and Gabon. This immense and continuous expanse of green is so large that it accounts for a quarter of the world's remaining tropical rainforests. And its sheer size creates distinct microclimates, complex river drainages, and isolated biological pockets that make it one of the most ecologically significant regions on the planet. Threading through this tropical rainforest is the Congo River, an aquatic entity that ranks as the deepest river in the world. While the Nile and the Amazon might claim titles for length and volume, the Congo plunges to mind-boggling depths of up to 220 meters in certain stretches. This is deep enough to completely submerge a 60-story skyscraper with room to spare.
Dude.
This depth is caused by the river being forced through narrow rocky gorges.
Yeah, it's
carved
massive
deep into the bedrock
fluctuations
over
going
millions
on.
of years. In
Let's
fact,
see if my clicker works.
underwater geography
Okay, nice.
is so
But yeah,
extreme that
so
it acts
so generally what's going on, so most people won't know, some of the valleys and stuff that we have here are ridiculous. It's basically thinking if there was a river running through the Grand Canyon almost. Not to that extent, Grand Canyon. I'm not trying to take stolen valor. I'm not trying to do stolen valor from the Grand Canyon, but similarly in explaining the depth variation in some spots. And then I'm sure just landscape differences in height as well, because of the mountain structures and stuff we have here as well, probably.
as an evolutionary barrier, with different species of fish living on opposite sides of the river, unable to cross the deep, violent currents. Hidden beneath the dense jungle of the Central Congo Basin is something truly unique and unbelievably amazing: the Couve Central peatlands. Covering an area larger than 145,000 square kilometers, larger than the state of New York, they were only properly mapped back in 2017. These waterlogged, swampy areas are formed by thousands of years of partially decayed plant matter, and today they constitute the largest tropical peatland on Earth, holding an estimated 30 billion metric tons of carbon. That represents about 3 years of the entire planet's global fossil fuel emissions locked safely underground, which means protecting these remote swamps is incredibly important. If this carbon-rich peat were to dry out or be destroyed by agricultural development, the sudden release of billions of tons of carbon dioxide would have unimaginable effects on the global climate. In the global fight against climate change, the Congo rainforest operates as something of an atmospheric filter. While parts of the Amazon have been heavily degraded by deforestation, causing them to emit more carbon than they absorb, the Congo Basin remains a net carbon sink. Every single year, the vast expanse of trees and soil actively pulls
One of the
an
good
average
things of not
160
having
million tons of carbon
like
dioxide
infrastructure,
equivalent
I
from
guess.
the atmosphere. This makes
See,
it
this is the
largest
thing.
release
It's like you dunk on Africa and be like, "Hey, you guys don't have no infrastructure and shit." It's like, yeah, but that's also a good thing in a way, right? It kind of makes it the sponge for other people's nonsense. So, hey, say what you will. Say what you will.
net carbon sink in the tropics. The trees absorb this carbon for photosynthesis, turning it into roots, leaves, and wood, effectively locking it away and keeping it out of the atmosphere. Just like the Congo Basin acts as a huge filter processing vast amounts of atmospheric carbon, I need an efficient system to process and organize all of my data and research without juggling a dozen different expensive subscriptions. So I rely on today's sponsor, Mammoth, to bring the world's best
Mammoth?
AI tools into one
Oh,
single
for fuck's
place.
sake, dude,
Instead
I'm
of being
skipping
locked
you.
into one ecosystem,
I'm
Mammoth
skipping
gives
you.
you instant access to Claude.
I'm skipping
Thanks to
you.
Mammoth for sponsoring
Yeah,
the show.
that's
Now
what
let's get
happens
back
if you
to
do
the Congo
AI
rainforest.
sponsorships. Dickhead. Make with the video, bro.
The Congo rainforest doesn't just experience weather as it passes through. It creates it. Because of the density and volume of vegetation in this ginormous basin, The Congo rainforest acts as something of an atmospheric
Monday
engine.
night,
Through a
dude.
continuous biological process called
Monday
evapotranspiration,
afternoon, I guess,
the
for a lot
billions
of
of
you.
trees of the Congo rainforest draw water from the soil
Eat your food,
and then
dude.
release it as vapor into the air through their leaves.
Eat your food, there's
This
cat.
process is
Eat
so
the food.
powerful that it
Eat the
generates
food.
up to 75%
Eat the food,
of the
dude.
region's own
Eat
rainfall.
the food, there's
The
cat.
moisture
Eat
pumped
the
into the
food.
atmosphere creates heavy,
Eat the
low-hanging
food, there's
clouds
cat.
that eventually release rains, continuing
Wait,
the
I want to
cycle.
see something.
Furthermore, this massive weather-generating engine doesn't just water the jungle. Atmospheric currents carry this moisture far beyond the forest borders, influencing rainfall patterns and agricultural health all the way across sub-Saharan and North Africa. Around 20,000 years ago, during the last ice age, the African continent experienced a dramatic climatic shift, becoming significantly colder and drier. But while much of the continent turned into arid savanna, the Congo rainforest did not vanish. Instead, the jungle retreated and fractured into smaller, isolated pockets of deep forest known as refugia. For thousands of years, these isolated forest islands acted as biologic safe harbors, sheltering countless species from the harsh climate outside. But because these pockets were separated from each
How am
other,
I gonna-
the plants and animals inside evolved independently. When the climate warmed and the forest expanded again to reconnect these isolated islands, the resulting ecosystem boasted an incredibly dense concentration of unique, diverse species. Between 3,000 and 5,000 years ago, the Congo Basin became the stage for one of the
shit.
most significant human migrations in history.
I'm upside
the Bantu
down.
expansion. As
Why?
Bantu-speaking peoples moved outward from West Central
fixed it.
Africa, the dense, seemingly impenetrable rainforest should have been a barrier. But because the waterways of the Congo River network were very navigable, they acted as an ancient superhighway instead. Using canoes to navigate the deep rivers and tributaries, these ancient travelers moved efficiently through the jungle, bringing with them advanced agricultural practices, new languages,
How do I flip
and
this,
sophisticated
dude?
ironworking skills. And it was this steady migration through the rainforest that completely reshaped the demographic and cultural map of the continent. Today, the descendants of this ancient river-based migration make up the majority of the population across sub-Saharan Africa.
Roll
For a
top
long time,
pan.
Western narratives unfairly painted the deep Congo rainforest as a primitive region cut off from technological advancement. However, modern archaeological discoveries completely ended
Am I
this
gonna
myth.
flip this,
Deep
dude?
within the dense jungles of the Central African Republic and the Republic of the Congo, researchers uncovered evidence of highly sophisticated, ancient iron smelting sites that date back more than 2,000 years. These early inhabitants mastered the complex
gonna work.
thermodynamics
Okay, that's
required to build
fine.
furnaces capable of reaching the extreme temperatures needed to extract iron from ore. This proves that the
Let's
supposedly impenetrable rainforest was actually home to thriving, technologically advanced societies long before any European contact. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the extreme physical geography of the Congo Basin was tragically weaponized against its own people. King Leopold II of Belgium claimed the vast, unmapped territory as his own personal property, creating the Congo Free State. Because the rainforest was so intensely isolated and difficult to navigate, it allowed Leopold's mercenary armies to operate in total secrecy, far from international scrutiny. The brutal regime forced millions of local people to harvest wild rubber from the deep jungle under the threat of torture, mutilation, and death. The dense, remote environment meant that this horrific exploitation continued for years before missionaries and journalists could finally expose the atrocities to the world. It was an exceptionally bleak chapter in the history of European colonization in Africa.
Why is it broken?
The dense, largely unmapped swamps and deep river basins of the Congo rainforest have always been shrouded in mystery, making the region a fertile breeding ground for international cryptid hunters. The most famous of these legends is the Mokele Mbembe, a mythical creature whose name translates to one who stops the flow of rivers. According to local folklore, this massive, long-necked, semi-aquatic beast resides in the incredibly remote Lake Tele region of the Republic of the Congo. Over the decades, dozens of Western
Why
expeditions
nothing
have
happened?
ventured into the grueling mosquito-infested swamps to find a living dinosaur. While science has found absolutely no evidence to support the creature's existence, the legend persists, much in the same way
Exactly.
that Nessie does in Scotland.
Exactly.
For tens of thousands of years, the Congo rainforest has been home to various indigenous hunter-gatherer
Why?
groups, such as the Mbudi, Baka, and Aka. These
Why can't I
communities are the
flip-
true
damn
guardians
it,
of the
why can't I
rainforest,
flip this?
possessing an incredibly deep inherited ecological knowledge of the region's plants and wildlife. Over thousands of years, they've adapted to the extreme physical geography of the jungle. Their notably shorter physical stature is a direct evolutionary adaptation that allows them to move quickly
I
and
should just
efficiently
leave
through
this
the
for
dense,
now.
tangled undergrowth, while helping their bodies better dissipate heat in the suffocating humidity. Because of this, these communities have preserved the delicate ecological balance of the basin for countless generations. While the Congo rainforest is often celebrated for its diverse wildlife and carbon storing capabilities, its role in human geography is equally impressive. You see, the forest is not just an empty wilderness. It's a vital, living resource that directly and indirectly supports the lives of over 75 million people across Central Africa. For the communities living within and around its borders, the forest is something of a supermarket, a pharmacy, and a hardware store all in one. It provides essential fresh water, fish, wild game, medicinal plants, and building materials. Even for those living in urban centers far from the deep jungle,
That's fine.
the forest's
I'm just gonna
influence
leave
on
it.
regional rainfall and agriculture
leave it
is
for now.
indispensable. In fact, the health of the Congo rainforest is fundamentally linked to the food security and economic survival of an entire region. The geography of the Congo River creates one of the most fascinating geopolitical quirks on the planet. As the river widens into a slow-moving pool known as Pool Malebo, it forms a natural border between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of the Congo. And sitting on directly opposite banks of this river are Kinshasa and Brazzaville. Separated by only a few miles of water, they are the two closest capital cities in the entire world. Now, despite being close enough that residents can easily see the other city's skyline across the water, there's no bridge connecting them. Which
Okay, I see
means
what's
all
up with
trade
this.
and transit must be done by boat or even airplane. In fact, the shortest international flight in the world runs between these two capital cities, lasting just 10 minutes in the air. The physical geography of the Congo rainforest overlaps with some of the most lucrative and highly sought-after mineral deposits on Earth, directly linking this remote wilderness to the device that you're currently watching this video on. You see, the forested regions of the Democratic Republic of the Congo are extremely rich in critical minerals, most notably cobalt and coltan. These materials are absolutely essential for the manufacturing of lithium-ion batteries used in smartphones, laptops, and electric vehicles around the globe. Which means this mineral wealth has turned the deep forest into a massive hub of international mining operations.
That's Zenu's
Unfortunately,
brother.
the extraction of
Coltan.
these minerals
He's the
also
cooler
drives
one that plays
deforestation,
football.
environmental degradation, and of course, human rights abuses.
Why is my thingy not working, bro?
If you look at a satellite
That's
map of
fine.
the Amazon rainforest, you'll see a web of highways and logging roads fracturing the canopy. The Congo
You'll
rainforest,
see
by
a web,
contrast,
dude.
is famously devoid of large-scale road infrastructure. The extreme swampy terrain and deep winding rivers make road paving projects nearly impossible and financially ruinous.
Yeah, it's
While this
usually
lack
the
of
swamps,
infrastructure
dude.
creates challenges for human transportation, economic development,
It's usually
and
the
local
swamps.
trade,
We're gonna watch
it has a
something else
surprising
after
environmental
this.
benefit. The absence of roads acts as a natural defense system, making
Yeah.
it very difficult for industrial logging companies to move heavy machinery in or transport massive quantities of timber out. Which means this roadless geography is one of the primary reasons the Congo remains relatively intact compared to other global rainforests. The Congo rainforest is such an incredible part of our planet, yet we almost never hear or talk about it. But I'd actually argue that's a good thing. After all, it's probably best left alone as much as possible because
that's what I
without it,
said.
we'd all be so much hotter than we are
That's the
today.
thing, right? Like, it's like I said earlier, the industrialization argument for Africa, it's like, yeah, you can, like, yeah, they don't have factories and fancy shit, but it's also like, yeah, it serves as a sponge because of its lack of infrastructure and industry. Dude, imagine if Congo operated like China, dude, or India. That would be fantastic for the rest of the world, wouldn't it? Just not having that natural sponge to soak up all the bullshit from the other countries.
Today. Hey, Go get a full free month of ad and sponsor-free videos, extra geography articles, and a free digital world map of the Köppen climate classification by going to my site, thebite.co, and subscribing. The link is in the description below. I hope you enjoyed learning all about the Congo rainforest. If you did, be sure to check out this video.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's fine. It's pretty cool. Oh, now the question is where we're going to next. It's either the bad one or the bad one. Or the bad one. Or the bad. It's all bad. It's all bad. Well, I'm trying to think like, we're gonna build it up. We're gonna build it up to the, yeah, we'll keep that as like a nice little tie-in. We'll build it up, we'll build that up. I guess let's do this. Let's do this. We'll kick it off with this. And then we'll move it in. Let's see. The African
They were called a
Spartans.
man-slaying war machine. A lot of historians refer to them as the Spartans of Africa. But what do we really know about the warrior army that destroyed a British column right here where I'm sat now at the Battle of Isandlwana in 1879? What was their organisation? What were their tactics? Did they have firearms? And could they really run 50 miles in a day and fight a battle at the end of it? And stay tuned till the end to find out, were they really as good as people say they were?
No.
You might be surprised.
No. Good.
Okay, they had the famous
Not as good as the
regimental system,
legends,
the
though.
Amabuto
Legends
system.
be
And
legends.
To understand the Zulu army, you've got to understand that structure. Some say it was invented by Shaka Zulu himself, but he didn't necessarily invent the idea.
Nope.
Earlier, Zulu-speaking peoples had already grouped young men together after puberty.
What's up, Uncle Rev? How you doing, sir? Good to see you. The unapologetic preacher, Mr. Reverend Russ. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well on this slow-ass Monday. You're having a bit of drag-along Monday. But yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Into guilds, partly for initiation and partly to keep them useful. Shaka took that tradition, stripped out the local loyalties and built a national army on top of it. Instead of organising regiments by region, he did it by age. Every few years, all the young men who had reached about 18 or 19 were summoned to the royal kraal. They were formed into a new Ibuto or regiment, given a proud name, a set of distinctive shields and feathers, and a barracks of their own, an ikanda. These amakanda, which is the plural, dotted the kingdom like small military colonies. Each one acted as a local HQ, a tax office, and a royal statement that said, "This ground belongs to the king." When the monarch moved about the country, he stayed in these regimental barracks, a travelling symbol of authority. The young warriors stationed there worked the royal fields, hunted, built, drilled, and waited for war. The genius of the system was that it weakened the chiefs and bound the young men directly to the king. They no longer saw themselves as members of this or that clan, they were part of the nation. So in a sense, Shaka's system, the regimental system, built a sense of Zulu identity, one regiment at a time. Now, Zulu boys didn't grow up idle. They learned to fight with sticks, to hunt, and to serve older warriors as what was known as Udibi, the young lads who carried the food and gear. It was the Zulu version of Boy Scouts meets National Service. By the time they made it to their own regiment, they already had obedience, they had strength, endurance, and they knew how to fight. Once a new regiment or Ibuto was formed, the king appointed 2 senior officers, Izinduna, chiefs, to command it. These men were not always aristocrats. They were chosen for loyalty and ability, often elevated from common origins if they'd proved themselves.
Yeah, usually if they were badass,
local administrators pushed
if they were badass
the
at what they do, you'd get ranked up. There was the nobility system, but that was just for ruling. That wasn't for the warrior class. But that's interesting because that's something that you'll see in all parts of history. It's interesting how force doctrine is forever undefeated, dude. You can be how noble, nobility, whatever. Generally, the generals, it's not about your blood. It's about how good you wield a sword. They're like, yeah, you're big and you're good at hurting people. You're gonna lead the other tiny men. Big guy with good sword. You lead tiny men. That's not got to do with blood. That's got to do with you got skills. Yep, that's the one thing that was generally the meritocracy, and then like knights and that's how they could work their structure up. Whether it was white people shit, Asian shit, whether you were a samurai or whatever. That's the way you could get into nobility, from being basically non-existent or what do you call, like a peasant.
Because of the size and power of their army. But how many
One
men
second,
are
I
we
want to
talking
grab
about?
something quickly.
Contemporary Europeans often exaggerated wildly. One trader claims to have seen 50,000 warriors under Shaka, which sounds impressive until you remember he was also trying to sell his story. More careful witnesses like naval officer Alan Gardner in 1835 put the figure closer to 900 men per regiment and probably 14 or 15,000 total warriors under Shaka. So King Hetwayo, at the time of Britain's invasion of Zululand, could probably muster about 25,000 Zulu warriors, which was actually the largest army ever assembled by the Zulus. Okay, so how were they armed? Every Zulu warrior owned his own weapons, and he took pride in them. The famous stabbing spear, the Ikwa, has long been credited to Shaka's invention. It's not quite true. Versions already existed, but Shaka popularised it and made it standard issue. To tell us more, here's my mate and fellow tour guide Lindizwe Engabesi when I met him at the Clash of Empires exhibition in London.
Well, this is one of the weapons the Zulu warriors were using during these hard times. This one, I think it looks very, very authentic. Here I've got another one. They are different. The long one is called
there we go, that's good.
This one is well, we've got this Isijula here. But also, funny enough, the noise, whenever they stab this and pull them out, it makes that terrible noise. And as a result, the name became to the Africa as E from pulling. That's what happened on the battlefields of Isandlwana.
100%, brother.
100%. Noise, and together with shouting "Ngadla," meaning I have eaten, pulling the thing out. Somebody will be on the ground. Those weapons are the ones they used.
It's good we have the historians to cover this. Let us know what the sounds were.
It was designed for close fighting.
Dude, those are nice spears though, dude.
From a safe distance.
I will say this, dude. The Zulu spears, them some nice spears, dude. I've played with them as a kid. I also had I don't even know if at my mom's house I still have it, but I had wooden ones too, dude. It's got a really nice weight ratio. It's got like a really good weight balance, and it kind of serves as like a machete too, right? So that you can wield as kind of a machete, and it throws like a boss, dude, because it's tip heavy. It's good. It's good. It's good for stabbing, good for cutting, and it's good for chucking.
Out your spear, you better have a convincing story or a fatal wound, because losing it meant cowardice. There were other weapons too. The Isijula, a light throwing spear used for harassing at range. The Iwisa, a heavy
that's more of a
crushing schools. And then, of course, there was the Isihlangu, the great war shields. The Isihlangu deserves a bit of a broader explanation, so here's another Zulu war expert, probably the expert, Ian Knight.
In my opinion, it's probably even more than a spear. It's the...
I'm sorry. I was not expecting when they went the Zulu expert and then like it's old white man. Dang, dude, the colonization is real, dude. What's up, dude? What's up with this? Why is the old white man the Zulu expert, dude? What's up with this, dude? This is racist, bro. This is racist. Why is the old man gatekeeping all the knowledge, dude? This is just because he doesn't want to share the knowledge, dude. Why you don't want to share the knowledge of the peoples with the peoples, dude? How they meant? Dang, dude. Dang, dude. What's up with this, dude? Wow, bro.
The most iconic representation of the old Zulu military system, because kind of so much hangs in the shields and what it represented in terms of service and loyalty and protection and experience. This is very much the old Zulu army represented in a physical artifact. And the big regimental war shields were in a different league, really. They weren't personal property. They were the property of the Zulu king. And the king would keep them in royal homesteads. So when a man went up to join his ibuto, his regiment, to fight on behalf of the king, then he'd be using one of the king's shields. And the concept of the king's shield is quite an important part of the whole sort of process. The implication of mutual protection. You look after the king. When you fight for him with his shield, he looks after you, he shields you from the enemy. And then physically, these things were then the manifestation.
This guy doesn't even sound Afrikaans, dude. He sounds like a British.
Yeah, this is a genuine one brought back from the 1879 Anglo-Zulu War. It's a regimental shield. It's always difficult. The colour on the front of the hide represents the regiment. So what would happen is that the Zulu kings would match herds of cattle
Ngoonies,
according
dude.
to the colour of the hide. And then
that skin is a Nguni cow. I think that's a Nguni. That's probably a Nguni.
Some of those animals would be slaughtered and the hides would be used. So all of the men in that regiment then carry shields of that pattern. This is a pretty standard example. Probably this is from the colour, my guess would be the Ukandempemvu regiment, which was a regiment of men in their late 20s, early 30s in 1879, played a very prominent part in the Anglo-Zulu War, were present in the Zulu centre at the Battle of Isandlwana, and then very prominent at the battles of Kambula and Ulundi. Interestingly, and I've spent a lot of time trying to work out the colours of the various different regiments, when you were a young warrior, because of course the Zulu regiments were formed of men of a common age, so they all start out about 18, 19.
What do you mean like this is what I don't understand. What do you mean like the different colours with different regiments? That's just the cow skin. What do you mean colours? Dude, it's pretty much that was the colour of the cows. Like what did they have? Did they have purple cows and green cows and different colours? You talking where the other ones? Show the other ones. Because they definitely didn't colour them. It's just a cow skin. I don't know about that. I feel like you're adding stuff in, Uncle.
And every few years they're issued with different shields. So you start out with a predominantly dark one, then like this one you start to get white on it, and you end up with a predominantly white one at the end.
Oh, so is this reflective of
hair? There's an association between this and hair colour, yeah. And the kind of grey beards end up with the white shields.
Right.
But also, partly because of the hair colour thing, white has associations of maturity and
so just how dark it is to light.
So, from a commander's
brown
point of view,
to white.
If he looks in the distance,
that's
all of those
racist.
guys, you know,
that's
they've all got
racist.
white shields, not much experience, but they're quick and they're keen. They've all got white shields. These guys have been through this before. You've got that immediate sort of judgment of who's who and where they fit into the scheme of things.
So the younger you are, the more brown your shield is.
Traditional warfare against African enemies, it was used in a distinct technique. There was a way of using this thing. And you would rush down on your enemy. The whole Zulu tactical system was designed to bring as many men to close combat as quickly as possible. If your enemy is throwing spears, then you shelter behind it, so you're not much of a target. You could probably brush aside a thrown spear with a bit of luck, and then you rush down. And the idea was that when you get up close, you batter your enemy with the shield like that, and then as he falls backward, you get in under arm with a stabbing spear like that.
So it's a bit of a myth as well that the Zulus did not have firearms, because they did. And at the time of the Zulu War, it said they had about 20,000. The problem was that they were poor quality. So they had old breech-loading muskets and poor powder. Not only that, but they weren't really trained how to use them. For example, we're at the Battle of Rorke's Drift. I'm stood now right in the middle of the British compound.
Yeah.
And on the day of the battle here, if the Zulus had had decent firearms, good rifles, and knew how to use their front and rear sights, they could have dominated the British position.
You think they were worn down?
Up on that hill. And it wasn't part of their tactical doctrine to use firearms properly. They would advance with them, they'd fire a volley, hit and miss, dump the weapon.
What's up, Halfhood? How you doing, bro? Good to see you, dude. You would say the colours, but they were worn down. No, it was probably like Nguni cows have like crazy patterns, so they probably just used like predominantly the white parts. That's what I didn't understand what that dude was saying. So they probably just cut up the cow in different parts. So like the Nguni cows has like white parts and darker parts. So then the ones with like less white, they probably used for the younger ones. And then the more white parts would be used for the older. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm also trying to think like how they source these. Because it's interesting because they didn't write anything down. So I don't know how credible this is though. That's a problem. It's just like assumed.
And then charge because they wanted to use their spears and assegai. So when someone tells you the Zulus only had spears and stabbing weapons, they're wrong.
You know, if you've watched this channel for some time, you'll have seen that I've got a huge soft spot for Osprey Publishing.
Just look at this shelf. That's just a small section of the books they have available. Absolutely incredible. They've been feeding my obsession for military history before I'd even heard of the Anglo-Zulu War. They've got hundreds of beautifully illustrated titles covering everything from medieval knights to modern commandos. Now, obviously, a few of my favourites are about the Anglo-Zulu War. Here's two: Zulu War 1879, Zulu War Volunteers and Irregulars. The artwork is stunning and the research is first rate, absolutely brilliant. And what I love about Osprey Publishing, or one of many things I love about them, is that they're always putting out new and fascinating stuff. Take this
good.
one, for
I like
example,
good
Continental
stuff, like
Soldier
well
versus
illustrated
Soldier.
stuff.
American Revolution, 1775 to 83.
For
That's
American
written by friend
friends.
of the show, Robbie McNiven.
It's good to see you, dude, by
This
the way.
illustrated study reveals the crucial roles played by German troops and commanders fighting on both sides during the American Revolution. It's out soon. Then we've got this, The Rise and Fall of the British Army, 1975 to 2025.
Hey, Uncle Ben
That's
Talk.
written by former soldier Ben
How you
Barry,
doing,
who was in
buddy?
the military from 1975 to 2010, often in key staff appointments, so he knows his stuff. It looks at the change the British Army's seen in the last 50-odd years. From the low point of the 1970s, then the 1980s, the first Gulf War, Afghanistan, and they're now an army that keeps on shrinking and is
not too
arguably
bad,
dealing
Uncle
with
Ben
obsolete
Talk.
equipment. And they're also available in a digital format. I've just brought for my Kindle
Doing
Ian
a bit
Knight's
of a
fantastic
slow
book on the
Monday
Battle of Blood River.
over here,
It's got a
Uncle
new
Ben
title,
Talk.
It's really good, and it works fantastically in this format. You can zoom into the maps. It's really good. And I've also been very happy to discover that a lot of their
That's
books are
pretty
also
cool.
available as audiobooks.
That's
on
pretty cool that you
Spotify
can,
and
like,
Audible.
zoom in
So
on the
if you're always
maps.
on the go like me, that's a win-win. So whether you're
Yeah, it's good to
Assegai
see you,
and
buddy.
Redcoats or AK-47s and mercenaries, Osprey's got something for you. You can find their full range at Osprey.
That's cool, dude. Like, I like that their stuff is well illustrated, and that's pretty
The
cool.
Zulus had a system both simple and terrifyingly effective. The horns of the buffalo. The main
Yes.
body, the chest, fixed the enemy in place. The horns on the flanks, made up of younger and faster warriors, swept around both flanks to encircle the enemy. And the loins, or the reserve, waited behind to exploit success or cover a retreat. Not only was it tactically effective, but it was terrifying to behold, a real psychological weapon. The way they would bang their shields, stamp their feet, chant their regimental names, and call Usutu, which was the Zulu war cry under King Prince Wayo. Even experienced British soldiers could become terrified.
Well, a Zulu regiment can run 50 miles, and fight a battle at the end of it.
Well, there's daft it is then. I don't see no sense in running to fight the battle.
So, of course, the Zulus were fit. They were strong. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
But could they cover 50 miles a day and still fight a battle at the end of it? Well, that looks unlikely. In reality, yes, they had hard feet. Yes, they could move fast. They could move into places the white troops with their ox wagons and their slow-moving logistics train couldn't move. But Ian Knight has looked at the statistics, he's looked at the numbers, and it looks like they've moved more at a pace of about 15 miles a day on average. Yes, perhaps on some days they could move faster, but there's no proof that we've found that they could do anything like 50 miles a day and still fight a battle at the end of it. Okay, so here's the part of the film where myth meets reality. By 1879, the Zulu army was still powerful. But
We
it
might have to
hadn't
do an
actually fought
animals
major
one at some point, dude. We might actually have to do an animal one at some point. I don't think we got animals on here today. But we got some new dwellums, dude. There's a new dwellum up in here in Africa, dude. We're gonna look at a new dwellum, Uncle Ben Talk.
campaign in decades. Most of Hetwayo's regiments had
Zombie
never been
dwellum.
in battle. The last serious fighting between Zulus had been the Civil War of 1856, the Battle of Ndondakasuka, 23 years earlier. It was a bloodbath, yes, but it meant that by the time the British crossed the river into Zululand, a whole generation of Zulu warriors were untested.
Yeah.
So much for the image of the battle-hardened warrior. Only 4 regiments Isandlwana were veterans of that earlier Civil War,
Yeah.
but the rest fresh, confident, and utterly certain they could smash the British, but lacking any real experience against disciplined, rifle-armed troops. Zulus had never faced an opponent who had modern rifles and artillery. Their last war against a white enemy had been in the late 1830s when they'd taken on the Boer frontiersmen and been smashed at the Battle of Blood River by, let's be honest, a tiny force of Boer farmers. In a way, during the Anglo-Zulu War, the Zulu overconfidence became deadly and was arguably their undoing. Isandlwana was a triumph, yes, but a triumph against a very exposed, overstretched and badly commanded British force. It tricked the Amabuto into thinking that they could destroy the British in pitched battles. But at Rorke's-Drift, Gungundlovu, Kambula and Ulundi, the Zulus charged head-on into well-prepared defences and were slaughtered. They fought with incredible bravery, but their tactics never evolved. The victory at Isandlwana had blinded them and given them false confidence. They came on in the same old way, and they got smashed in the same old way. They relied on speed, numbers and elan to break their enemy, when a better option would have been to use guile, draw the Redcoats into the open and defeat them there. But in fairness, not every Zulu commander stuck to the old methods. Some, like Mbulini
That's okay,
and
buddy.
showed real tactical imagination. He ambushed British patrols, raided exposed and badly organised lagers, used firearms from cover, and fought more like what we would now think of as guerrillas than as parade ground regiments. The irony, though, is that Mbelini wasn't even a Zulu. He was actually a renegade Swazi prince fighting for the Zulus. His troops fought alongside the men of the Abakulusi clan and were victorious at Ntombe Drift and Hlabane. So were the Zulus the Spartans of Africa? In some ways, yes, they built a disciplined, centralised military machine that terrified their neighbours and humbled a European army. Their organisation, loyalty and courage were beyond question, there's no doubt about that. They were also victims, though, of their own success. The same traditions that had forged their strength also left them inflexible. Their army was built for hand-to-hand combat in open country, not for storming lagers and forts bristling with rifles, Gatling guns and artillery. Where other African powers like the Basotho and the Bapedi adapted using horses, guns and terrain, the Zulus stayed loyal to the old ways, and that loyalty cost them dearly.
Well, they had to. They didn't have the numbers.
The British who fought them couldn't help but respect them. Kipling said it best when he said a Zulu impi dished us up in style. And for a brief and bloody moment on the slopes of the mountain of Isandlwana, that's exactly what...
No, they weren't the biggest. Like, Africa's huge, man. Africa's huge. But over here in South Africa... they were the best military, like, they had the biggest, like, force, I think, of, like, army, and then, based at, like, fighting. Then the other tribes, I believe, had less people than them. Generally, with the tribes, it came down to numbers. That's why the other ones developed, like, horseback riding and shooting and things. Yeah, the Zulus were the dominant one in our area down here in the south. But I'm pretty sure in Africa itself, there were giant armies, dude, and much bigger tribes. I don't think the Zulus were the biggest, I would say. It's just on cursory.
They did. If you've enjoyed this video,
they're the most well-known.
In the meantime, watch the video that's on screen now, as I think you're really going to like it.
The thing is, they're the most well-known because they fought white people. I think the other tribes more fought each other. But the Zulus, you know, the Zulus were one of the big ones when it came to fighting, like, the British and then fighting us. So there was a lot more probably written about them and the battles and things. And we know a lot about Shaka Zulu, the king, and then you know, we have a lot of documentation about the battles. I think that's probably why they're one of the most renowned from Africa. And then I bet you it's also got to do with South Africa, you know, being like a solid country and then putting their history out into the world, right? Like that's where they had the advantage compared to maybe some of the other ones that there are stories about them, but it's just not as well known because it didn't get published or put into movies and writing as much. So I'll give them credit. They were good at fighting for sure, but I mean, I'm pretty sure there was probably like some ones in the Congo and other tribes that were quite badass. But I will give it, dude. All of the tribes here down in South Africa were pretty badass, dude. Like, that whole thing of, like, that dude saying they can run 50 miles and still fight a battle. It is known that the original South African tribes, right? The ones that the Zulus killed when they came here, was the Khoi and the San. And the Khoi and the San, dude, those bastards could they could run after antelope, dude. I mean, they would run a whole day in the sun, and they don't get tired. They could just keep running. They just didn't get tired. And I believe they still. Let me actually Google this. I'm pretty sure the Khoi San are the people that have like the longest, like probably one of the greatest cardios in the world. Let's see what Google says. Oh no, but see, I shouldn't have typed that in. It's hard to type. Let's see what this says. Okay, so there's a Kenyan one and then there's a Mexican one, but they're not saying. So yeah, see, even these ones, 50 to 200 miles to 435 miles in extreme test, continuously without stopping or acquiring typical modern running injuries. Yeah, dude, so that's crazy. So even like some of these, like this is just a Mexican one, and they can run like 200 miles to 435 miles and not stop. Just continuously running, dude. That's wild, dude. That's wild, dude. That's crazy. You're just running, dude. You're just running nonstop. Yeah, but the Koi and the Sun were pretty crazy at it too, because they used to like shoot big game with poison arrows and then run after them. Base cardio is a superpower that strengthens and articulates every organ in the human body. That's true. Yo, what's up, Axiom? How you doing? What's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, Axiom Drops, dude. What's up, man? Good to see you. Biggest military and more warlike cultures. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Spartans and Vikings. Yeah, that's true. What's up, Axiom? It's good to see you, dude. Good to see you. I'm working, but I'm listening. Hey, shout out to you, Harfood. You're a legend, dude. Yeah, well, okay. Bentalk, since you're here, do you want to see the Dwellums, dude? Or are we going to do the Dwellum one? Let's see what's up.
2024, in a late-night televised speech,
Apparently, Africa be inventing new dwellums, dude, which is drugs. They be inventing new drugs, apparently.
Sierra Leone's president,
Zombie
Julius
drugs.
Maada Bio, declared a national public health emergency over a zombie drug that is wreaking havoc across the country. This was a watershed moment, but it wasn't exactly unprecedented. See, just
what's up, Bad
the
Cramps?
president of Liberia, Joseph Boakai,
Good to see
made
you,
a similar
dude.
announcement about the same drug, describing it as an existential threat. These countries were not alone. Across West Africa, there's an ongoing
What's up, bro?
driven by a drug known as Kush. Despite its name,
Kush
isn't weed. Far from it. The composition of this drug tends to change regularly, but it's been said to contain synthetic opioids that are up to 25 times more potent than fentanyl, as well as methamphetamine, nail polish remover, embalming fluid, rat poison.
Fentanyl, rat poison, farming, like, dude, just chemical agents, a bit of nuclear fuel. It's like, dude, whoa. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's. I just quickly want to run that back quickly. Say that again.
Regularly, but it's been said to contain synthetic opioids that are up to 25 times more potent than fentanyl, as well as
20. Dude, fentanyl is like ridiculous. How is it 25% more potent than? That's not good. That's bad. That's bad.
Methamphetamine, nail polish remover, embalming fluid, rat poison, and even ground human bones, because what the f***? What's wrong?
What? Embalming fluid, rat poison, 25% stronger than fentanyl, and they grind up people and put... Dude, is that sounds like witchcraft. That sounds like they're making potions. Dude. It's like, how can we make the most degenerate, deranged drug in the world? Just don't forget to grind up mummies and put it in there, just so that people get demonically possessed while getting goofed out of their brains. Dude, that's too much. Embalming fluid and nail polish and rat poison and fentanyl and mummies and a bit of... Dude, what? Bro, no. No!
Animal bones. Why humans? Kush is highly addictive. You'll find users slumped over, drooling, and unable to walk due to the huge open sores on their legs. Those who can walk move about aimlessly, bumping into objects and even walking into moving traffic. This drug is also highly lethal and is believed to have claimed the lives of thousands of people in the region. Hospitals are struggling to deal with the fallout of this.
Hey, Bad Cramps, I'm gonna look, dude. I'll have a look for you, dude. I don't know if all of them, because some of them they shared in the back. whose song was it? Was it Jace's song? I'll have a look for you, dude. I'll have a look to see if I can find it for you, bro, after the stream. I'll have a look and see if I can find it, man. If not, the only other way is you might have to go look on the birthday stream and then see what was the name. I'm not sure, dude. I'm not sure how we're gonna find it. But I'll see what I can do from my side and see if I can find it for you, bro. But it's good to see you, my dude. The mustard gas or fake weed, dude. Imagine somebody tells you, yeah, I got a bit of kush for you, and then it's that. Bro. Talk about like, that's bad, dude. That's bullshit, dude. You should really pick a different name. Like, I feel like somebody knew what they were doing choosing that name, dude. I think they were, it's like, oh man, you got some kush. It's like, yeah, I think you guys knew what you were doing. I feel like you knew what you were doing. You were lying. And not the king of jungle kind. Hey, Mr. Ben Talk, dude. I appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, so I'll look for you, buddy. I'll look for you and see if I can find it for you, dude. Dude, it's wild. Uncle Ben Talk, dude, thank you so much for the membership, buddy. Helping out the channel, helping out the chat people. I appreciate you, bro. That's first donation for the night, Uncle Ben Talk. You know what, dude? Let me do a jam for you, bro. Yeah, dude, we're already over an hour and that's a first donation, dude. I gotta hit you with a good jam for that, buddy. I don't know if I have a harmonica one, Uncle Ben Talk, that I can hit you with, dude. Let's see. I'm sure I have a good one for you, bud. Oh, wait. Why isn't this working? There we go. I fixed it. Let's do it. Thank you, Uncle Ben Talk. I play animal noises. Okay, well, this is as close as I have for animal noises, Uncle Ben Talk.
Eenie, meenie, manie.
Wait.
Eenie, meenie, manie, mu, mein kleiner Vogel singt dazu.
There's a bird.
Eenie, meenie, manie, mu, mein kleiner Vogel singt dazu.
Shout out to you, Uncle Ben Talk. No, I have one that you'll like, Ben Talk. I have one that you'll like. I think you're probably one of the best people I can hit with this one, dude. Shout out to you, Uncle Ben Talk.
Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes. It's a duck blur.
Some mouth jams. Some acapella.
Every day they're out there making DuckTales. Tales of daring, do bad and good luck tales. The danger. Watch behind you.
Dude, these dudes are good.
Out to find you. What to do? Just grab onto
Boys to ducks, dude.
every day they're out there making DuckTales. Tales of daring, do bad and good luck tales. Not ponytails or cottontails, no DuckTales.
Let's go. Thank you, Uncle Ben Talk. You're a legend, dude. Thank you so much for the support, man. I massively appreciate that, buddy. Thank you, dude. I'm going to add that to the show extension. I don't know if we're even going to get the first hour in today, Uncle Ben Talk. I might have to start speeding through the videos. I don't know if we're even going to be able to do the full show. But I appreciate you massively, my dude. Thank you so much. And you got Rocky Shepherd, dude. Rocky's a weird one, dude. Rocky's a weird one. I kind of like him, but he's silly, dude. He's a silly goose, dude. He's a fucking silly goose, dude. Dude, that debate with him and Ninja that was like one of my first streams I ever did, dude. Was Damien and Rocky debating whether jet fuel is fake, dude. Dude, that was still one of the fucking debates I laughed the most in that I've ever laughed, dude. That was wild, dude. Fighting over jet fuel, dude. Jet fuel's fake, dude. Jet fuel doesn't exist, dude. I've never, dude, when he threw that out, I was like, holy shit. I've heard gravity is fake, time is fake. I never heard jet fuel is fake. But yeah, I appreciate you, Uncle Ben Dog. You're a legend. Okay, let's get back in. Let's see what this bloody embalming fluid / zombie / rat poison / fentanyl on steroids is doing. I'm sure it's got great effects on the people that, I don't know. I guess you probably just throw this in the air, or you just dip a baby in it and start hitting everybody in the village. I don't know how you do this drug, but we'll probably find out.
Law enforcement can't seem to stem the tide either. But what exactly is Kush? Where did it come from? And how come it's spreading like the plague?
It's probably from some kind of witch doctor.
In the late 2010s. Media houses started reporting about this deadly drug around 2016 and 2017. By 2020, it had become one of the most widely used substances in the country. At first glance, Kush looks like weed. It's dried leaves that people roll up and smoke. Lovely. For years, there has been...
See what I'm saying? That's some bullshit, dude. So they're purposefully faking it to look like weed. Do you see? This is some bullshit, dude. This whole nonsense that people nowadays are doing, where they're like trying to trick you into taking worse drugs. Then like you're like, oh, I want this drug, and then they give you shit that's laced. That's like the worst level of like that crazy shit that he's talking about. How you disguise that to just look like weed? What's the matter with you?
About the composition of Kush and just why it's so addictive. Most reports conclude that it's made up of synthetic cannabinoids and synthetic opioids like tramadol and fentanyl, but other reports claim it contains various chemicals such as formaldehyde and random ingredients like disinfectants, shoe polish, paint, and industrial solvents. Perhaps the most disturbing ingredient that Kush has said, this isn't perhaps the most disturbing. It is. It's the human bones. While there's yet to be any empirical evidence of this, reports of graves being robbed in Sierra Leone have spiked in recent years. People have allegedly even been arrested digging up graves. In 2024, the BBC reported that local authorities have tightened security at cemeteries to prevent skeletons from being stolen. Who the wants to smoke a skeleton? What is going on? A researcher
you have Walmart stocks?
Journal speculated that dealers may be adding...
Hey, dude, that's probably good, dude. Walmart stocks are probably solid. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, dang, dude. Yeah, you should probably check. That's probably worth some money. Walmart is doing good, I think.
Bones to Kush because of the sulfur content in the bones. However, Sky News
Thank you, Uncle Ben
Talk. Albagir, who did a report on Kush, noted that manufacturers...
Okay, I'll have a look, dude. I'll have a look for you.
Embalming fluid in them, which is one of the key ingredients of this drug. In 2025, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime and the Klingendal Institute collaborated with authorities in Sierra Leone and Guinea-Bissau.
Dude, I don't know, bro. I don't know, dude. I've been seeing... This is why I tell everybody to please make sure to like the streams, man. I don't know what's going on, but I think I might be shadow banned or something, dude, because YouTube does not let people know when I start streaming, dude. So yeah, I don't know what the hell, dude. What the hell is going on, man? And I know like today's been dude, like for almost the first half an hour there was only 2 people like watching. It's like it's wild, dude. I don't know what's going on, man. Only thing I know I can do is ask people to like the streams, dude. That's all I can say. Yeah, it's pretty much it. I don't know what to do, dude. I might have to start the new channel for the lab stuff. I got about 450's worth at the moment. Nice. It's down $30 from like 4 months. That's not good. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. That's not good.
This was one of the first times the drug was tested extensively in the laboratory. While the researchers did not find any evidence of human bones in the samples they examined, they found that the samples contained nitazines. For context, nitazines are a family of highly powerful synthetic opioids that have been linked to overdoses in Europe and other parts of the world. The type of nitazine found in Kush is 3 to 25 times more potent than fentanyl. And fentanyl, just in case you didn't know, really potent. Lucia Bird Ruiz Benitez de Lugo, the director of the Observatory of Illicit Economies in West Africa at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, she fits that on a business card, does she? Told Sky News that nitazines are among the deadliest drugs currently available in retail drug markets worldwide. She noted that, quote, "It was a shock to find them in around half of the Kush samples we tested, as at that point, there was no public evidence they had reached Africa." End quote. In addition to nitazines, the researchers also found that the Kush samples contain synthetic opioids that are 7 to 58 times more potent than THC, the active ingredient in cannabis. Meanwhile, an article published by the Social Science and Humanitarian Action Platform in 2024 notes that the composition of this drug changes regularly. This doesn't just make Kush unpredictable, it's one of the biggest challenges that authorities have been confronted with in the quest to understand the drug and address the ongoing epidemic. At its core, Kush is part of a global trend that has seen a rise in synthetic drugs. Dealers are moving from plant-based drugs like cocaine and heroin to synthetic drugs that can be manufactured with fewer restraints. Researchers have found that the chemicals used
That's
to make this
rough,
drug
dude.
come from countries like China, the Netherlands, and the UK. These substances are smuggled into countries in West Africa through various channels and synthesized to produce Kush. West Africa has long been part of the trafficking route for drugs from South America being shipped to Europe. These channels are now being harnessed to smuggle the materials.
Howdy, Miss Marcy. Yeah, dude, a lot of stuff moves through Africa. A lot of stuff moves through Africa. How you doing, Miss Marcy? One of our legends. How you doing, Miss Marcy? More celery, Miss Marcelry. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope the health is good. I hope everything is good with you, Ladyface. I hope all is well. Good to see you.
Drugs like Kush. Dr. Kars de Bruyne, the head of the Klingendal Institute's West Africa and Sahel program, noted that the countries where these chemicals originate bear some responsibility for the Kush crisis and the harm that the drug is causing to the people of West Africa. Kush is just one of several dangerous synthetic drugs making the rounds globally today. You're probably wondering why this particular drug took hold in West Africa in a relatively short time. Well, there's a long history of cannabis use in the
That's
region,
awesome.
and this persists
Congratulations.
today, even though the plant is considered illegal in most countries.
Massive congratulations to you, Miss Marcy. That's awesome, dude. God bless, man. That's awesome. God bless. God bless to you guys, man. That's fantastic.
Past 2 decades, the underground cannabis market has been flooded with increasingly stronger strains. Kush appears to have been created following this trend as a super strong type of weed, but the result is something so powerful that it can't even be considered weed anymore. Dr.
No,
Valerie
dude,
Copeland,
it's
who works at the Princess Christian
25% stronger than fentanyl. It's got rat poison in
The THC
it.
level in Kush is significantly higher than that of organic cannabis, and it produces a powerful psychoactive effect that can easily result in addiction. So,
And
how is Kush
mummies.
even made?
It's got
Originally,
humans in
retail-ready
it.
Kush was imported into Sierra Leone and other West
How's it
African
laced with
countries. Back then, The
humans?
market was controlled by a few organized crime groups. However, over time, drug dealers started importing precursors for the drug and producing it locally. This lowered the barrier for entry, allowing various groups to start making and selling Kush. This also had the unintended consequence of making Kush much more
It's like,
dangerous
oh,
than
would you like a drug that is infused with witchcraft and demons? It's like, no, why would I want that? It's Monday. What's the matter with you?
The process of manufacturing Kush is handled by individuals known as cooks who work in dingy laboratories. At first, the drug was mostly made with cannabis leaves.
You mean
Most ingredients don't carry a
Sangomas?
substance.
Witch
That's not the case
doctors?
anymore. Now, marshmallow leaves are sprayed with a cocktail of chemicals. Sometimes the leaves are soaked in these chemicals instead. Then they're dried, packaged in small portions, and sold to users at hideouts, known as cartels. Since Kush is made in independent makeshift laboratories, there's really no telling what it contains. Basically, there's no standard recipe for the drug.
It's just
Some
a
cooks have
cocktail
admitted
of
to using
chemicals.
tramadol injections and even antibiotic eye drops to make Kush. This may explain why researchers say the composition of Kush tends to change frequently. While lab tests show that Kush mainly contains synthetic opioids and synthetic cannabinoids, Dr. Marie Kumbasa, who runs the Sajed Center for Drug Treatment in Conakry, Guinea, told El País that the drug can also contain other ingredients like amphetamines and formaldehyde. Commenting on how deadly Kush is, she said, "It is very destructive and dangerous, and we are seeing its consequences every day, with frequent cases ending in death." Meanwhile, in a report detailing the results of their testing, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime noted that according to cooks, the use of acetone or nail polish remover in Kush is to bind the components or make the drug more potent. However, the researchers noted that its real purpose may actually be to dissolve the cannabinoids. In a similar vein, cooks noted that they use
because acetone is good at breaking things down, right? Acetone is going to break down the biological matter and then it's going to be infused in it. So it's kind of like when you do extracting. So, you know, like alcohol. Alcohol is good for extracting things, right? So you can make like Green Dragon, put a bunch of bloody, you know, the no-no leaves inside of a bottle of really high proof alcohol and it extracts all of the make you messed up stuff into the alcohol. So, or butanol is used sometimes, or like there's different things that you can use, right, to extract. So the acetone probably breaks it down, binds and extracts all of the chemicals into basically one liquid form. And then the cool thing, well, I don't know about cool thing, but what I use it for in the lab and stuff is it's got a really high rate of evaporation. So it probably evaporates and then leaves it in a binded, like, powdery material when it's left over once it's been extracted. Because if you just leave acetone open, it evaporates, same as alcohol, right?
Sweet taste. Just found out formaldehyde was sweet. There are reportedly different types of kush, and some are more potent than others. Michael, who runs a cartel where he sells kush, told Radio France Internationale that we make kush from marshmallow leaves and products that come through the port. Some make it milder, some stronger. Now, initially, the most popular type of kush in Sierra Leone was called K2. This was a relatively
K2.
By 2019, the market
was K2, no, dude. Obviously K2's involved, dude. He's probably the one trucking it through Africa, dude. K2, you need to stop with this, dude. You need to stop bringing these people tainted weed, dude. What's the matter with you, bruh? It's not good deliveries,
According
dude.
to the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, one of the most popular variants, known to be particularly strong, is called
K2, keep on cushion.
One kush user told Radio France Internationale that it knocks people out when they take it, adding that, even I can't stay on my feet. While Sierra Leone is the epicenter of the kush crisis, the drug is spread across the region, with countries like Liberia, Guinea, the Gambia, and to a lesser extent Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, and even Nigeria reporting cases. Kush strains
Nigeria,
different names in different countries. In Nigeria, for example, there's a version of kush called Colorado. There appears to be another one called Kolos, and there are countless videos on social media of people slumped over and others reacting violently after taking the substance.
Yeah.
Despite the difference in their labeling, the effects of these drugs are usually the same. It produces euphoria, drowsiness, hallucinations, and extreme relaxation, even to the point of sedation, leaving people slumped over and dozing off while standing.
Nah, I'm just joking.
It can even affect motor skills, with
K2's too
like
based.
zombies barely able to control their bodies. This is one of the reasons kush has been labeled the zombie drug. In some users, kush can induce confusion, cognitive impairment, delirium, psychosis, and agitation. Long-term users usually develop sores on their legs that grow large, become infected, and get so painful that they're unable to walk. Soliman, a caretaker looking after a man suffering from kush-induced lesions, showed a reporter from Radio France Internationale a photo where the man's bone was clearly visible through the open wound. It gets worse, though, because women who smoke kush while pregnant give birth to sickly children covered in rashes. There haven't been any studies to determine if the drug would have any long-term effects on the health of the children.
Oh, yeah, I wonder.
Kush has been linked to liver and kidney damage, respiratory depression.
Do we really need a study for that? Do we really need a study? It's like, we really need a study to figure out if volcanoes are gonna hurt if you only put in your pinky toe. But what if I only dip my pinky toe in the volcano? Can we do a study to find out, you know what, is it going to be harmful if I throw my baby in a volcano? Can we do a study to find out if it's going to have negative effects on my baby if we throw it in a volcano? This seems like a pointless study, dude.
Lasting cognitive impairment, and even death. One reason kush has become so widespread in West Africa is that it's incredibly cheap. A single joint of this drug costs less than $1, with some sources putting it as low as 1 cent to 20 cents. The fact that this drug is dirt cheap means that even the poorest people can afford it. The low price of the drug also adds to its addictiveness. People can smoke dozens of kush joints on a daily basis. Dr. Kumbasa told El País that while cocaine is mostly used by the middle class, kush is the drug of choice for the poor. But it's not only people from low-income households who use kush. Bridget Callan, a Sierra Leonean social worker, told Radio France Internationale that the drug is everywhere, even in the police and army. Soldiers, students, teachers, they're all using it.
Even the dudes in the army, bro, that's not good.
Where a kush dealer was being arrested, and people in the area claimed one of the arresting officers also used the drug. There are videos on social media showing civil servants and law enforcement using kush. And while most kush users are often aged around 18 to 35, there are reports of younger people using the drug. One video showed a young boy purported to be 13 years old having a full-on outburst after the drug was snatched from him. A kush dealer, who spoke anonymously to NPR, explained that he buys kush in bulk and sells it to end users. Speaking about the type of people who patronize his business, he said, "My customers come from all walks of life, men, women, old, young, but there are more and more young people doing it. It reduces stress. Takes their mind off the problem."
Yeah, see, the problem with this is that generally here in Africa, you know, a lot of people smoke cannabis. And cannabis, like, yeah, it's technically illegal, but generally most people, like poorer communities and in the black communities, like it's just normal to smoke cannabis. It's not really a thing. It's not really something that gets like enforced. The same way they chomp on coca leaves in South America. It's like, yeah, it's technically illegal, but nobody really gives a shit. So that's probably how it's like able to spread so easily, man. That's bad.
Since it started filtering into the country back in 2016, Kush has grown into a major problem in Sierra Leone. In fact, as of 2024, it had become difficult to find regular cannabis in parts of the country. Only Kush is available. In a recent interview published in the Georgetown Journal of International Affairs, Dr. Kaz de Brune, a senior research fellow at Klingendal Conflict Research Unit, confirmed that marijuana was once nearly obsolete in the country, but it's starting to make a comeback. In 2025, the non-profit Afrobarometer conducted a survey.
Afrobarometer.
They found that up to 96% of their...
It's like, they just quickly check the levels. Just quickly check the levels of the fro. Boop, 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 boop. That's fro-alicious right there. We just put in the Afrobarometer. That fro is delicious. Move along, sir.
Respondents admitted that they had heard about the drug.
What's that name,
99% of them agreed that it had become a serious problem in the country. What's more, about 61% said they personally knew neighbors who used Kush, while half of the respondents said that they knew friends or relatives who used it. One of the biggest problems with understanding the Kush crisis is that we just don't know the true scale of the problem because there aren't any official figures. For years, it has been seen as primarily Sierra Leone's problem, but in reality, it may be more widespread than anyone imagines. Ibrahim Kagbo, the Deputy Executive Director of Sierra Leone's National Drug Enforcement Agency, told NPR that the challenge this drug poses is unprecedented. Quoting him, "I was born and raised in Freetown, and I've never seen anything like this before. It's overwhelming." End quote. Across the border in Liberia, Lawrence Yalue, the country director for the Non-Profit Accountability Lab, shared similar sentiments, telling the Institute for Security Studies that the drug is creating a, quote, society of zombies. According to Abraham Cromar, the former head of Liberia's Drug Enforcement Agency, about 1.5 million young people in the country are believed to be hooked on Kush. Meanwhile, a survey by the government in Guinea and the UN Office on Drugs and Crime revealed that about 1% of students aged 15 to 18 admit to having used Kush. This makes it the third most widely used drug in the country. And like in many other countries, Kush started as a fringe problem in Sierra Leone. Now there are
That's not good, dude.
Driving around Freetown, it's common to see groups of men sitting around dazed with their legs swollen due to Kush use. Sky News reported on one of these communities in Freetown that call themselves the Under the Bridge family. They live under a bridge that forms a major route into the city, surrounded by sewage and heaps of trash.
You don't say.
Who use Kush don't know how dangerous the drug is.
You don't say that the under the bridge people live under the bridge. That sounds like Bricky's people. I think that's like on their crest is the crest is under a bridge. Dang, dude. The names aren't very creative. It's like whoever names the lakes in Canada.
Can't help it. Most Kush users personally know people who have died from the drug. One addict told Sky News that the drug has claimed the lives of more than 10 of his friends, but he continues to use it. Meanwhile, Ousmane, a 20-year-old man addicted to Kush, spoke to Radio France Internationale, explaining his frustrations over the cycle of addiction and poverty that he finds himself in. Quoting him, "This drug, honestly, it makes me angry in my country. Look at how it destroys young people like us. It makes us eat rotten food. A young person like me in another country, I'd already have a car and a roof. But here, I'm just running around, looking for money to smoke." End quote.
That's bad,
According to Ousmane, if he doesn't use Kush, he experiences terrible pains and can't stand or sit. However, once he uses the drug, he gets the energy he needs to hustle and make it for another dose. Kush brings users momentary euphoria, but the price...
But bro, you're just... Or the only reason you're moving is for more drugs.
Adverse health effects linked to Kush has risen sharply. Residents of Sierra Leone's capital, Freetown, told researchers from the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime that at one point, people were dying on the streets and their bodies were abandoned by the roadside where the authorities picked them up in the morning. Local health experts say many such deaths are linked to opioid overdoses, but there aren't any toxicology reports to back this up.
Yeah, because they're not gonna... There's not money to do... Think there's money to do autopsies, dude. They just look, they're like, yeah, it's full of holes. Yeah, probably the drug. And then they throw them in a... Probably throw them in a big bonfire to deal with it. It's not resources for that.
About 3 to 4 autopsies weekly on corpses that displayed abnormalities consistent with Kush use. These pathologies include aspiration of gastric content, meaning the victim had vomited while unconscious and inhaled the vomit into their lungs, sometimes choking to death as a result. Since 2022, Sierra Leonean officials have had to organize at least 2 mass cremations to alleviate the mounting pressure on mortuaries.
There we go. I called it. Big bonfire to burn the bodies. Yeah, mass. What does mass cremation mean? I just said it in a crass way, but that's basically what they're doing. I know how the fuck it rolls around here. That's crazy, man.
In 2024, Sierra Leone's Ministry of Health and Sanitation organized a mass burial for 32 individuals who died from Kush. Meanwhile, the number of Kush users getting admitted to hospitals and psychiatric wards has surged. In 2024,
it's rough,
a study by the Sierra Leone Psychiatric Hospital revealed that as many as 59% of patients admitted at the hospital were Kush
I don't know,
users.
dude.
Most
What's the
Kush
point, dude?
Follow the same path downhill. It starts with dropping out of school or failing to turn up to work. Then people start to neglect basic hygiene, and those who don't have any money may start stealing to fund their drug habits.
The thing is, dude, what I don't understand is, like, I understand, like, something like cocaine that makes a lot of money. But, like, what's the point, dude? It's not like the population is a problem that you need to subdue them. They're already, like, subdued. What are they gonna do? And it's like, it's not like it's cheap as well. So it's not like it's a good source for income either for the people selling this. So, like, why would you sell this shit to people, dude? Like, they don't care, dude. Just no fucks given. It's ridiculous, man.
As they consistently use the drug, their immune systems become increasingly weakened. Their legs start to swell.
Shut up, Nightbot. You're gay, you bastard.
The ones who are lucky end up in
stupid robot
hospitals, and those whose
Shut up,
families can
Nightbot.
afford it turn to private hospitals for help. For context, Sierra Leone has one of the lowest minimum wages in Africa.
I don't know, dude. It makes no sense,
dude.
dude.
Was about 800
It makes no sense.
For about $33.
What's
However,
worse
since
is the people
April 2026,
selling
minimum wage has
it,
been
man.
revised to around 1,200 Sierra Leonean leones or $50. However, you look
Shut
at
up,
it, it's
Nightbot.
still a paltry
Stupid
sum.
little
But
queef.
even
Piece of
going to a medical
queef
center
code.
or psychiatric hospital doesn't
Wire
guarantee
back,
you'll be able to
socket
get the habit.
sucking,
Many experts
electricity
have been known to
eating,
relapse.
no
Listen to
soul
the BBC,
having,
one addict
piece
with a
of
bandage around his ankle said, "I don't like
piece
doing
of
this,
stupid
but I
clanker
cannot
sack.
leave it because I enjoy it." And there's another side to this problem. The healthcare system in
little
many West African
computer
countries is just
fart
not
you.
prepared to handle this drug epidemic. Take Sierra Leone, for example. For years, the country had only one psychiatric hospital, and it has been overwhelmed. Between 2020 and 2023, the number of admissions to the facility increased by 4,000%. It begs the question, though, why are so many people turning to this drug despite knowing the risks? To answer that question, we need to look at Sierra Leone's history. The country suffered devastating civil wars between 1991 and 2002 that left over 200,000 people dead. Currently, as the nation continues to rebuild from the rubble, there's a high unemployment rate and general economic hardship. For many young people, Kush offers an escape from this brutal reality, even if it's just for a few hours. Many addicts openly admit this. A young mother who spoke to Sky News confessed that the drug helps her forget about her worries and challenges. Another user who spoke to El Post said, "Bad decisions brought me here. I've lost interest in everything, and this is the only thing that gives me a break. I used to smoke crack, but Kush makes me completely forget about my problems. It's a death trap because it makes you lose even your family. They don't want anything to do with me." This substance is loved and hated at the same time. Now, everyone agrees that the Kush crisis has gotten far out of control, but no one seems to know how to tackle the problem. Kush has become such a huge problem, not just because it's so addictive, but also because it's a lucrative business for the people behind it. Beside the cooks, there are several people
Doesn't
in the
even
chain,
sound
including
like it's
owners,
lucrative.
corporations, distributors, and retailers. At every stage, people make a profit from selling Kush. The bulk of this money ends
Yeah,
up
but
with
a
the owners,
minimal
cooks, and
profit.
distributors. There have been allegations that corrupt officials and international figures also benefit from
always
the trade,
corrupt
but so far,
officials.
there's been very little evidence to support this. Sierra Leone and other governments in West Africa have taken various steps to address the spread of this.
Whatever, bro.
When
I
President
don't
Bio
care.
declared national emergency,
Look at that
in
guy, he doesn't
2024,
care.
He announced that a national task force would be formed to combat the drug.
Whatever, bro. That's what all of our... Dude, over here, dude, in Africa, bro. As soon as a government official says we're going to form a task force, all he means is, yay, we got a place we can send money to and do no work. It's just like, we're going to form this task force that's going to take $2 million. And then they just pocket the money and nothing happens, dude. It's just a way in which they bloody can take extra money without having to justify its use. Oh, it's for the task force. What's the task force doing? They're doing task force things. All right, okay. They're not going to do
Trained
shit.
professionals to support people battling
Not going
Kush
to do
addiction.
shit.
While there are
It's
not
always a
yet rehabs
task
in every
force
district,
or
the government has
committee.
made significant
For
progress
what?
towards achieving that goal. Freetown now has several rehabilitation centers. Hundreds of former addicts have been able to rely on these centers to beat their dependence on Kush. Before the opening of these rehab centers, Sierra Leoneans had to take desperate measures to wean their relatives off this drug. Many turned to so-called Kush healers, who claimed that they could offer help. In some cases,
Kush
this strategy
healers.
involved chaining
Witch
already sick
doctors.
addicts to prevent them from running away to slums to find the drug. In April this year,
Just
about
tie 'em
100
up like a
ex-addicts
werewolf,
graduated from the
dude.
Peace Mission Training Center in Hastings.
You want to sort them
what was seen
out?
as
Tie them up and like a werewolf in the basement and feed them yogurt with a spoon. That's how you do that, dude.
a landmark event. Melrose Carmody, Sierra Leone's minister
Till
of
they
Social
stop
Welfare,
their
who was present at
bullshit.
the ceremony, noted that, quote, "Before now, these ones were on the street. Some left school, university, business places, and took drugs. That was not good for Sierra Leone's development." End quote. She expressed hope that the group, dubbed the Ambassadors of Positive Change, will inspire others in their respective communities to also kick the habit. Despite these wins, the Kush crisis is far from over.
Yeah, but they just do whatever they want anyways, Bentalk.
Pumping the drugs into the streets continue to operate out of the reach of the law.
Like, you have to understand, dude, like a lot of African countries is basically communist, dude. It's like China. Nobody's voting, dude. The votes, they just do the votes so that all the white people in Western countries shut up. Do you think they count the votes, dude? Like, it's like, oh, we're gonna have a vote, and then just burn all the votes, dude. Do you think they care? It's like Mugabe was president of Zimbabwe for how many years, dude? Nah, dude, it's just a dictatorship, and then they act like it's a democracy. They let the people vote, and then they just burn the votes, dude. It's like, they just do that pageantry to keep all the Western countries from bitching at them. And then they just do whatever they want, dude. It's not, they don't have to subdue the people, dude. They can do whatever they want already, dude. They don't have to listen to the people. Why would they?
Viewed in the context.
Who's going to say anything?
Problem. Nonetheless, it represents an incredible effort after years of ineffective policies.
Nobody's going to do nothing.
For years, the government strategy to stop the drug from spreading in the country has been to deploy
the violence,
confiscate the drug, and arrest dealers as well as users.
They just shoot
this
them,
has
dude.
achieved little, if anything, in the fight to stop this scourge, as new dealers simply spring up and take the place of the ones who've been incarcerated. Seeing this strategy hasn't worked, many countries are instead now focusing on education.
Yeah, no, dude, over here, dude, they just shoot them, dude. They just shoot them and throw them in a mass grave, dude. Nah, dude, if the people tried anything violent, they just shoot them and throw them in mass graves, dude. Like, they're already doing it around here, dude. Like, Africa doesn't play about... Dude, they did that shit in Iran, dude. The people started protesting and the government just went through the streets with Toyotas with Gatling guns at the back and just opened fire, dude, on the protesters, dude. That's what they'll do here, too. They're not going to do anything different. Nobody's going to do nothing, dude. The people here have, like, shitty rifles and homemade guns and... It's like nothing, dude. If the military rolls in and just starts gunning people down, the rest of the world won't even know about it, dude. People over here don't have social media and a lot of internet access and stuff like that, dude. They'll just turn off the internet and shoot everybody, dude. It's no worries. It's easy to control the people here, dude.
Spread awareness about the dangers of Kush and other synthetic drugs. The Kush crisis, ravaging West Africa, is not just a health and social challenge.
Yeah, it has to be the army. If it's not the army, it's not happening.
Poverty, unemployment, and the stark economic reality. One Kush dealer admitted to NPR that, quote,
but the only time the army does it is because they want power. It's not because of what the people say. Usually, like, when the regime changes happen and they overthrow the presidents and stuff, it's just a new guy in charge. Nothing changes. It's just a new guy that's like, I'm the big boss now. I'm the captain now. It's like, yeah, that's what it is. It's not like it gets better for the people. It's like, it's got nothing to do with the people. It's just a dude works himself high up enough that he can stab the other guy in the back and take charge. It doesn't really change much for the population itself.
Explicitly say what sort of help this would be, or if it would result in these...
I mean, they fear the new guy, yeah.
Speaking about the importance of supporting Sierra Leone's youth, she said, if we are not protecting our youth, we are not protecting this country.
But it has to happen. The army has to do it.
In the region have taken measures to counter the Kush crisis, and these measures have sometimes led to unintended consequences. In the Gambia, for example, there has been growing xenophobia against Sierra Leoneans and Nigerians who are to be the driving force behind the drug. In their report on the Kush epidemic, the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime emphasized the need for better monitoring
and
information sharing in West Africa to track the spread of the drug and coordinate efforts to stop it. The researchers also noted that disrupting the international supply chains that provide the precursors for Kush is a key step in stopping its spread.
They're not going to stop the supply chains. Who's going to monitor it?
Particularly the UK, South America, and Europe.
Who's going to monitor it?
Stricter export rules. Ruiz Benitez told Sky News that, quote,
who's going to monitor it,
urgently needed across the supply chain, particularly focused on nitazines, the deadliest Kush component. Experts say West African governments also need stricter border controls to stop the importation
bro, do you think they're gonna... Do you really, bruh? This guy's a dum-dum. Do you really think they're gonna do it? Whatever, bro. People sneak shit into America. Do you think the African leaders are gonna enforce their borders and do, like check all the things coming into the country, bro? Nobody got time for that, dude. You think the people over here gonna do that shit? Not gonna fucking do that shit, dude. They're just gonna let it in. They'll say they're gonna do it, but they're not gonna do it, bruh. They're not gonna do it, dude. You can write that shit on your belly with a fucking, with a whiteboard marker and try and rub it off, dude. So what's gonna happen, dude? That shit's not gonna happen, bro. Nobody here gonna do none of that shit, dude. Nobody are gonna do none of that. Nobody's enforcing nothing, dude. They're just gonna let it in. This what this guy's forgetting is, do you think somebody at the top is not making money off of this shit? That's what makes you stupid, is you think that this is like there's people allowing this shit to happen, dude. Generally it's people allowing this shit to happen that's making a good chunk of money. It's not gonna stop, dude. The person at the top is co-signing this shit. It's gonna make it stop. They just say that to the bloody Western white people and to UK and to everybody so that they shut up and leave them alone, dude. Same thing Iran's doing. Iran's literally in a war with America right now doing the same shit. They're like, nah, we'll stop. And then they don't stop, dude. They just say that so that the country stops. And then they just lie. They just lie, dude. They're not going to stop nothing, dude. Why would they stop? They just say that so people leave them alone. It's a stupid strategy, but over here in Africa, where like the Western countries, they're like, dude, we really don't want to be the police of Africa. So they're like, they said they'll sort it out, so that's good enough for us. And then the cases, that's how it works. Case closed. They said they'll fix it. What are we? They're not gonna come. Who's gonna enforce what? Who's gonna enforce it? Nobody's gonna enforce it, man. Nobody.
Can the West survive South Africanization? So I'd like to start this section by asking for my royalties, because you guys keep using a phrase that I feel we invented 4 years ago.
Drug lords.
Have you got your copyright notice?
The South Africanization of the West.
Have you patented it? I'm going to need to see some legal documentation there, bro.
I should have. So it's very interesting to see what's happened in the West, because the West is now experiencing the joys of South Africanization.
Right, let me move
my country has
myself.
experienced for 90 years. So
let's
I thought
do
that we
this.
would actually
Hold on.
engage with an article from one of my colleagues, which is Ernest. So Ernest is actually one of the policy directors at AfriForum.
Is it Ernest
You know what
Root?
AfriForum is? It's basically a civil organization that promotes Afrikaner and minority rights in South Africa. The basic idea there being that do
Afrikaners get minority rights?
Well, they technically are.
Well, I appreciate
Yeah,
they are the majority, but I thought South Africa was like one of the only
7.2%,
countries
my
where
friend.
The rights actually go to the majority.
They do go to the majority. In most other countries, we protect the minorities and discriminate against the majority. But in South Africa, we decided it was a good idea to flip that script. So we persecute the minorities and we protect the majorities from the minorities. I hope that makes sense to you.
Yeah, no, but yeah.
Well, it does make sense, because it's all just about like hating white people.
There is a degree of truth in that. And we saw that this year with Trump's refugee program, where he said, well, white Afrikaners
So
had a really
think
bad
about
time
this, right? I thought about this the other day. Do you know what's scary? So a lot of people talk shit about us over here in South Africa. So in South Africa, we're 7.2 to 7.3% of the population of South Africa is white. Do you know what white people globally is? White people globally is like 10 to 16% of the world is white. So you guys, so white people in the world, if you come to South Africa, that's almost a representation of white people in the rest, comparative to the rest of the world. By the way, just so that you guys know, we're about 7.3% globally. Globally, white people is about 10 to 16% of the global population is white. 10 to 16% of the whole world is white. Just so that you know. Over here, we're 7.3% of the population.
in South Africa. He's going to give them refugee status. And everybody said, wow, you can't do that because, you know, them white people don't really deserve it. They should stay where they are. So it was amazing that all the usual individuals who are very, very pro refugees welcome here were suddenly refugees not welcome here. It was telling. So let's start off with the South Africanization of the West and talk first about, as we've already talked about, the academia. Let's start considering that South Africanization is already occurring in the West and occurred in things such as the Rhodes Must Fall campaign. You will recall that we had Rhodes Must Fall everywhere, which actually started in Cape Town. The idea was, in my country, they started throwing feces at the bronze statue of Cecil Rhodes. They actually went quite bad. So there was a bizarro logic to why they were doing this, and it all came...
Are you telling me it was illogical?
The bizarro logic for these individuals is that, you see, Cecil John Rhodes was responsible for colonialism and the current plight of the poor majority in Africa. And many of those individuals don't actually have toilets. So they have to have these, you know, like those plastic toilets you see at festivals.
Yeah,
so
true.
they all use those,
True.
and they generally tend to get overfilled, and they don't
True,
get clean, so they're kind of gross.
You can clean
Not
water,
wrong,
which is a
Uncle Ben
feature.
Talk.
100%, but that would take effort. But
They don't.
So the idea then was to throw all these feces at the statues in showing their disgust, because he was the one responsible for them getting to this poor state.
When I see people throwing poo, it doesn't make me disgusted by the thing that they're throwing it at, but the people throwing the poo.
So wait, so Cecil Rhodes is directly to blame for their lack of plumbing?
Except with farmers and manure, of course.
But if Europeans never showed up, would they have even known what plumbing was?
This was a suggestion made by the then leader of the Democratic Alliance, the opposition to the ANC, which was Helen Zille. And Helen had a very hard time because she was cancelled as being a colonizer. And it actually resulted in even her political party kicking her out from leadership positions because she was untouchable. So when she was no longer, you couldn't touch her. She was just too dangerous for
She was a Desi now.
Yep. So, and she actually wrote a book about it afterwards called Go Woke, Go Broke. And the whole idea there was how to survive cancellations, which is ironic because in later years she cancelled other people for doing the very thing she got cancelled for.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, but it's a retarded, dude. It's like, it's crazy because we're pretty much like here in Cape Town where things work is like basically like I've said this myself over here, I vote for the Liberals. Why? Not because I agree with them. It's just so that somebody other than the ANC can bloody run the country. That's where we're at over here. It's better voting for the Liberals just so that somebody else has enough votes that they can run this bloody province we live in. Even if it's stupid Liberals, it's better than having the bloody ANC running, because they run the whole rest of the South Africa. So over here, yeah, I vote for the Liberals because they're the only one that's strong enough to bloody get enough votes to counter the ANC. It's ridiculous. Go woke, go broke. You guys are the Liberals. Don't talk about woke. Bloody assholes.
So this is do as I say, not as I do. Now, the other enjoyment that we are now seeing in the West is the enjoyable experience of theft of copper.
The right-wing party's votes is like
non-existent
non-existent in this country.
A lot. And if you go online, you could really entertain yourself for hours and go see how many railway stations have been literally looted. I mean, everything. The roof's gone, the windows are gone, the tracks are gone, and they'll rip out copper wire, they'll rip out any form of steel, and they'll all go through to a scrap dealer who will give them peanuts for it.
Yep.
And they're happy with the peanuts. I mean, it destroys all forms of infrastructure, but hey, who cares?
What do the scrap dealers end up doing with it?
Melt it down and sell it to China.
I heard you guys have apps that when there's going to be a power cut, it tells you when the power cut is, and the locals have been using that to, whenever there's a power cut, stripping the power cables.
This is 100% correct. So the power outages are a huge problem because they do allow
Yo, Micro Phoenix, how you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, dude. Good to see you. Welcome. Good to see you. Talking about the nonsense going on over here. We're gonna, I don't know how much longer we're gonna go because we haven't gotten even the first hour extension of the show. But I'm sure we'll be able to finish this one. Maybe we can do a quick one so we just don't end on a mortal note. Unless some magic happens and we get the extensions.
To not get fraud when they go out and do it. And there are still individuals who are cutting cable when the power does come back on and to
they steal the cables.
Let's just say that.
Doesn't matter that the government can't provide electricity when the people also steal the cables.
Another one of the South Africanizations that the West is now enjoying.
Oh yeah, by the way, guess what? Guess what I saw? It's not San Francisco, man. It's one of those places in LA. Wherever that Cho dude is at. I'd have to Google where it is. I'll look on my phone. Guess what those fentanyl addicts are doing over there too? They're stealing the cables for the copper. So these people talking about the South Africanization of the rest of the West. Well. Over there in LA, It seems, or in what? That's California. Los Angeles is this place. In California, it seems like it's already happening. They're already stealing the power cables. That's why the street lights don't work. It's because they're stealing the cables for the power. Same shit. We're just ahead of the curve. I've always told people this. We were the country for DEI and for hate speech laws. Everything, dude. All of the shit the rest of the world is dealing with now. We were the first people to get locked up for Facebook posts. We were the first people to get locked up for hate speech. We were the first people, all of this shit, all of the DI stuff, the communism, all of that. We were first, dude. We are the blueprint for the rest of the world. It happened to us first.
Around the power grids, because we've had load shedding, as we call it, for a very long time.
14 years,
you may
16
recall
years.
That last year, Britain sent a delegation to South Africa to ask them how we deal with load shedding, because there was a suggestion that you might have blackouts.
Yeah.
And actually, I will say thank you to the Brits, because they taught the South Africans something. And they said, you know, that phrase load shedding, it sounds very negative. What you should really do is just like call it saying like grid management reduction. That sounds really cool. So we are very thankful that we no longer have load.
Yeah, let's change the name, because that fixes the problem, right? Let's just stick a little low IQ bandage on the problem. We'll just rename it something cool. I mean, but the effect stays the same. Yeah, but now it's got a nice name, though. You know what I'm saying? We got you, bro. Now it's got a nice little name. Just call it you have no power. Just call it what it is. You will have no power. Just call it what... All of our power still got turned off. Doesn't matter what you call it. Just call it what it is, dude. We were here at sometimes 8 hours a day, 4 hours a day without power, dude, where they turn that shit off. Uncle Ben Talk, dude, thank you so much, buddy. You're a bloody legend, dude. I appreciate you, man. Coming in with the memberships, dude. Thank you so much, Uncle Ben Talk. I'm gonna add that. I don't know if we're gonna hit the first hour extension, buddy, but I appreciate you massively for the support, dude. Thank you so much, man. Keeping the bloody channel alive over here, Uncle Ben Talk. You're keeping us alive over here, dude. Appreciate you, bro. Ben Talk's making sure that I don't have to go out in the streets and steal copper out of cables, dude. I don't have to go steal other people's power cables to go sell for bloody scrap, dude.
Shedding in South Africa. We do, however, have grid management reduction. So thank you so much.
Difference?
And you got chairs folders united,
is this
dude.
enjoyable experience when
Chairs
they
is
literally
good.
turn off your
Chairs
entire
is good.
city. Your city has no power. And
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate
it's
you.
ecological, 100%. Now, where we are currently seeing this in the West is actually in Mamdani's New York, because they are having grid management reduction because of the need for air conditioning, because it's rather warm over there. There are so many enjoyable experiences that we are enriching the West, but a key one that I would really like to highlight to you is actually this enjoyable policy we have called BEE, which means Black Economic Empowerment.
Is this a form of positive discrimination?
It is entirely a form of positive discrimination. So how BEE works is that what we effectively say is we say that the economy is captured by what Jacob Zuma's government framed as white monopoly capital. Nobody can actually describe to you what white monopoly capital is. It's one of those articles of faith. Trust me, bro, don't ask questions. So white monopoly capital means that all companies are owned by white money. And effectively, what we need to do is we need to transform the economy. You're going to hear that word a lot, transformation. And the way that we are going to transform the economy is by shifting capital to the previously advantaged, the white people, to the previously disadvantaged, the black people. And this transformation means that the capital will slowly be reallocated to the black majority, which will uplift them and transform their lives.
Because they will effectively use that capital to start businesses, install power lines, that kind of stuff.
Oh, 100%.
Ensure a well-functioning society where copper isn't stolen.
Like, you know it. So the way that the state did this is that they came up with a great idea. And what the idea was over-regulation. They basically use licensing. So I know you guys are very keen on saying, have you got a license for that? Well, in South Africa, we also need a license for pretty much anything.
And I'm assuming these licenses are very, very expensive.
They are very expensive, but they carry a great requirement, which is a BEE score. So what you have to do is you have to provide a certificate that shows how much of your business is going to be black owned. And if you don't have black ownership in your business, you better find somebody who you can give black ownership to. Otherwise, you cannot establish that business. This is a problem that Elon Musk himself has had when trying to set up
Ben Talk, I just looked at it. So, North Korea, 1990. Do you know when ours started? 1994. Ours was 1994. It says here, North Korea's severe decline began in the early 1990s with the collapse of the Soviet Union, which cut off critical economic aid and cheap oil. Post-war 1950s economy actually grew faster than South Korea due to heavier Chinese backing. Economic okay, so the death of Kim II Song in 1994 coincided with massive floods that destroyed farmland. This caused a devastating famine where millions died. So that was 95 to 96, they had severe famine. Unable to feed their population, adopted military first. So it seems like around like 1990s. It seems like that's when their economy collapsed. So I don't know if they were locked down already before that. Hold on. Okay, I'll look now. Thank you. Okay, I'll have a look now. Let me quickly, I'll play this.
Starlink in South Africa because he says it's a Starlink, obviously it's part of SpaceX, it's a multi-billion, trillion-pound or dollar company. You can't just give 30% away.
Oh, Marcy, you bloody legend, dude. Marcy, you bloody legend. Hold on. We have to do some jams for Marcy. Marcy, you bloody legend, dude. Thank you so much. I'm going to add that now. Oh, wait. Wait. I'll just add that. Let me play this. I'm going to play you a jam now.
Can a company of that size as
Thank you so much,
the economy
dude.
of South Africa.
So how do chains work in South Africa? I mean, do you have McDonald's, for example? Because presumably McDonald's...
We do have chains, but remember that the individual franchises of McDonald's will all have to have a BEE criteria.
Yeah.
Right? Now, interestingly enough, the first person in South Africa who actually got the distribution rights for McDonald's was our president, Sir Ramaphosa.
Our president, yep.
So, wonder how that
He
happened.
owns...
Anyway.
By the way, our president owns McDonald's in South Africa. He gives out the franchising for McDonald's in South Africa. I believe I don't know how many he owns, but I believe he owns like the rights to give out franchisee like stuff of McDonald's in South Africa, because he owns like hundreds of them. But yeah, our president owns like basically McDonald's in South Africa. Marcy, you are a bloody legend, dude. Thank you so much, dude. Actually, now it's like, shit, maybe we could even hit the first extension. I appreciate that massively. Thank you, Marcy. You're a bloody legend, dude. I appreciate you massively. I'm going to play you... Wait, you know what? Let's just play you jams right now. We'll break this sadness. I had to look up Ben Talk's question about North Korea. So yeah, us and North Korea is about the same time. That's even sadder, dude. The comparison of us to North Korea just made me sad, Ben Talk. Don't make me sad, dude. Don't do that. At least we're not that bad, dude. We're not that bad. I can say that. Luckily, we're not that bad. At least we can still move around. Marcy, I'm gonna have to find some, like, I think we have... Do I have some legendary lady jams? Now I'm gonna have to find a beat pad jam for you, dude. Because I know Marcy likes the beat pad jams. Let me see. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I had... Okay, dude, there's... No, I'm just gonna give you 3, dude. Thank you, Marcy. I appreciate the support massively. I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate that massively. Thank you so much. I was losing hope we were even going to get the first hour extension. We haven't gotten the first hour, but you renewed my hope that we might even get the first hour. I appreciate you. Thank you, Marcy. You're a bloody legend, dude. Lady Jam? Okay, we gotta do a drum one, though. No, wait, I've already done that one. Yo, Marcus. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, Marcus. Bloody legend, dude.
Maybe I should have known better. Put it down, shut the door. Something about you feels so familiar. I would die alone to make it work.
Nice, Lady Jams. That was a nice mellow one. Okay, you know what? I got another random one. Yeah, she's good, dude. And that's her own song too that she wrote.
It's like give a mouse a cookie, but give a girl a lighter.
I like when I hop out the shower right after my sex at the hotel bed and the sheets are real fresh. I like my body when I'm naked in the mirror, got the eyes poking out and the waist not here. I like when I'm out to dinner and the gossip never ends. Little friends at the table and they're all 10 out of 10s. I like when I'm on the stage in a bright red thong and the whole crowd screaming all the lyrics to my songs. I like it.
It's like give a mouse a cookie, but
Hey, shout out to you, Marcy. I appreciate that massively. Marcy keeping the hopes for the hour extension alive, you bloody legend, dude. I gotta find one. I don't know if I have a good chaos pad one for you, Marcy. Do I have a good one that I can hit you with? Let's see. Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate you. Uncle William. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Miss Marcy. You're a bloody legend, dude. Legend. Yeah, I don't I don't have a chaos pad one. Wait, I do. Here you go. Here you go.
You're saying there, right? It's not like in better conditions South Africa couldn't generate electricity.
Oh,
it's
dang
not like
it,
South
dude.
Africa.
I was saying, Marcy, we appreciate you massively. I was coughing, so I muted myself. I appreciate you massively. You're a legend. Thank you so much for edging us closer to the at least getting the first hour extension. I appreciate you. Let's hear what these queefs have to say, and then we'll see how it goes. I appreciate you. You're a legend, Marcy. You're a bloody angel. I appreciate you massively. Thank you so much, dude. And shout out to the VK historian, the Blood Shark himself, Mr. William Grammer Jr., Guardian of the Blood Scrolls. VK historian, the man himself, the legend, the myth. There we go. That's what I said. Sorry, I muted because I was coughing.
Couldn't have productive businesses. It's not like South Africa couldn't have economic prosperity. 40, 50 years ago, you did have all of these things and even more.
Despite sanctions.
Because I remember, was it a nuclear program South Africa had, or was it a space program?
No, we actually had the bomb.
Yes,
yeah,
they had the
bomb.
bomb.
We had
like
the bomb.
50, 40 years ago,
South
Africa was able to produce nuclear bombs. It's not that you aren't able to do that because, like, all of a sudden...
We don't have nukes anymore. Yeah, we had nukes, but we don't have nukes anymore. Yeah. We don't have nukes anymore. Yeah. We totally don't have them. Yeah. Whatever, dude.
Electricity has just like magically vanished from the part of the world. It's literally choices. These are economic, political choices that mean that you're just like not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to be a prosperous country anymore because I don't know, Mbumbe over here will feel very, very sad if you have a prosperous country.
Well, worse than that, because you see what actually happened. We have to cast our mind back to 1994. So Nelson Mandela won in 94. Everybody was very happy. Now, Mandela inherited a state that was largely, well, majority white run. And so he
working
at the
perfectly.
Time, they also had a GNU, they had minorities, they had coalitions. And his biggest...
Remember, 10 years before that, our country's money was the same as the US dollar. All right. Just remember that 10 years prior, our currency, before the sanctions, before the world sanctioned us, that led to Nelson Mandela and everything happening. Before that, we were on par with the dollar, currency value. Like the rand was the same value as a one US dollar.
Fear was that the coalition would basically dissolve, it would break up, and you'd have the return of apartheid. You would basically have the democratic dispensation would end and you'd go back to what it was before. So he didn't want to have drastic changes.
I'm the king of the mute, William.
He felt that those changes would...
William, you know I have the record, dude. I am the king of the mute. My record, Jeremy still knows. If you ask Jeremy Ryan, my longest mute on stream was over 13 minutes. I was muted on a lab episode. I was muted for 13 minutes and the chat was losing their minds. I was muted for that's almost an episode of a show. Over 13 minutes I was muted. Jeremy went and timed it, dude. I'm the legend of the mute, dude. I'm undefeated. And an hour mute on VK, dude.
Of what
the legend of the mute, dude. Speak Easy learned it from me, dude. He learned it from me.
That all changed with Thabo Mbeki in 98. Thabo Mbeki came up, he got a firm majority, and he was like, great, we're now going to implement change. One of the first changes that he really wanted was he wanted the civil service to be more black. He wanted it to be more representative of the country.
Thabo sucks.
And so he adopted... He was
Plus,
the first
by the way, Thabo Mbeki that took over from Nelson Mandela, I think he went to Harvard. I think he went to Harvard, the dickhead. He studied at Harvard, the asshole. I'm going to look that up now. It was Harvard or Yale he went to, that dickhead. And he left, obviously, after he was president. I believe he's in America now. He left the fucking country immediately after he was president. That's what they all do.
Or BEE or affirmative action.
Which involves losing a nuclear bomb.
Well, actually,
I'll check now where he went
government,
to
the National
college.
Party got rid of the bomb before they handed it over to the ANC.
That was probably a good idea. That was the smart move.
They were like, well, we're not sure we can trust them with it, so just get rid of it. And they did. They got rid of the bombs. So we do still have two power stations, or one power station, which is in Cape Town. We can talk about that if we have time. But ultimately, what happened when Mbeki came in, he wanted to replace everybody to transform the economy. And his idea was, if we could just cut the...
No, I was wrong. He Bachelor's of Arts in Economics from the University of London and a Master's of Arts in Economics from the University of Sussex. So he went to, okay, so it wasn't, because I didn't know if it was America. I thought it was, because I was going to say Oxford, but then I was like, wait, that's in UK. So he went to London. So one from the University of London and the other one is from the University of Sussex.
Into some of the business opportunities, and we could share the wealth, we could get into a form of prosperity and go forward. Now, Mbeki was a pragmatist, and he was also what you might call a Western liberal. I don't mean an S-lib like you would describe it. I mean a literal classical liberal. And underneath his stewardship, the economy grew about 8%. It did very well. The problem is we then had the financial crash, 2008. And as a result, Jacob Zuma was able to come to power. And the first thing he did when he came to power, he had already been sacked as a corrupt official. But when he came to power with the Communist Party, who basically voted for him to take over. And it was Jacob Zuma's government that ultimately adopted a lot of the communist thinking, because his idea was he didn't really want to govern. He
Shout out Marcus.
Nice laugh.
Good to see you,
the
bro.
Communists wanted to govern. So he left them to govern while he looted the state. Now, you got to understand that we've got to where we've adopted these policies, whether they're for good intentions or bad intentions. We're not here to debate that. What we're here to debate is what the actual practical consequences of what happens. So now we know to set up a business, we need BE scoring. I need a guy who's going to take 25, 30% of the business to get a license. I can't have the business without it.
Yeah.
Who do I give it to? Do I give it to Tobbe down the road?
Well, now the new policy that they're going to put in place is it needs to be 60% of your business. 60% needs to be DEI. I believe that's the new one. It has to be 60%.
To the ANC politician. So the ANC politician will say, give it to me.
Everybody.
If you give it to me, I'll ensure that you get preferential treatment when it comes through to procurement. And on top of that, if something goes wrong, I'll protect your business. I'll send in the police or some security guards. We'll keep you protected. And this is exactly what happened to Cyril Ramaphosa with Marikana. He was given a stake in a mine. You will recall that we had an event in South Africa called Marikana, where the miners were struck because they said that there was a pay issue, and ultimately Cyril Ramaphosa, the now president, sent in the police, and the police got rather heavy-handed with the guns, and a number of people were shot. So it's still a scandal in South Africa today. But that's the deal. You take your percentage, you give us forms of protection. That worked for a while until you ran out of people that were prepared to pay the bribe. In other words, give the 25%, 30%.
Because I'm quite inefficient people in the business.
I'm quite impressed by this strategy, because normal communism is the state extracts it from the people or the businesses and then puts it to the politicians. But this cuts out the middleman. It's just goes directly to the politicians.
100%.
That's quite clever, actually.
So what then happens is that over time,
improved communism over here, dude. They learned. They learned well.
He's giving us this 25%. We've got this the wrong way around. If we establish the company and we give Yanni the 25%, then we can have the main license and we've got the majority of the money. And so this is the strategy they then adopted. But over time, Yanni looked at it going, I can't run this thing because you're taking 70% of the cash. I've got like 30% to run the whole thing. I can't do it on 30%.
Oh, the P.
So I'm out.
Yeah, the P, dude.
So they were like, my cousin, twice removed, he's just got married and he could really do with the business. And he thinks that he could probably do like asphalts on the ground. He could just retar the road. So if he sets up the retarring company, we can keep it all in the family.
Yeah.
Problem is he's never tarred a ground in his life. He doesn't know what he's doing.
And may not actually turn up for work or do anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop you from awarding him the contract, though.
100%. And that is exactly what's happened, which is now what's led to the complete decline of South Africa. Because before, things were corrupt, money would move around. Now, nothing gets done at all. So it is not uncommon in places like Durban or KwaZulu-Natal. This is a true story. A guy will get awarded a contract to dig up a road and retar it.
Yeah.
So he'll go out there, he'll keep the 70%, he'll have a nice new house and a new car, does all the usual things that he does. And then what will happen is he'll dig up the road, money's gone, and he flips.
Yeah.
You've got no road.
I noticed there's the Twitter account Josie versus Josie. That's the one where it's the before and after image, isn't it? I've seen plenty like that, and oftentimes in the after photos, what's left of the tarmac will be being dug up by people who I assume are going to try and sell it for something.
But I also remember last year where I interviewed you, where we discussed, what South Africa teaches the West. You mentioned that there was a very vibrant port, and there was a railway that was connected, that was sending all the cargo to the port, and it was stolen. And the port now isn't so vibrant.
That's correct. So there'll be Richards Bay. Now, a very interesting thing that we would generally tend to see in those scenarios is that
Richards Bay is one of the biggest ports.
As you mentioned, coal and that supply train, people have realized that the South African rand globally, when you convert it into a real currency like dollars or pounds, doesn't really go that far. Look, if you can live in pounds, if you can earn in pounds and go live in rands, great life.
Yeah.
To take your currency to the rest of the world, it's a bit difficult. So what you really want to do is you want to earn foreign currency and convert it back into rands. Then you live like a king, right?
Yeah.
So you now have a coal business, and your coal business has got to provide coal to Eskom, the national supplier, which
Judy,
also has
good to see you,
shitload
Judy,
of
you bloody
regulations.
legend.
Or you could sell that same coal to Germany and earn
Good to see you,
euros.
Judy.
What would you do? Well, the logical step is I'm going to sell it to Germany. But that's going to take a while to get your cash, because it's going to have to go on the boat's going to have to travel there, and then they're going to have to check the quality and shift out the rocks from the actual coal, because that's what happens. You need quick cash flow as well. So what do? You send all the good stuff to Germany, and you go, okay, all the absolute garbage that you probably shouldn't burn, we'll sell that to Eskom. Now, Eskom has had a form of transformation where they've taken out competent people and appointed people based on racial criteria. They get this absolute garbage coal. Do they vet it? No. Go straight in the burners. What ends up happening? The burners pile up with rocks. So the burners collapse. What happens? You get load shedding. All of this can be traced to one central issue, and that is removing forms of competency from the state and doing forms of engineering to re-engineer the state through the government's hands to have a form of demographic reflection based on what the government wants.
So the thing I've always wondered with South Africa is, it's obviously just going to... I always say I don't believe in accelerationism, because look at South Africa. You can always accelerate down. You can always continue to go down. And it seems fairly clear to me that South Africa is just going to continue down this downward path until it is literally huts. I mean, it's going to look like any other undeveloped African country, because that's what the population can maintain. So what options do the white population of South Africa have? Can they leave, or can they
Well, William, the DNAs are usually meant to only be 4 hours, buddy. So it's usually 2 hours, and then the first hour extension kicks in. So we're kind of already over time, unfortunately, man. The other ones are 5. These are usually 4.
Of course they can
like
leave.
shithouse as well.
Of course they can leave, and the biggest problem is, and go where? Because the problem is now, as you see in London, let's use London as an example. Obviously, we're in the UK. Let's use a classic example in the UK. I don't know if you've ever tried to get a job in London, but London was always very prestigious. If you wanted to work in London, you basically had to live in London. If you were in the outer counties and you tried to get a job in London, they generally kind of look down on you and be like, well, London recruits from London. What's actually in London? Well, you got all your main ministries, you got your regulators, you got the BBC, you got the media, government departments, politicians, they're all in London.
XCOM's alien invasion, dude.
Composition of London.
Yeah.
British, is it? It's very diverse, as you know. Now, the reality is, if London prefers London, and London only recruits from London, and London is very diverse, it should be very obvious that the people that you are recruiting to all of your major bodies are all going to be diverse.
Yeah.
And you're putting people from countries like mine that are taught from a very young age that societies and economies need to be transformed because of historical injustices. In fact, you've just talked about that even in a degree in Canada. So what do you then find occurring in places like London? Well, some of the regulators now are talking about quotas and how many people do you hire in certain positions? How diverse are your boards?
Well, that's
so the South Africanization is occurring in places like Britain. You've seen programs where you need to be from a minority background in order to apply for them, BBC and scholarships and so forth.
Well, just to be clear, in South Africa, as we've already covered, that minority protection applies even when you become the majority. So it is actually an anti-white series of protections. It's not
about minority.
100%. And
minority doesn't matter. It's not minority. It's based on skin color. It's not about minority, because the people, every group that's a minority in this country gets this advantage. It's not just white people. It's the Indians and the colored people too. The worst thing, I've said this before, that's why colored people are so mad in South Africa, Because under white people rule, they got the shit end of the stick. Under the new government's rule, they got the shit end of the stick. They're also minority in this country. Us and them, and the Indian population, and the Asians too. But it doesn't benefit any of the actual minorities in the country.
Ask the question in 2060.
Well, the Indians maybe, and the colored people is a little bit better than the white people, though.
Do you think that there will be protectionism of white jobs?
No. I think the anti-white protections will become even stronger than they are now.
And it will be done on the basis of you need to protect the majority from because they were the previously disadvantaged against the previously advantaged.
I mean, I can't see any necessary reason, but what's your prescription as to why Britain in 2070 won't also have, and you need to give 30% of your business to a black person or whatever, a government minister in order to be
more
able to have
now.
business?
It's 40 or 60 now.
Basically, do you think we're just 50 years behind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. Because when I look at
you guys are doing exactly what happened here
good example
in the rest of the world.
Right now,
Australia, everywhere.
California has South African style policies right now. Around
California is going quick.
Right. So it's already
they're speed rolling
to other countries and first world countries. It's already occurring.
So you're
saying, speed running.
Yes, the white population of South Africa realises serious problems, but if they move to anywhere in Europe or America, well, it's just their kids will get it the same problems instead of them.
Are you optimistic at all about South Africa? Because, for instance, in this article, Ernst is a bit optimistic towards the end. Do you
we
share
need
his
new
optimism?
government.
I do share his optimism because both him and I see the positive side.
Why our country is optimistic? I'll show you guys why. After this, I'll show you guys why it is logically possible for us to turn it around. It actually is. It is highly possible for us to turn the ship around. We need new government though, but it is definitely on the cards, and I'll show you why.
Of South Africanization, but it's going to be 50 years in the future, and now we're already along that track. And that is that the governments cannot sustain this. There will come a time where absolutely everything is dead.
It's going to collapse.
You have to start again.
Yeah, everything's going to collapse.
You start independent of the state.
Water, power,
everything's
everything's going to collapse.
My own South African
if we carry
individuals,
on this way.
One of the biggest problems you have in the United Kingdom at the moment is everything works. If you want to go on a digital currency, you probably could. We can't. We don't even have electricity. How are you going to transact? Like, there's no electricity.
I mean, maybe 14 hours a day you can use the electric currency.
Maybe, and then what? The rest we're going to have to use. I don't know, rocks.
You write it down on little pieces of paper saying, together, I owe you this much digital currency, and then little pieces of paper become the money again.
Yeah, well, exactly. So the other side of things is that our state is so inept that we don't have a functioning army and we don't have a functioning police force. It is not uncommon. I'm sure you know we have private security that protects homes. It is not uncommon to drive past a police station going, this police station is protected by ADT, private security. That happens too. So
the police station is protected by private security.
Do we have speech laws? No worse than anywhere else, I suppose. I mean, we're not Britain yet.
Dude.
But the reality is that even if we had the most draconian laws, our police vans don't work. They've probably broken down. The majority of places only have 4 vans. So 3 of them are dead. And the
3
other
of them are standing there broken because they can't
fix
the police vehicles.
I mean, police officers are on common allocated like 15 bullets a year.
Honestly, part of this just sounds like you're living out in the Wild West.
There is a part that we are.
Yeah,
and there is a degree of freedom in that.
So is it possibly that the Afrikaans are thinking to themselves, it's quicker to wait for the South African government to implode completely and start a new state than it is to go to Britain and watch the whole thing play out again over 50 years.
All of us have balls and we're here to ride this.
Have to come back.
Yeah.
I mean, what people don't understand is, I've said this before, the first colony was established in America. The first ever established colony in America was 40 years before the first established colony in South Africa. You guys established your first colony in America. 40 years later, we established our first colony here. My family bloodline goes back to the 1600s. My ancestors' ancestors, my grandfather's grandfathers have all died and fought for this country. We ain't fucking leaving. That's the difference. We ain't going to Britain. We ain't leaving. We died for this land and we're not leaving. Y'all can kiss our asses. Ain't leaving. Fuck that. This is our shit. We came here. It's our shit. We've been here 6, 7 generations. It's our country too. Fuck that.
South Africa and then start an Oriano or whatever it is. Iran.
So, Orania as a model is now like the future of South Africa. You create these independent enclaves where you basically have it as a state.
We
within a
had
state.
that on the
Our
docket
Constitution
too.
does allow that.
Literally,
Our
they
Constitution allows
mentioned two things that was on the list for today, but I don't think we're gonna have time for it.
a state within a state, unless it's a white state, in which case it's completely racist and bulldoze it.
My only concern is that if because I know the South African model is basically the white people pay all the taxes and then they distribute a pittance to the black population, but that pittance is just enough to keep them fed. If the state collapses entirely, can these independent towns survive when 1 million people turn up looking to take everything they have?
So the amusing part about that is that, and this is again one of the problems I think that South Africanization will bring to places like Britain. When our power goes off for 8 hours a day, we go, it's Tuesday. When your power goes off for 20 minutes, the local
you guys
sports
riot.
gets vandalized and they steal everything. And they lose their mind. You got a national inquiry here.
We just we
the
became
PMs on
used
TV
to
talking
it.
about like, oh, we don't know how this happened. For us, it's like, for us,
you still see people here whose shops are being vandalized, and the police is told by bureaucrats to basically do nothing, even with the power on.
Yeah. So how you would cope with what we have, don't know. At least we still got our firearms for now. So
for now we have our guns.
Survive a collapse of the state because you're heavily outnumbered.
The point is the state has collapsed.
Okay.
You just don't know it.
But they're still getting at least some
No,
payments.
the state has collapsed,
I mean, it just sounds like bribes.
It's barely
Just sounds
holding together.
Just sounds like individual people going bribe me and people going along with it. I mean, I've spoken to some South Africans who I know who've all basically said, well, actually, if you're a white South African, you can still live a pretty good life as long as you have high walls and a source of electricity to power your electric fences.
You have to become state-proof. You have to literally create your entire life independent of the state. Solar on your house, borehole with filtrations, have
Water,
your own
power.
firearm, your own security, protect yourself. Everything else you need outside of that, use third parties. So use private entities. You want
Yo,
help?
what's up? Get wrecked. I appreciate that. Little brother, South Africa. Hey, man, every war we've stood side by side with the Americans fighting together, dude. Every war that has existed that y'all fought, we were on your side, dude. Fighting with you guys. Except now our government wants to be a shitty part of BRICS because they're stupid.
Go to a private entity. You want school? Go to a private entity. You literally divorce yourself from the state to
What's
the
up,
point
Get
where if
wrecked?
you ask me, what is my interaction with the state? I'd say,
How you going? Just a cheeky bloody fucking update for ya. How you going? How you going? Get wrecked. How you going? Aussie brother. How you doing? How you doing, mate?
haven't you? I pay them taxes. That's it.
But it must feel like living in a zoo, except the other way around, where you're in the cage and the wild animals are roaming around the cage.
Sometimes and sometimes not, depending on who you are and the way that you view it. So yes, there is a criticism that some people do say that they end up having to then live in their own little bubble, and that bubble is divorced from the larger country as a whole. And there's this, as you say, there's a fear that one day people will come en masse to burst your bubble. But everybody's in a bubble. And everybody's learned how to deal with this.
And where do you think this goes? Because like you say, you're 50 years ahead of us. So it'd be interesting to know where you think we're going to be in 60 years' time, or where South Africa's could be in 10 years. Is it going to be like
the rest of the world is doing exactly what we did wrong?
Or what does it look like, the future?
Cape
That's the
Independence,
sad part.
I know there's a lot of South Africans that want it to become a reality. I don't ever see it being a reality for political reasons. But the idea already is that we have a number of constitutional courts that actually allow little cities to almost self-govern. Like enclaves, like little mini towns. So the mini towns, had all their service delivery, it's failed. The government's been kicked out because the Constitutional Court has even kicked them out on the basis that they just can't provide the services. And so they allow private individuals to set up their own little entities and run. So that is the future. Now, where does that leave you or Britain in 50 years from now going down the same route? And you can already see it because South Africa started with lawlessness, with potholes. It seems like the most insignificant thing.
Bro, that's the craziest part of it is even my church, dude. Even my church, if any of you people came over here and saw the area in which our church is, you would be like, this is an unsafe area. Chris, are you sure? Are you sure about this? Even during the day, right across the road from the church is like a barbed wired enclosure of like low income housing with gangs in them, like a 2-lane road Here's the church. Across the street is like slums with gangs living there. Like right there, everybody walking out, you like drug dealers, gangs, everybody right there outside the church. The only reason it's fine is because the people that run that place, like the heads of the gangs and whoever is in authority of those slums, is cool with the church. And they serve as like the car guards that guard people's cars. And they make sure nothing happens. But it's because of respect for the church. But yeah, most people from other countries, if they saw that, they'd be like, this is an unsafe area to be in. And yeah, maybe at night it probably is. If you're not from here, it would be unsafe.
When they were no longer able to cut the verges and at least tar over potholes, that's where you started to see that the funds disappeared. And I will say that driving here, I noticed a lot of potholes and a lot of verges that weren't cut. We know where this goes next. We saw rising unemployment as businesses left. Unemployment's on the rise in the UK. So what we also saw is mass migration. We've had mass migration.
I appreciate you, Bad Crabs. Don't you worry about nothing, dude. I appreciate you. It is what it is, bro. If we don't get the first hour extension, it is what it is, buddy.
Everything that you've experienced.
I appreciate you, though, dude.
And I can tell you,
you're still here to come hang.
But I can tell you also what happens, such as with mass migration. One of the other
Marcy, that's funny.
We have xenophobic riots.
Some say that a hero will save us.
Foreigners must leave. The police chant it. They do not want foreigners. If they see a foreigner owns a shop, they burn the shop down.
Yep.
If they see a person in the street that they know is from Malawi or Zimbabwe, it's not uncommon for those people to return home with a few broken limbs. So there is a real push to
That's a joke I made when I was arguing with black dudes on panels from America. They're like, yeah, whatever, you're a white man over there. I was like, come over here. Let's go to the slums. You come over here, come here. And then you and me go to the slums. And we're going to see who's going to get robbed. You think your skin color is going to save you. You're going to come over here and we're going to go to the slums. And I'm just going to go, American. American. This one. Yo, it's American. This one. Come here. We're going to see who's going to get robbed, my friend. You fucking come with your big ass mouth. I'm going to be chilled. They're going to mug your ass. Come over here, bruh. Come over here with your stupidness. Come over here. Come tell them you're the same as them. I am more the same as them than you are. You don't know shit about what it is living in this country. You're going to get your ass robbed. So what's going to happen? They're going to have that nice dollar and all of your watches and shit you're wearing, that's going to go to them. With your big ass mouth, living in the #1 country in the world, trying to flex on people and discrimination points. Shut up, dude. You don't know nothing about Africa. Talk about the motherland. Oh, you're going to come here? No, I'd never go there. Yeah, so shut up, dude. Bitch ass.
Britain will be culturally enriched by South Africa, with South Africanization, with time. You're just further down the track.
Right.
So nice and rosy. At least in 100 or 200 years' time, we'll all be all right on the.
Okay.
Bringing good tidings.
Sargon of Akkad. This is the Urania video, but we can't. Wait. Did I go out of my thing
Can the
now?
West survive South Africanization? So I'd like to.
Okay. The Sargon of Akkad one. I don't know if we're gonna have time for that one. But what I wanted to do is this is the reason I have hope that we can turn this around. This is the reason that I have hope that we can turn this around. I'll show you guys. If we don't get the hour, then we'll finish up with this one. The first hour extension, then we'll finish up with this one. I'll show you guys. This is the reason why we are one of the few countries that could turn this shit around if we just get a different government.
Forget the safari. Forget the wine farms and the drone shot over Table Mountain. That version is marketing.
Cape
What is
Town.
actually here is a slab of rock that should not
Wait,
exist
what?
anymore. Almost every piece of crust this old was dragged back into the mantle and melted. This one never went down. It has sat at the surface for 3.5 billion years, collecting things. Gold, platinum, chromium, manganese, diamonds, uranium, and the fossils of everything that tried to become us. One country holds a share of the world's mineral wealth nothing else comes close to. And the reason is not luck. It is age. 25.
Pay Russia
And you
to
are not
poison
looking at a
them,
country.
yep.
You are looking at the keel of a supercontinent that broke. 25.
Check PayPal.
The ground under
Hold
Johannesburg is older than continents are supposed to get. It is called the Kapval Craton, roughly 3.6 to 2.5 billion years old, and it is one of only a couple of large fragments of Archean crust on Earth that survived in reasonable condition. Crust that old should have been recycled a dozen times over. This piece was thick, cold, and buoyant enough to refuse.
Things not loading.
And a stable piece of crust is a container. Whatever lands on top of it stays there, which is the entire story of this country. 24. The oldest well-preserved rocks on the planet are in a mountain range most people have never heard of. The Makonjwa Mountains in Mpumalanga, the Barberton Greenstone Belt, hold a sequence around 3.5 billion years old that has never been strongly cooked. Pillow lavas that erupted underwater. Layered structures widely interpreted as the traces of some of the earliest microbial life. It is a mountain range that works as a laboratory for what the young Earth looked like before there was oxygen. Barberton also had gold.
A lot of gold. I've said this before. Ow. Dang it. Ow. Wait. Let me pull this up again. I'm gonna read this now. Hold on. So, the Witwatersrand, one area close to where I grew up. Grew up, about between 40 and 50% of all the mine gold that has ever been mined specifically in the world, 40 to 50% of all of the gold that's ever been mined in the world is from that one spot in South Africa. That one spot. 40 to 50% of all of the gold that's ever been mined in the world, in circulation, is from one mine in South Africa. One mine. One area. 40 to 50% in the whole world is from that one mine. That's why I said South Africa can, with good government, turn this bitch around because of resources. Because of how much resources there is in the ground here. But yeah, that's okay. But Marcy, you bloody legend. She says, might as well while I still can, before I have to start buying baby stuff. Marcy, you are a bloody legend, dude. You better not be using the baby money. You better not be using the baby money over here, dude. I massively appreciate it, but don't send money if you guys don't have, man. It's massively appreciated, and if we can't extend shows, then we just gotta shut it down. That's what it is. But I massively appreciate the support, truly. You know what? Let's do jams and level this up, seeing as I didn't even think it was going to be possible. Then we'll carry on with this, and then I got another one for you. Okay, let's do this. I appreciate you massively, Marcy, and then I can move this back to where it was meant to be here. We'll move that back to there. Oh wait, that's a little bit too big. Okay, let me play you some jams. Thank you so much, Marcy, and let's level this up. Holy crap, I didn't even think we were gonna have a level up today. So I appreciate that massively, Marcy. Dang, dude. God bless, dude. You're a bloody legend, man. I massively appreciate that. Let's see what we have. Let me see if I have something good. Well, yeah, I gotta hit you with this for being a legend. Oh, dude, I don't have it pulled up. Come on, Chris. That's an L right there. That's an L. There we go. I got one for you. I gotta give you a weird one, dude. You bloody legend. And then I'll give you a good one. Tesla coil jam. And then I gotta give you another banger. The dulcimer jams, dude. Shout out to you, Moss, you bloody legend, dude. Okay, hold on. I gotta give you. Let's see. I can't just give you. I gotta give you a drum one too. Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate you massively. Bloody ninja, dude. Let's go. Okay, now I gotta give you oh, dude, I gotta give you one nice one, dude. Gotta give you one nice one, and then I'll give you a hype one, and then we go. We level it up.
Музыка слышна отсюда, ноги сами готовы в пляс. Первым матушки поседа, задачка добавить глаз да глаз. Но зато это так мало значит, если по языке сердце скачет, если по лицу слетет, леву праву взад-вперед. И крутится под скрипку волосы, счастья желают ей. Тут на пороге он с улыбкой лучше самый из парней. Рядом под колонной весь потерпеть в такую ясную границу сведет. Леву вправо взад-вперед. Та-та-та, я недобедельно борец, да где нам не пока.
Hey, I had to hit you with one lady jam. Dude, that Russian lady kills it, dude. Her, like, the time I heard her do Rammstein Sauna, I was like, dude, this has to not be real. Like, this chick can't be this good. And, dude, the Staircase acoustics is undefeated. Staircase acoustics is wild, dude. Like, or most of the crazy stuff I've heard of people doing vocal stuff is like stairway acoustics, dude. Like, even that DuckTales one where they were doing the acapella was in a Staircase, dude. Like, Staircase is, I don't know, dude. They're just undefeated with the acoustics. Okay, now I have to give you... Okay, wait. You know what? I'll give you a mouth jam and then I'll give you a good one. Seeing as we're already on the trend now. Shout out to you, Marcy. Shout out to you, bloody legend. Okay, now we gotta do what? Now we gotta do a one that's hectic. We got a hectic one. I think this might be a solid one. There we go. Shout out to Seymour Duncan, dude. Let's go. Seymour Duncan's shit. Shout out to you, Marcy, you bloody legend. Okay, let's do a level up. Let's do a level up. Dang, the first one. Wait, that's the wrong one. Damn it. I misclicked the thing. Okay, let's go. Oh, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I gotta hit you with this one. Bricky would have loved this, though, if he was here. But we know Bricky's just got to deal with the fact that he's not here. Here we go. Do a big one for you, Marcy. Got a techno Star Wars? Why not? Shout out to you, Marcy. Wait, hold on. First hour extension has been achieved. Chat wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
That was a warm-up. 23.
That is
roughly
wrong.
a third to a half of all.
That is an incorrect ear clicker. First hour extension has been defeated. Fatality. Do not underestimate the Marcy power. You do not know the power of the dark side. Let's go, dude. The bloody Europeans coming in with the techno Star Wars, dude. Bloody legends, dude. Shout out to you, Miss Marcy. And, dude, I got to, because the X-Files just got the X-Files mentioned in chat. I have to hit you with this one, just because of the trap card value. From Ben Talk earlier. Shout out to you, Marcy. You are a bloody a queen and a legend and a squire and a gentle lady. I don't know what's the one for the women's. It's a gentleman. You a gentle lady. I don't know what it is for the women's, but you a gentle lady, the gentleman lady, a legend. You're just a legend. That's what you're just a legend. It's easy. Let's proclaim you as Squire Legend of the Celery.
Gold ever pulled out of the ground by human beings came from one basin you could drive across in a morning. The Witwatersrand Basin is an arc of sedimentary rock about 300 kilometers long. Since 1886, it has produced roughly 50,000 tons of gold. Not California, not the Yukon, not Australia.
Your lady,
all
dude.
of them combined do not touch it.
One of the boys.
Gold sits in thin bands of ancient pebble conglomerate, reefs, some no thicker than your hand. And the reason the gold is there at all is stranger than the amount. 22. This gold could only exist because Earth had no oxygen yet. The Witwatersrand reefs are around 2.9 to 2.7 billion years old. Mixed into them are rounded pebbles of pyrite and uraninite, rolled along by rivers. Both minerals are destroyed by oxygen. Their survival as river gravel is among the strongest evidence that the air back then had essentially no free oxygen. Whether the gold was purely placer or later reworked by fluids is still argued, so treat any confident single answer with caution. But the greatest concentration of gold in Earth's history was assembled in the last stretch of time when it could have been. Then the atmosphere changed, and it built something else. 21. The world's manganese is a record of the day the air turned toxic. About 2.4 billion years ago, cyanobacteria flooded the atmosphere with oxygen, the Great Oxidation Event. Dissolved manganese, which had drifted in anoxic seawater for 1 billion years, could not stay dissolved. It oxidized and rained out onto the seafloor. The thickest surviving product of that is the Kalahari manganese field in the Northern Cape, which holds 70 to 80% of the world's known manganese resources. So one country holds the largest deposit made before oxygen and the largest made because of oxygen.
Yep.
Then something hit it. 20. The biggest confirmed impact crater on Earth is in the Free State, and nobody notices it. The Vredefort structure was made roughly 2.02 billion years ago by an object 10 to 15 kilometers across.
I've been there. The Vredefort Koepel basically almost looks like the Grand Canyons, but it's known as the world's largest media impact site. So yeah, minerals upon minerals upon minerals that are worth money over here.
The original crater is thought to have been 250 to 300 kilometers wide. Erosion removed the crater itself.
It's big.
What is left is the deep root, a bullseye you can only really see from orbit. And the impact downwarped and tilted the Witwatersrand Basin, folding the gold reefs into a geometry that protected them from erosion over the next 2 billion years. An asteroid saved the gold field,
sequence
and it landed
of
on top
events.
of something even bigger. 19. 3/4 of the world's platinum is in a single frozen magma chamber. The Bushveld igneous complex formed about 2.06 billion years ago,
gold,
when an enormous volume of magma pooled in the crust and
manganese,
cooled slowly enough to sort itself into layers. It covers an area larger than Ireland and is the largest layered intrusion known. Inside it are the Merensky Reef and the UG2 chromatite, seams often around a meter thick,
platinum layers as large as Ireland.
Those seams hold most of the world's platinum group metals. Every catalytic converter on Earth traces back to this one cooling event. 18. The same intrusion holds the chromium and most of the vanadium.
We have the biggest diamonds in the world.
South Africa sits on 2/3 to 3/4 of the world's chromium resources.
Biggest diamond ever found.
And it leads world vanadium production from magnetite seams in the same complex. Some layers are so packed with magnetite, they are essentially solid iron oxide. Near the outcrop, a hand compass can be pulled off true.
Radium.
The rock lies to your instruments. It is
Namib
not
Desert, oldest desert in the world.
Magnetic.
Massive
17.
amounts of
An
radium.
entire class of rock is named
for
after a South
nukes.
African town, Kimberlite. By 1871, the diggings at Kimberley were open, and men dug the Big Hole by hand, one of the largest holes ever dug without machinery. What they dug
You
through
gotta
was a
go
volcanic
deep for
pipe
the gold,
nobody had
dude.
seen anywhere else.
The gold mines here are like almost 2 kilometers deep in the ground. It's deep in the mountains. You can't pan for that gold, dude. It's deep. There's a whole
Kimberlite erupts
layer.
from at least 150 kilometers down, fast enough that the diamonds it carries do not have time to convert back to graphite. It is a
I
freight
appreciate
elevator from
you,
the
Marcy.
mantle, and it ran through this craton because the craton was old and thick enough to grow diamonds underneath. 16. Some of those diamonds are older than multicellular life by 2 billion years. Inclusions inside South African diamonds have been dated to over 3 billion years, which makes the stone far older than the pipe that delivered it. Those same pipes also carry mantle xenoliths, chunks of the deep earth ripped off during the ascent. They are effectively our only direct samples of rock from that depth. Every model of what the inside of a continent is made of leans on material that came up through this ground.
Diamonds
15.
for days, dude.
The largest gem diamond ever found came out of a hill outside Pretoria.
Yep.
In January 1905,
The Cullinan
at the
diamond.
Premier Mine, a surface
By the
manager
way,
spotted something.
where's the biggest diamond ever found in the world? In the British Royal Crown and Scepter. It's in the British Royal bloody jewelry and crowns that the British nobility wear. They chopped it up and put it into their scepters and crowns. The crown that the British bastards, when you guys came here and bloody killed all of us, over 30% of our people, dicks, put us in concentration camps, fucking biggest diamond in the world, you guys split up and put into your bloody crowns.
Reflecting in the wall of the pit and prized out a stone weighing 3,106 carats, the Cullinan. Nothing has beaten it since.
The biggest diamond
It was cut
in the
into
world.
9 major stones, the largest of which sit in the British crown jewels.
Yeah.
A rock from the mantle under southern Africa is now the centerpiece of another
Because the
country's
British had to prove that they dominated us. And they started that war and pretty much genocided us Afrikaners because of the gold and because of the diamonds, because they realized how much resources we had. Because a bunch of farmers just found all the gold and diamonds on their land until the British found out about it. And then they were like, yeah, no, we're just going to genocide you all and take it. Thank you.
Regalia. which is a fairly efficient summary of the next 1,000 words. 14. Pieces of these mountains are in Argentina and Antarctica. The Cape Fold Belt behind Cape Town formed on the margin of Gondwana around 250 to 280 million years ago. The same deformation continues into the Sierra de la Ventana in Argentina and the Ellsworth Mountains in Antarctica. Close the South Atlantic, and they line up.
Wakanda, baby.
The match between the Karoo and South America
Wakanda
was
over
part
here,
of the
dude.
evidence Alfred Wegener used when he argued for...
See why I said I have faith in our country and why we don't want to leave? Because we got the money. The money's in the soil. We can turn this bitch around quickly. We just need good government. The money's in this. We got the money. It's just underground. We got all of the money to fix the whole country. We just got to take it out the ground. We good. We just got to get the bloody government to fix it. Yeah, Cape Town. Dude, Cape Town looks like Europe, dude. I'm gonna show you guys a video now, dude. Like, dude, you guys will be surprised. You basically pay nothing and you get to go to Europe. Dude, that's why I'm here. And it's the only part of the country that's not run by the bloody ANC, dude.
Continental drift.
That's why it's so beautiful
South Africa
here.
is where the pieces most obviously fit. 13. The best record anywhere of the worst day in the history of life is in the Karoo. About 252 million years ago, at the end of the Permian, some 80 to 90% of species on Earth died. The Karoo supergroup preserves that boundary in continuous, fossil-rich layers over an enormous area. It is also the richest source of therapsids, the mammal-like reptiles that are our own ancestral group. The reason we know what the ancestors of mammals look like is that a semi-arid basin in South Africa recorded it and then held still for 250 million years. 12. Around 1/3 to 1/2 of all hominin fossils ever found come from caves an hour from Johannesburg.
Yeah, all of the oldest human fossils was here. It's close to there where the meteor site is. Homo naledi, all that shit. The black lady that spawned all of humans on Earth that we heard the Evo people speak about. If you listen to Jim Bob's debates, it's all here. It's all here.
The of humankind sits in dolomite, a carbonate rock laid down around 2.5 billion years ago, which dissolves into cave systems. Sterkfontein produced Mrs. Pless and Littlefoot, a near-complete Australopithecus skeleton dated to over 3.5 million years.
Yep.
The Rising Star System produced Homo naledi in 2013.
There we go.
A species nobody predicted. The caves were being blasted for lime when the fossils turned up. The mining industry found humanity's family tree by accident while looking for cement. 11. The proof that humans came from Africa was a single skull in a box of quarry rubble. In 1924, a blasting site at Tong sent a fossil-bearing block to a Johannesburg anatomist named Raymond Dart. Inside was the skull of a child with a brain cast that was neither an ape's nor a modern human's. Dart named it Australopithecus africanus and argued that humanity began in Africa. The scientific establishment had already decided the answer was Europe or Asia and dismissed him for 20 years.
Out of South Africa, though. Right. They don't add that part.
The deepest branches of the human family tree, genetically, sit with southern African Khoisan populations. This is not a place people arrived at.
It's racist. Your charts are racist.
Came from. Quick pause, and this one is for the people who are actually there. If you are watching from Gauteng, the Northern Cape, the Free State Goldfields, the Rustenburg Platinum Belt,
right.
I want to hear from you specifically. Every time I make one of these, somebody in the comments knows something no source does. A shaft head with a winder still standing, a hostel nobody talks about, a place your family will not go after dark. Put it below. Tell me the place, the province, and the story you were told. I read all of them, and the best ones end up in the next video. Right.
What I'll do is I'll make myself
and from
smaller.
Here, it stops being geology and starts being money. 10. There is a major world city that exists for no reason except a rock. In 1886, a prospector named George Harrison found the outcrop of the main reef on a farm. Within a decade, there was a city there. Johannesburg has no river, no harbor, no lake. It is one of the largest cities on Earth not built on water. It is there because the reef is there.
All
the currency
gold
is called the rand, after the ridge.
Gold,
and to shade a city on bare high
that's right by the Homo naledi, the impact crater, where the gold is, and where the platinum is. All of that shit's in that one area. That's also where that big gold mine is that's produced all of the gold.
People planted so many trees that the urban forest is often called one of the largest man-made forests.
Yes.
A city, a currency, and a
and
forest,
it's gone to shit.
all downstream.
That's where they're
of a
digging
pebble
up the
bed.
roads, is
9.
there.
The system that ran the mines became the blueprint for apartheid. Deep-level gold needed vast, cheap labor and a way to control it. Kimberley's diamond mines had already introduced the closed compound in the 1880s, where African workers were housed, searched, and confined. The goldfields scaled it. Add a pass system, a color bar to reserve skilled work for white miners, and recruiting networks across the subcontinent, and you have a migrant labor machine that pulled men from rural areas for a year at a time. The 1913 Natives Land Act then restricted African land ownership to a small fraction of the country. The architecture of segregation was drafted in the interests of the mining industry decades before it had a name. 8. A world war was fought over this reef, more or less.
Yes.
The gold was inside the South African Republic, an independent Boer state, and British capital wanted it. The Jameson Raid of 1895 was backed by Cecil Rhodes, then Prime Minister of the Cape and head of De Beers. 4 years later, the South African War began. It ran from 1899 to 1902 and involved the internment of civilians in camps where tens of thousands of Boer and African people died.
No, say what camps? What camps? Because you guys like to talk about it when it's the small hat people. What camps? What camps did the British invent? What camps did they invent? They're called concentration camps. Who did they put in the camps? Our women and our children that they killed in those camps and tortured. And do you know what they did? They burned down all of our farms. They took the women and the children because they couldn't win the war because we already beat them in the first war. Fucking demonic bastards.
Britain won. The mines kept running. And they kept going down. 7. The deepest place any human being goes to work is in this country.
4 kilometers.
The Mponeng operation west of Johannesburg reaches roughly 4 kilometers down. The rock face down there sits at around 60 degrees Celsius, so the mine
they
pumps
killed over
slurry
30%
ice underground
of the white
by the
Afrikaans
thousands of
people.
tons a day just to make the air survivable. Getting to the face takes over an hour after you enter the shaft. This is not exploration. It is a commute.
It was women
Thousands
and
of people
children,
did it
dude.
every day for decades. 4 kilometers inside a craton. 6. There is life down there that has never touched the sun. In 2008, researchers working in Mponeng found a microbial community nearly 3 kilometers underground, made of essentially a single species, Desulforudus audaxviator. It runs not on sunlight, but on chemistry, driven by the radioactive decay of uranium in the surrounding rock, splitting water molecules.
Instead
then,
of
in 2011,
photosynthesis.
a nematode was recovered from over 3 kilometers down in mine water and named Halocephalobus mephisto, a complex animal living in rock, a mile and a half deep. These discoveries are now a reference point for what life might look like beneath the surface of Mars or inside Europa.
6-7
we
miles.
found the model for alien biology
underground,
by
Bentok.
accident while digging for gold.
That's crazy. So 4
5.
kilometers is about 6-7 miles deep. Is that accurate? But 4 kilometers is crazy, dude. Like, it's like, I'm pretty sure our gold mines are some of the deepest mines in the world. Like, it's scary shit going down those mines, dude. It's like you're going inside the earth, like proper.
The uranium in that rock was made into 6 nuclear weapons.
Yes.
And then unmade. Uranium comes up as a byproduct of Witwatersrand gold.
Yeah.
And from the 1970s, the apartheid government used it to build 6 weapons, with a 7th under construction. Then, between 1989 and 1991, as majority rule approached, South Africa dismantled every one of them, closed the program, and signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty.
We dismantled all of it. The big owl before that, we taught the small hat people how to build their own ones because we were one of the few countries in the world when America built theirs, we were able to reverse engineer it. And then our dum-dums in politics bloody taught the small hat people how to build them. They came to us to learn how to build them because we were the only ones besides America that could build them.
It remains the only country to have built its own nuclear weapons and then voluntarily given them up. The whole arsenal came out of the same reefs that produced the wedding
we don't have them anymore.
4.
100%.
The waste from that gold now weighs more than the city standing next to it. Roughly 6 billion tons of tailings sit on the Witwatersrand in flat-topped yellow dumps that are among the defining landforms of Johannesburg.
Yeah, we don't have the nukes anymore. They were dismantled before Nelson Mandela and the ANC took over. But you know, our old government, the old guard promises that they dismantled them before the new government took over. They totally dismantled them. They promised that they did. Yo, Agropolis, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, my dude.
Not inert.
Good to see you.
They contain residual uranium and heavy metals, and they blow dust into surrounding neighborhoods, many of them low-income settlements built against the toe of the dump. It is one of the largest concentrations of radioactive mine waste anywhere on Earth, and people live on it,
dude.
and in some cases,
you
in
bastards.
3. Underneath all of it, the water is coming back up. For a century, the mines pumped groundwater out to stay dry. As shafts closed, the pumping stopped, and the void, an interconnected network of workings, began to fill. The water reacts with pyrite in the exposed rock and turns to sulfuric acid loaded with metals. In 2002, it reached the surface west of Johannesburg and began flowing into streams. Treatment plants now hold the level down, and the problem is managed rather than solved. The reaction is self-sustaining. There is no end date. You cannot unhollow a mountain. The ground keeps the receipt. 2. The city
Mining
has earthquakes
companies.
manufactured itself.
This is, by the way, this is the owl. You Americans had the bloody mining rights. Anglo Gold American. Anglo-American was you guys. You guys left, though. Yeah, pyrite is fool's gold. You're right. I have a nice chunk of pyrite here. But yeah, Anglo Gold, which was American ran, had the mines. They sold it and left. Because we wanted to be BRICS. And then guess who moved in? China, Russia, and our politicians. That was an owl. Massive owl,
and the crust
dude.
responds. The Witwatersrand goldfields are one of the most seismically active human-made zones, generating tremors that are felt in the suburbs.
Yeah, because we don't have our
the
own
same dolomite
earthquakes,
that made the
really.
fossil caves is being destabilized
It's all
by
blasting
groundwater
underground.
changes, and Gauteng gets sinkholes. In 1962, at Blyvoorhoutzicht near Carletonville, a sinkhole opened under a house at night and took the entire building and 5 people down with it.
Yeah,
the rock was
basically.
never neutral ground. It was always doing something.
Yes.
1. Everything on this list is one accident, and it is the same accident. Around 3.5 billion years ago, a fragment of crust formed thick enough and cold enough to survive. It never subducted. Ice sheets never scraped it flat. It sat still, and it caught things. It caught gold in the last era before oxygen.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
It caught manganese in the first era after it. It caught the largest impact and turned it into a preservation event. It caught the largest magma chamber and let it sort itself into platinum. It grew diamonds underneath and let volcanoes deliver them. It dissolved into caves that trapped our ancestors and kept them. Then Gondwana tore apart and handed the whole assembly to one corner of one continent. That land now supplies the platinum in the cars, the chrome in the steel, the manganese in every ton of it, the gold in the vaults, and the fossils in the textbooks. It has been valued in the trillions of dollars, and any single number is an estimate. Here is the number that is not an estimate. In 1913, the people living on top of the richest ground on Earth were restricted by law to about 7% of it. The map only shows you the top. That is 25 facts about South Africa. Tell me in the comments which one you did not know. And if you were from the gold fields, the platinum belts, or the Northern Cape, I still want that shaft, that hostel, or that hole in the ground.
Yeah. You give me a call, bro. You give me a call, and if you're not gay, I'll take you around. Make sure you don't get mugged. Yeah. Like cyberpunk with mud augments, dude. That's rough, dude. Dolomite is one of the coolest names of rocks. Dude, I agree, dude. I agree. That is a pretty cool name. Did you smash the like? Did you smash the like? I just did an education. We just did an education right there, dude. This is like, we're educating. The royal family are lizards. 100%, dude. They're bloody demons, dude. Bloody demons, dude. Messed with the whole world, dude. Messed with our Australian friends. They messed with the Indians. They messed with America. They messed with us. Yeah, America was the only ones that beat them, dude. Just because they were too far away and Britain was fighting the French. They were like, yeah, screw America. We got the French to deal with on our borders. Damn, man, y'all were lucky, dude. And you fought hard. I won't say you didn't fight hard, but yeah. Yeah, you guys were lucky that you were far away, dude. We got shafted, even though we did beat them the first time. I speak numerology. Nice, dude. You're doing the numbers. That video was so interesting, people left when it was done, dude. This is what the hell, bruh? What the hell? Okay, now the question, wait, where we at with time? Shit, we've already ate through our first hour extension. So the question is, are we going to get the second hour to finish the show? Or am I just going to do a bounce through of... Let's do a wholesome one in case we might not get the second hour extension. I was going to show you guys... Well, I'll quickly show you guys this. So just a quick Cape Town, and then we'll go to the other one. We'll do a quick Cape Town.
Scary.
It's scary, do you think?
Welcome to Cape Town. Wine farms, mountains, and oceans, dude, for days.
This is juice now. It's too good to be true. No way, man.
What's up, guys? Welcome to another video. Your boy has finally made it to Cape
British
Town.
bastard.
This trip is long overdue, and I do apologize for taking this long to
Shout out
visit
Agropolis,
this
dude.
beautiful city. I mean, oh my goodness me, look what we have here.
That's
Probably
why I
one of the
live
craziest
here,
landscapes
because it's one of the few that's not a shithole in the
Tabletop
country.
Mountain. We're starting the video off today in Camps Bay. I've actually chosen this location specifically because of just the vibrant scenes. We've got the promenade here, we've got a load of sexy villas behind us.
There we go.
They even did a custom number plate.
MP. Mikey T. On that one. If anything stinks, go.
This guy's got too much money. You're renting BMWs, bro. Cape Town. It's where that's where he's driving is where Tony Stark's mansion is from Iron Man 1. His mountain mansion. It's like around the corner there where he's driving now. Yeah, the rocks do fall on your head. Holy crap, dude.
At Clarington Munda, 50 Australian dollars. What's like for my Safa? Tell us more about the peoples of your birth.
Dang, Clarence, you bloody legend, bro. What the hell, dude? Clarence, you bloody legend, dude. What the hell, bro? What the hell, Clarence, dude? Clarence, you bloody legend, dude. What the hell, bro? Clarence, dude. Bro. What the hell, dude? Clarence, you're gonna have no money left, dude. Dude, I appreciate you, dude. What the hell, Clarence? You're just coming in here with the bloody big donations. You bloody legend, dude. What the hell, buddy? Holy crap, dude. I appreciate that massively, dude. Thank you so much, Clarence. You're a bloody legend, dude. What the hell, bro? You just bloody doing a legend, just clean sweeping. Just clean sweeping the hour, dude. What the hell, bro? Dude, you should have been here earlier. I'm a day cancelled. I'm going back to bed. I just wanted to show some love. I'll watch the story of your peoples later. Yeah, dude, Clarence, if you go like an hour earlier from what it is now, like from the 2-hour mark, it was actually like a proper in-depth discussion, and then the video we just watched like elucidated a lot. Dude, you're legend, bro. Dude, you're bloody legend, dude. Doing a bloody drive-by legend. Clarence, let me play you jams quickly, bro. Let me play you jams quickly, dude, to say thank you, man. Least I can do, dude. Thank you so much, bud. Dude, you're a legend, dude. I massively appreciate that, bro. Let me do you some jams, bro, before you go back to bed quickly. Let me see if I have some nicer ones so I don't fully wake you up. Gotta do a drum one for Clarence. Here we go, Clarence. I gotta hit you with the drums, bro. Shout out to you, my dude. Sepultura. Dude, I appreciate you, Clarence. Yeah, I'm sorry I had to reschedule it so many times. I apologize, man. The streams will be more regular moving forward. I was just putting focus onto the videos and stuff so I can get that out, dude. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate this massively, dude. Yeah, the Clarence emojis. Where's my Clarence emojis at? Chad Kruger wrote a song about Clarence, dude. Some say that a Clarence will save us. He's an Aussie lying in wait. Shout out to you, Clarence. You bloody legend, dude. I appreciate that massively, dude. Thank you so much, bro. Gotta hit you with the tavern jams. Chad Kroger, who that? He owns the Kroger supermarkets. He's like a dude that started some supermarkets in America. It's called Kroger's. Legend. Okay. I gotta find one more Clarence one before we do this. Clarence, you're a legend, buddy. I appreciate that massively, dude. The legend. What's Lacquer My Sapphire tell us about the peoples of your birth, dude? You bloody legend, dude. You bloody legend. Yeah, you've heard me whinge about it a couple of times. I gotta hit you with one more, dude, and then we're gonna level this up, dude. Thank you so much, bro. Shout out to you, buddy. You bloody legend, bro. And then let's level us up, dude. Let's level it up, dude. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you so much, buddy, again, dude. God bless, bro. You're a bloody Aussie champion, dude. Keeping Australia's name up there, dude. The legendary status of our Aussie friends, dude. It's wild work, dude. You know what? I wish I had an Aussie jam I could hit you with, dude, but I don't. Dude, Dude, Clarence, I gotta hit you with this one then. It's the closest one I can do right now that's gonna work. Second hour extension has been achieved. Jack wins. Flawless victory. Fatality. second hour extension. And Clarence, I got a special one. I got a new one I'm gonna hit you with, bro. Or I should hit you with this. Maybe I should hit you with this, bro. I'll hit you with the new one now. Here's the new one, bro. Here's the new one for you.
Mad technology.
For the Clarence. Czarface and Method Man. And Tom Hardy.
Maybe you guys didn't notice.
Dude, Czarface ESO, dude.
Mr. Meth, Frankie P, not Sinatra, but frankly we are Frankenstein's monster. Mama raised me on Franken Bean, mean microphone beam. No one nicer than King. Y'all too lean and light in the jeans to even fight for a dream. Rap scene way too green, got too much ice in a cream. I done spent too many Benjamins sending kites to the team. Red beam on the blood clot, things ain't quite what they seem. Trying to find a bigger picture, but I'm just liking the memes. Kill the game like I'm Ghostface, I'm just liking the screams. I don't even take a fee without monetizing the streams. I done read on everything like I'm advertising.
Clarence monetizing the streams, dude.
My size and saline, nah. Ain't in the fashion if I ain't feasting, I'm fasting. Defeat tastes like cow beat, taste defeat when I'm rapping. Frankie pull up, what's happening? Apple Pay it, I'm tapping it. If he pull out, go after him. Time to pull up, we back.
Mad technology.
Dude, so people that know, Czarface was one of the dudes that made albums and beats with the bloody legend of hip hop, MF Doom. Most that know Doom, the Maximus mask, will know Danger Doom, the mad villain, MF Doom himself. And then that album that Czarface is releasing, Frankie Pulitzer, is Tom Hardy, dude. Like, everybody knows it's Tom Hardy, but he has never revealed that he's Frankie Pulitzer. But that's Tom Hardy. And then it's got Method Man, it's got like crazy legends all on that album. So they just dropped this track that's with Method Man, dude. Shout out to you, bro. Bloody legend, dude. And you know what? I may even hit you with this as well, just to say thank you. Shout out Uncle Jones. Pretty song. And I say, yeah, Clarence. Yeah, Clarence. Thank you, bud. I appreciate you massively, my dude. Legend. Legend, buddy. So I was quickly showing them Cape Town, but now we can actually do the other ones that I was gonna do. I appreciate that, bud. I was showing them one of the few places that's not a shithole.
Blow this cafe.
Imagine if we did just like press a button by accident and it just blew a hole through that.
It's a 6-pounder Hotchkiss dual-purpose gun.
Right, that was on the ships.
It's great, that.
I wonder if I could fire an upper decky into my top lip.
See you later.
Bye, bro. Who is he?
All right, now thank you so much, guys.
Okay, shark cage diving.
Kind of small.
What you do is you grab on this yellow handlebar, like that, pull yourself under, and when you do that, you hook your feet under that bar there at the bottom. Right, what that does is it helps anchor you down.
Put your hands on your feet.
So you don't, whatever you do not grab onto these bars. We had 20 plus sharks around the boat this morning.
Okay?
Oh my god.
Great whites.
These are teeth marks there from sharks. Rub your finger along there. Feel that?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Really? Do I have to say it again? Please, guys, don't hold outside bars.
Wow, I'm excited now.
How many people like in one?
Dude, the South African is like, you feel that? That shark bites. Don't put your hand outside the cage. That's how you lose a finger.
Because of their dorsal.
Okay. Shark cage diving. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna just jump through this.
Because they will nibble.
The guy said it.
Then after
Yeah, no, they will nibble, dude. There's a penguins.
What is this place? What, Stink Island, aka Seal Island. When we approached it, the smell was so bad.
Hello. What are they doing?
Yeah. They're just chilling, dude. The harbor. Penguins.
So weird. You just think you'd see them in the cold. Here chilling.
No, they chill on the beach, dude. Not in the cold, they chill on the beach, bruv. Don't mess with them, though. They'll mess you up, son.
Not as exciting after
They'll jack and steal your wallet, dude. See, that one's bitch slapping the other one, dude. That's how they roll, dude. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Take it all in.
There we go, dude. Nobody cares, dude. Nobody cares about y'all. Yeah, drinking wine farms.
Yeah, so far, local people are actually pretty nice.
No
You
shit.
have to be relatively alert. I had more people me or following me. Swimming pool here, film, and the backdrop is.
Yeah.
See.
There you go.
He told me. You've seen my friends. Yeah. Energy. You're the best. It's definitely best.
Obviously, this guy renting some kind of giant mansion over here. But there we go. And now we can get back into the videos. Just wanted to at least show one place that's not a complete shithole. There's a lot of negative nonsense. So now we can jump to another part. And that is how penguins are born. Nah, they were bitch. That was a UFC battle between the top penguin and the other one. Don't make it dirty, Bentalk. You're gonna get me demonetized, dude. Puff, move it on. Let's go, dude. Move it to your left, dude. It's pass to the right, not pass to the left. No soul in there, yeah. Love me a good 8-bit song, dude. Shout out to you, Clarence. I appreciate that. You even got Chris to sing. Yeah, I try not to sing on this. I'll do some songs at some point. I probably need to start singing again. But my singing on here is dog shit. I should probably actually practice again. I might be doing something in the future. We'll see. We'll see what pans out with the other people making the music. Might be doing some vocals again soon. And I'm actually busy possibly writing some of my own stuff too. Okay, but let's jump to this. That's a little bit more interesting. Not technically a shithole, but an interesting spot that a lot has been talked about in our country about.
Good morning, guys. Welcome back to another video. Man, it's so funny. Starting this video, it's just giving me weird vibes because
Sargon of Akkad.
Your girl is going to a place called Orania. Most of you probably heard.
Clarence,
It's,
bye,
all
buddy.
white town.
Love you, dude. Thank you.
I'm standing in the middle of nowhere in a whole other continent because 2 hours away, there is a town, although small in size, has sent shockwaves
Orania.
to the entire internet.
Orania is a whites-only town.
So if you clicked on this video, you know that we are going to be investigating Orania, the only all-white town in South Africa.
I'm in love with Orania. Can I stay in here?
You're not Afrikaans.
Yeah, you're not
After a very long
Afrikaans,
drive,
bro.
I finally made it to Orania to do a follow-up of my last documentary, and this time, I've brought a very special friend.
What he means is he brought a very special black friend.
Let the fun and games begin.
I was reading Will Tanner's fantastic article in Islander 6.
God bless,
called
Clarence.
Orania
Yeah,
and the
thank you, buddy.
And it sent me down a really interesting rabbit hole. I discovered an entire genre of video, which I suppose can just be described as black YouTubers visiting Orania. If you don't know, Orania is an Afrikaner-only town of about 3,000 people, located
I'm going to be listening. I just have to quickly do a bathroom break. We're already 3.5 hours in. Let me quickly run to the bathroom. I'll be back now, but I'm listening.
located roughly in the centre of South Africa, located on the banks of the Orange River in the Karoo Desert. It was founded in 1991 with the express goal of being a place where Afrikaans people live, that is, the descendants of Dutch settlers who arrived in South Africa in the 1600s. Before we watch what the black YouTubers discovered here, however, it's worth getting some context for Orania and South Africa more broadly. South Africa has an estimated population of about 63 million people, the overwhelming majority of which are black African, at 82%. The mixed race percentage is 8%, the Asian population is less than 3%, and the white population is about 7%. The Afrikaners constitute about 4% of the white population, with the rest being mostly the descendants of English settlers. Post-apartheid South Africa has many, many problems. It has an unemployment rate of about 33%, with most of those being young people, and this itself is a source of a huge culture of poverty, welfare dependence, and criminality. This also gives the country zero economic growth.
It's
and
more
the country's political landscape. Out of the 63 million people in South Africa, it has only...
Youth unemployment is, I think, almost at 60% now, by the way.
14.2
These are old stats. This was videos 4 weeks ago, but yeah, that's old stats. It's almost at 60% now under the youth. 32%, yeah, but that's unemployed 2006. But yeah, the youth one is like almost at 60%, I think.
Taxpayers, but about 5.9 of those have a taxable income below the income tax threshold, which means there are only about 8.3 million people who are actually paying personal income tax.
Yep.
That's 13% of the population, which is paying 845 billion rands of tax, which is way above the 521 billion rands the state collects from VAT and the 364 billion rands it collects from corporate income tax. As the Daily Investor puts it,
so 13% of the country keeps the whole country running.
only 645,000 individuals pay half of all income tax in South Africa. However, it gets worse. These individuals are also the ones running the companies which pay the most corporate income tax in South Africa. This means that around 1% of people in South Africa are responsible for most of the tax revenue the state collects.
1%
Rampant
funding the whole
criminality is a
country.
persistent problem across the country. In 2026, in the first 3 months alone, police recorded 5,181 murders. That is an insane number, and doesn't capture the myriad other petty crimes that plague the country. Needless to say, South Africa has a booming private security industry, and every worthwhile community is gated and guarded.
Yep.
There are something like 43,000 rapes reported each.
Yeah, 43,000 grapes. And yeah, if I have a problem, I call private security and dudes with machine guns show up that are not police. You don't call, where I am even here, I don't call the police if I have a problem. I call the people guarding our area and they show up with vehicles with machine guns. It's not the police showing up over here. The police, dude. Good luck calling the police, dude. That's not going to do nothing.
Year, a figure which is expected to be dramatically underreported, and I doubt that even a vague estimate of the number of muggings and robberies is possible. You will also be familiar with the farm murders that happen in South Africa, which appear to be racially motivated, despite what the government says, and are carried out with a level of brutality that it's just difficult to comprehend.
Definitely racially motivated.
I'm not going to cover them here, but you can find other videos that go into detail on what the black criminals who are attacking white-owned farms have done.
Don't go look.
And it's utterly stomach-churning.
Don't go look.
The state is weak and corrupt. The government
if you're interested, don't go look, dude. You don't want to know what happens. You know, you don't want to know. Like, imagine the most demonic shit you can think of. Like, when they go, how do you know it's racially motivated? It's stipulated. Let's put it this way. It's written in blood on the walls. It's written in blood on the walls. And it's worse than that. It's worse than that. So there's not, we don't gotta wonder why. And when it says it's racially motivated, it's written in the blood on the walls. What the reasoning is behind it. So, and it's imagine the most demonic shit you can think of. That's what happens. That's what happens.
Is controlled by the majority black population through the ANC, which is itself highly corrupt. It is widely distrusted, and the persistent theft from public funds drains public services and grinds infrastructure projects to a halt. Local governments are no less corrupt, and fail to collect revenue or employ competent personnel to maintain their municipalities. The roads, water and sewage systems and power grid all fall into disrepair, and this makes South Africa look as if it's returning to nature. Struggling with the basic amenities of a modern state has been a hallmark of South African life for the last decade.
It's undercounted,
and finally,
dude.
there is the institutionalized and politically represented issue.
Hey, dude, Insanosaurus, dude. What's up, buddy? How you doing? I didn't even see you in chat, dude. I saw you earlier, but I didn't shout you out. What's up, Insanosaurus? Yeah, it's undercounted, dude. Like, obviously, our country's not counting everything accurately, obviously. But dude, it's communism, dude. It's like most of the people get government grants and they live off of the government because that's how communism works, dude. That's why that's being employed, is that's the way. You get money from the government to survive, and that's what they're trying to, that's what the whole game has been, to put everything in place. That the government runs everything, and how you get money is the government gives you money. That's how the structuring has been orientated in our country for a long time. And then the top 1% / the 13% of the population keep the whole fucking ship rolling forward slowly. But yeah, no, it's undeniable, dude. And yeah, Insanosaurus, what's up, dude? Yeah. But don't, I can tell you guys right now, don't go look, dude. I know people that it's happened to. My own grandmother and my grandfather were kidnapped and held. Luckily, my grandmother escaped and was able to lock the house. My grandfather couldn't fight because he just had a back operation. But yeah, they were tied up and taken hostage. And I know other people that have been killed and affected. I grew up in the farming communities in buttfuck nowhere, South Africa. Like I said, in between the mines and the cornfields, that's where I grew up.
White hatred that is embedded in the country's population, democracy and laws.
No, they were fine,
South Africa
Bentok.
is the only country in the world with a...
No, I'm blessed, dude. My grandmother got loose and she closed the safety gate. While they were loading up the vehicles, they luckily weren't able to do anything bad to them. They were first worried about getting valuables, and she managed to get free. And then while they were outside loading the vehicle, we have slam lock gates, like those trelly door gates, like the guard gates. So she ran and slammed it, and when you slam those gates, they automatically lock. So she slammed it closed and it locked, and they couldn't get back into the house. And then obviously they fled. And she untied my grandfather and they were able to get out. But yeah, I thank God, dude, that she was able to get free, dude, because my grandfather was basically incapacitated. He tried to fight them, but I mean, he could barely walk, dude.
Affirmative action laws for the majority. And recently, the Parliament passed a law which allows the government to appropriate land from white people without compensation.
Yeah, but the difference is I'm still not racist. It's bad apples, dude. It's not all the people here. That's why I always say it's always funny when I hear people in America that are overly racist. It's dude, it's a color. It's not a color thing. It's a cultural thing, dude. A lot of the people here in South Africa are awesome, dude. A lot of the people here are awesome, dude. It's like there's bad apples, dude. There's bad apples and then there's bad people, but there's bad people everywhere, dude. There's bad people everywhere. And like here it gets inflamed and becomes a racial thing. But like, dude, I was a kid too, chilling in the slums, going in people's, like in the black community, in the slums, while I was digging trenches, walking in human shit as a job as a 16-year-old to lay pipes for them for toilets. And I went and had a beer with them, and I got invited into their homes, and we had food and stuff. Not all people are bad, dude. Not all people are bad. It's not a color thing. It's a cultural thing, dude. It's a cultural thing, and people that are just bad apples, dude. But they exist everywhere, man. They exist everywhere, and I know people of all colors that are beautiful humans, dude. It's not a color thing, dude. It's a cultural thing, dude. Bad cultures produce bad people of all colors. Good cultures produce good people, dude. Like as I've said this before, dude. In my church, there's black people, there's Asian people, there's people of all colors, dude. They're all my brothers, dude. They're all my brothers, dude. Because we have a shared culture, we have a shared love for God. And it's not all the people here are bad, dude. Most of the people in South Africa are good people, dude. There's bad apples, and we have like gangs and like bad things and bad politicians and stuff more than other places, maybe. But majority of the people are good people, dude, that are just struggling, man. It's not, and I don't mean like the ones committing crimes because they're struggling. I mean just majority good people just struggling. But yes, there are a lot of bad apples. There are a lot of bad apples. But, and yeah, in our country, yeah, obviously we're the minority and most of the people are of a darker melanin content. And so, yeah, they're obviously the people that commit the most crimes. And the farm murders are horrible, but that's not got to do, that's a indoctrination thing and hatred brewing in those people, dude. It's like demonic shit. That's like, dude, that level of like mental demons, that's not human. That's not human things, dude. That's not human. That's demonic shit, dude. That's not how humans operate. That's how demons operate. But yeah, but yeah, there's bad cultures produce bad people, dude. Good cultures produce good people. It's a cultural problem. It's why we need Christianity to spread and Orthodoxy to spread, because it's a culture that produces good people all around the world of different colors, whether it's Orthodox Asians, Orthodox people everywhere. Christianity produces good cultures and good people, mostly. Even in those, you'll find bad people. Just is what it is, man.
Julius Malema,
but all people are made in the image of God, dude. We mustn't forget that, though. We can't forget that, dude, because that's a slippery slope to becoming hateful, dude. Like we can't have that, man. We can't have that. People need to be judged on their character and their actions, judged by their fruits. And that's how you will know them, dude. That's the only way, dude. Otherwise, you just gonna live your life in hate.
Genocidal race communist party that has 1 million members and 39 out of the 400 seats in the National Assembly.
But it is bad. I'm not gonna say, dude. I mean, listen. If anybody's gonna tell you that it's bad, like I just gave you the whole story. Trust me. If anybody fucking knows, I know. If anybody knows, I know. Trust me, I know. I know. I'm South African. I know. I know. More than most of the other people out there in the world. I know. But you still don't have hate in your heart. That's not the way to live life. You can't. It's gonna kill you on the inside, dude. Ruin your spirit, dude. Yeah. Look at this idiot. Yeah. Brpa. Yeah.
His famous "shoot the boer" chants.
Oh, shoot the
Apparently
boer.
not hate speech, by the way, because he's black.
Yeah, it's not
There
hate
is clearly
speech.
a strong
Not at all.
undercurrent of racial resentment in a substantial portion.
Anybody
of the
knows, I
population.
know, dude.
And liberals can't explain why a segregated community, away from the apparent end-of-history harmony of the Rainbow Nation, has sprung up in a remote desert location, miles from anywhere else. But we can. In his article, Tanner explains what Orania is, how it came to be, and why the people there do what they do. It is an Afrikaner's only town in South Africa, which is, of course, against the Constitution and founding ethos.
It's not against the
of South Africa, the
Constitution.
modern nation state.
By the way, Sargon, this is where you have it wrong. This is where he has it wrong, and people have it wrong. Our country is in an interesting position. Because of all of the tribes and the people in our country, right? We have kings here, okay? Because of that, I can explain this very simply. What the people in Orania are doing is perfectly legal. We have a stipulation in our constitution that you're allowed to preserve your culture and your traditions and your community and have your own communities and govern your own right to like life, basically, in our constitution. That's what also allows kings to maintain their kingdomship and have kingdoms and have sub-communities or tribes in our country. The only problem is, because of that, that's why the Afrikaners have their own, like, town / community, the same way the other people do. But the other people get funded by the government, because I found this out recently, that kings and these leaders of communities get paid by the government. But when it's the white people, it's bad. When it's the white people, it's bad because they're not allowed to preserve the culture. But other minority groups in the country can preserve their culture. And if a Bantu kingdom doesn't want to allow white people into their kingdom, they're perfectly allowed to, because it's their tribe, it's their kingdom. They shouldn't have to allow white people in. And by the way, some of them do, because they're chilled. Like, some of them do. I have friends that live with some of the kings under their authority, white people. Because they're chilled, they're cool. Some of the tribes are awesome. They're cattle herders and they live in the mountains. They're chilled. They're awesome people. They're chilled. They don't do anything bad. There's no crime. There's no bullshit. But they don't have to if they don't want to. They don't have to allow white people in. Why? It's their tribe. It's their kingdom. That should be perfectly allowed. And it is allowed in our constitution. But not when the white people in Orania do it. Then it's not allowed. Because then it's racist.
Arms of South Africa translates to something like diversity is our strength, and Orania is a strident repudiation of that. But we'll come back to the article a bit later. When you put Orania against the background of incompetent and highly racialized black majority rule, it becomes easy to see why Afrikaners might well want a town of their own that is independent and self-sufficient. They don't want the crime, corruption, violence, and incompetence of the wider country. They want a place that works for them. It's entirely likely that the future of the West will mirror the history of South Africa, and this will become a model for other communities in the future. Already in America and Britain, there are seeds of white-only towns beginning to take root, as mass immigration and demographic displacement create a psychological need for an environment which provides what the native white communities want, rather than our countries being the facsimile of a new frontier for immigrants to colonize. In South Africa, there are of course plenty of towns which have 0 white people in them. You can look at the 2011 census data to find.
Yeah, but Bentalk, do you know what the funny thing is? do you know what the funny thing is with the whole skin color thing? Why like in like earlier times in America, right? Like earlier like 40s and 50s. I know like the people are gonna say the Jim Crow stuff was still in effect. I don't think it's as much that. Because you could still have bad people doing bad stuff even under the law. The thing is, it's because most of the culture of America, the black population in America was Christian, family orientated. The dads weren't leaving the homes, no Planned Parenthood, none of this shit. Look what happened. As soon as the culture went to shit, the crime started rising. It's because they moved away from Christian and family culture. It used to be the culture. The whole of America, it used to be their culture, and they didn't have the problems that they have today. The more they became secular, the culture went to shit, the people went to shit. It's like, it didn't exist before then. Why does it exist now? It's not just the laws, it's the culture went to shit. Like, it's obvious, dude. It's culture. Bad culture produces bad people. If you're in a shit culture with shitty values, shit morality, it's gonna make the people shit. If you're white, Mexican, any color, if you grow up in a shit culture, you're going to become shit. Like, it's rare that there's individuals that don't conform to the cultural norms. And you have them, you have like outliers that break free and they're like, I don't want to be a part of this. But the problem is the majority gets sucked in by a shit culture. Not everybody. And you can commend the people that can escape that shit culture. But a lot of people get sucked into their surrounding and their culture and their bullshit. And it's not condoning it. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that's how it ends up being. Not that it's right, all good. It's just that's the fucking way it goes with the whole planet. Born into a shit culture, there's a high chance, if you're not lucky, that you're going to get sucked into that shit culture.
African populations. They tend not to have paved roads and be places of high unemployment, such as Kakawana or Badimong. Nobody complains about the lack of ability for whites to move to such places, of course.
No.
Anyway, the videos from the black YouTubers all follow a familiar pattern. They document their arrival, they're surprised at seeing how nice it is, then they spend time interviewing random people and trying to get them to say something racist. By the end of their visit, they're pleasantly surprised that everyone was so nice, and leave on trying to square the circle of why they ought not to approve of Orania, but can't bring themselves to condemn something that has been built through hard work and a shared commitment.
Well, yeah, man, it's also the confusion. It's like that debate I had on Verbal Combat, where when I had it against Teriak, when they said, if somebody prays to Allah, and I was like, dude, if you're a Christian in the Middle East, you as a Christian, when you talk because of your language, you will say Allah, but you're a Christian because that's just a word for God. Like, it's also the thing where it's like, yeah, Muslim culture, not great. Fucking shit culture too. But Middle Eastern people, it's like, that's where the shit in the Bible happened in the Middle East. Like, that's a shit culture, but the culture of Christianity is a Middle Eastern one. And most of the people in the Bible were brown people, right? So it's like stupid to be anti-brown people because it's likely Jesus and the people that were in the Bible were brown people. So that's anti-Christian being against that. You should be against bad cultures, right? Bad culture, bad. It's not people bad. Bible tells us people in image of God. Culture bad. We can say culture bad. People bad? No. Culture bad. Bad culture. Bad culture. Bad culture. Crusades. Bad. Bad.
So I thought we'd watch along together about the journey of these black YouTubers. No, they're all separate. Arriving at Orania and how they found it. This is going to be a compilation.
I'm brown, technically,
we'll talk about
dude.
their reactions afterwards.
Yeah, in South Africa, my dad's Portuguese. My grandfather was full-on Portuguese. He was considered brown. Italians, Portuguese, and Greeks here in South Africa. Also with the old angry white people that didn't like people of color. My grandfather was also seen as not white. He was also not white. Even in America, Italians, they're also like, you're not white. Spanish, you're not white. That's brown people, dude. I'm technically from brown people. That's brown people. It's like fucking, it's stupid. What's white? What's brown people? It's like, yeah, it's all bullshit nonsense, dude. It's culture. What's your culture? Bad culture. That side. Good. What's your, that's good culture. You? Bad culture. Good culture. Bad culture. That's the distinguishing factor, man.
Very pleasant, isn't it? It's like Center Parks on steroids.
Send them to Somalia. Yeah, Somalia shit culture. Somalia shit culture. Not good culture. Dude, don't get me started on Somalia, dude. Somalia's culture is horrible, dude. Somalia's culture is horrible, dude. And like a good comparison, if you take Ethiopia, where like, I understand it's not good orthodoxy. It's technically OO. It's not EO. It's like weird orthodoxy. But still, those people are moral, good people over there. The Orthodox Christians in Ethiopia are mellow. They're good people. They don't do nonsense. They follow the Bible. They follow biblical morality. They don't do no weird shit. Like, compare Ethiopia to Somalia. Very different culture. Very different culture going on there. So yeah, not good. Not good culture. Not good. Somalia, bad culture. Bad culture there. I will agree with that. Yeah, man. It's difficult, dude. It's difficult. And I understand, like, dude, pattern recognition is a thing. I understand pattern recognition is a thing. And I'm not saying to trust people or anything. I'm just saying we need to be careful that our hearts don't turn to hate, dude. Like, it's fine if it's for a good reason, but people individually should be judged. And then you can judge bad cultures. You can judge bad cultures, but then you should still, when you deal with an individual person, judge them on their fruits, man. Dude, yeah, it's hard to not, dude, it's always so hard to not let your mind and your heart get poisoned, dude. Like, things you read and things you see, man, one of my biggest problems is anger, dude. So listen, like, I may be talking over here just trying to sound all wise with my stupid, listen, I'm smart enough to know I'm retarded. That's why I always say that. I'm smart enough to know I'm retarded. I say all of these things, it doesn't mean I do all of these things, and I'm not trying to preach to nobody. My biggest problem is anger, and I get mad very easily, and I judge, and I'm shit, and I'm working on it. But because I know that that's one of my things that I'm working on, is I'm kind of just projecting my own issues. I'm not trying to, like, preach to anybody. I'm just saying these are issues I struggle with, so I know the struggle is real, basically. And it's something to be careful of. I'm more saying that for myself than anything. If that makes sense.
Architect of apartheid. Yeah. Bro. Like,
send them to Somalia.
Wow.
Yeah.
I went to Orania, and believe me or not, this is not the Orania that I was expecting.
Yeah, now hood culture in America is dog shit,
I
dude.
found a country within South Africa.
So all of this is Iranian right here. Oh, wow. Like a real town.
Yeah. Original culture of America was Christian. And when it stopped being Christian, it turned to shit. Furries, gang culture, gay stuff.
Iranian flag, doors are just open.
Secular. Secular, dude.
There's a statue of Hendrik Verwoerd, the architect of
Secular.
Okay, there's kids. Kids are just walking around. They're kids just walking around. So it's definitely as safe as people think it is. Bicycles is hanging up, not locked. It feels different. It really does feel different.
He's like, wait, what? They can leave their bicycles outside? Yeah, it's funny, eh? That's in South Africa. Imagine that. That shit don't happen nowhere else, dude. Again, now, nowhere else, nobody leaving nothing outside because it's not there the next morning. But they in Urania, they can leave their bicycles outside. That's crazy, huh? It's wild. Even he's surprised. He's like, no way. They can actually do that? Yeah, it's funny. It's generally how it is when there's not trouble around you. That community's culture is highly... Do you know what... Take a fair guess. What do you guys think Urania's culture is? Christian. Christian values. Christian culture. You gotta be Afrikaans. You gotta be Christian. Otherwise, you don't stay here. That's how it rolls over there. That's how they do it. You can leave bikes outside, I guess.
Excuse me, do you know where the Orania Information Center is?
Just go in there, you can ask, are you yet to see what?
Oh, perfect, thank you. Hello. Everyone's nice, bro. Everyone's saying hello. People
Oh,
helping me.
but that's the racist town. But that's the racist town that needs to be stopped and bulldozed according to our politicians. Bunch of racists out there living separate from everybody. It should be bulldozed. But now the black YouTubers go there and everybody's nice to them. They can stay there. They can come visit. You can't buy a house there if you're not an Afrikaans person. But you guys can stay there. There's B&Bs, there's hotels. They can visit. They can stay there. You're not restricted. But they're a bunch of racists. Is what they're trying to paint them as.
What was going to be?
What a remarkable compilation of arrivals there. Oh, they seem to have everything. This is a very nice looking town. It looks like it's
all
flourishing.
built with their own
There are
hands
children
in the
running around,
desert.
just playing and doing whatever they're doing with no particular reason for them to feel afraid. People are even leaving
All
their
built
bicycles
with their own
outside
hands
unlocked,
in the desert.
and nobody is stealing them. Here's the architect of apartheid. All I'm saying is if you're marrying these things together, it might send a message. Maybe you don't need to have everything locked down.
I think Bricky might be Ninja from the Antwoord though, lol. Nah, I know Watkin Jones, dude. Well, I don't know him. I've met him a couple of times. I know Waddy. His name's Watkin Jones. I don't want to talk about it, dude. They drive their fucking yellow Lamborghini everywhere here in Cape Town, and that's stories for another day, dude. We did some music videos and stuff for them. That's stories for another day. Don't want to talk about them.
Message that these arrivals are giving us. But why does it have to be the other way? Why is it that bikes are getting stolen all the time? Why is it that kids aren't safe to play in the streets? Why is it that the rest of the country doesn't look like this?
Why?
Why is it?
Why?
Somebody isn't taking
Why is it like that?
for the country that they have
Why?
created after the fall of apartheid.
Good question.
Why is it that Iranian?
Why is it that when Chris lived in Cape Town in the city, why was he, when he walked outside his door, almost got mugged by 3 dudes and is luckily good and funny and could fake it off? Why did Chris have to go down alleyways and take a skateboard off his back and stand his ground against 2-3 guys that wanted to mug him? Why was Chris at 8 o'clock at night right next to a garage, a petrol station, had 6 guys on him and his friend that shoved knives in his ribs? Why? Why did Chris's friend right outside their home get taken out of his vehicle with a gun against his head? Why? 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 I wonder why. Why? Why? Why would that happen? Right outside your home. Right outside, in front of the door. You just quickly hear, poop. How about you quickly get out the car and go down on the sidewalk? Why? Why? Why?
Separately, for it to be a nice place. What I found really interesting about this is that the black YouTubers themselves felt like aliens when going into Irania. Now, that's not terribly surprising, but they had a very conscious feeling of being the only black in the village.
Chris greeted me. Everyone's waving.
Yeah.
Everyone is waving.
Because you're a visitor.
That's confusing.
Everybody's going to be nice to you,
Are you
dude.
nervous to go there and be the only black person in Oranje?
Nervous is not the word. I think uncomfortable. But everyone has been telling me, stay safe, stay safe. I'm not scared at all. I've been.
Yeah. Why would you be scared?
I feel unsafe, but I feel it's going to be different and uncomfortable. And I love it.
Today is actually my first day looking out from Oranje, and it was such a peaceful night, but it's kind of crazy.
Ben Talk, the problem is it's like, dude, it's basically like being Amish, dude. The problem is, like, if you lived, it's not the same as being Amish. Obviously, it's not, like, you can see the town. We're watching the video right now. But you kind of isolated, dude. And, like, they have their own money and it's, like, their own banks. It's you pretty much going off the grid. If you go live there, you're pretty much going cheers to the whole rest of the country and normal life, and you basically go off the grid if you go live there. So it's basically like joining like a Hasidic Jewish community, or like, you know, joining like the Amish, basically. You work the job they give you, you know, it's like, it's kind of communist in a way, you know, it just works properly because everybody's got good morals, but it's kind of communist, and it's kind of, you're secluded from the rest of the world, and you can't travel, and like, you're not locked down or anything, and you can have a business and stuff, but it's you pretty much like extracting yourself out of like normal world when you go there, dude. So it's
black man in here.
It's not ideal.
So crazy knowing
Not
that we
ideal.
just woke up in a white-only town.
Yeah, I probably haven't told you this, but since I've
Like, it's
been
not
here,
communist. Obviously, like, people with different jobs get paid differently. It's not like I'm saying it in dirty, saying it's communist, but like, I guess the more skilled you are, the less it would be. Like, it's capitalist, but with like good social programs, because you could go there if you're poor and they'll give you a home and they'll give you a job, but like everybody gets paid. It's not communism. It's not communism. It's just like like a lot of like social programs, basically. Like, if you go there poor, they're gonna say this is the job you're gonna do and there's your house that you're gonna live in. But like, obviously, if you go there and you have business and money, like, you'll be fine. Like, you can travel and do whatever the hell you want. but like, you know, it's like, you know, you're using their currency. It's like, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's cool what they're doing, but it's like, I don't know. That's kind of like where you go retire to live like a peaceful life, basically, type of deal.
I have felt uneasy. I don't feel comfortable here. And I want to.
I'd be very surprised if you did feel comfortable here with the history this place has, being the only black guy in town.
Dude, Bricky's makes music videos all day, dude. It's called his life.
And this is not just from the black YouTubers themselves, but of course, as you saw there, from the people who live there. They're well aware of what South Africa is, and well aware that they are flouting the conventions of South Africa.
Now, you'll be able to stream. They have internet. They have internet. I just don't know how good it is,
one
dude.
One of these YouTubers pointed out that they went to South America and found a black-only town there. And the people in this black-only town explained why it was a black-only town.
The
why
big
white people
difference.
weren't allowed to go there. And you're going to be shocked
Big
to learn
difference.
it's the opposite reason of why there are only Afrikaner people living in Orania. As we see from the black YouTubers, they didn't feel threatened by anyone in Orania. In fact, everyone was really, really nice to them, and they found it a bit...
I like Amish. Amish are pretty cool, dude. They're based.
So recently, I found myself in South America on a project of connecting Africans in the diaspora with Africans living in Africa.
Different.
So I found myself in Suriname.
Different.
And I came across this village called Dahomey.
Dahomey.
In Dahomey, no white person is allowed in this village. So out of curiosity, I was like, you know what?
Oh, dude, it's such a owl. We worked on the bloody what? Woman King. The Dahomey is the tribe that sold their own people. That movie, The Woman King, they try to paint it as like they reimagined this whole situation. But The Woman King is about one of the ladies that was running the Dahomey tribe. So this Dahomey village is those people. And they were also like big in slave trading with their own people. They were like a warrior tribe that would get people and sell people. Yeah. So it's like a, yeah.
I need to go find out why
Different situation.
I was told that no white people are allowed in this village. Is that true?
Do ya?
Why?
The spirit that they have here is a warrior spirit who fought against the European in the slavery time. And every time that the warrior spirit see white people, he get aggressive, so they want to fight. That's why they don't allow white people to come here.
What will happen if a white person comes here?
That's
Right, that's a really interesting contrast, isn't it? You've got a black-only town.
Yeah,
where they don't
I wouldn't go
because
there.
They will murder their
I wouldn't go
sons
there.
because apparently they have a warrior spirit and can't control themselves.
Hey,
white-only town.
What's up, Freddy? Speaking about my LA, we was kings, Mr. Pharaoh, man. Big Freddy himself. How you doing, Freddy? Good to see you, bro. Freddy, when you gonna adopt a little African boy, Freddy? I'm gonna come stay on your couch. Shit. Freddy, you gonna adopt a little white African boy? I'm gonna come live on your couch, Uncle Freddy. Shit. What's up, Freddy? How you doing, dude? Freddy, you need to come down here and come buy yourself a house over here in South Africa, dude. You said you were gonna come buy a house, dude. You need to come buy a house. Hey, and everybody that's still here, I'd appreciate it. Remember to hit the like, man. I'd appreciate that massively. Hit like in the stream, you know, then at least you'll know when I'm streaming, because YouTube be shadow banning my ass. Shit.
They don't want to get murdered and would actually like to have a peaceful, productive, wholesome life. I just find it really, really interesting that this dramatic difference in mindset existed between these two groups. I mean, if I was
appreciate you, Freddy.
I might say that maybe one of these mindsets is informing the other. So all of these YouTubers ask the people of Orania, okay, well, what's this all about?
Because I would be able to go live in Orania. I'm Afrikaans. I speak Afrikaans. My culture's Afrikaans. I'm Christian. Like, I tick all the boxes. I could definitely go live there. They wouldn't have a problem with me going there for sure. But yeah. Oh, that's cool, dude. You drive them to job sites? Yeah, dude, the Amish are based, dude. They can build like bloody ninjas, dude. I live close to Pennsylvania and the Amish have good food. Fresh chocolate. Yeah, dude, they're good at making stuff, bro. They're good at making stuff. The Amish are better than the Mormons. Or Mormons seem like really nice people. Their theology is shit. But they seem like nice people to the Mormons. But the Amish are cooler than the Mormons, dude. They got like based beards and they're good at building stuff.
Doing this, what's the purpose of Orania? And the people who live and run Orania are more than happy to tell them.
That is the place where Afrikaners live. There, Afrikaners are a majority. And unfortunately, it's as simple as Afrikaners do not really have a home somewhere. Right. Instead of complaining or instead of being victims
we
of
don't
the realities, we decided
like that's the whole point when people go back to Holland, go back to Europe. We've been here for 400 years. We don't got European passports, dude. This is the only land we know. There ain't no Europe to go back to. They're not gonna take us. In their eyes, we're dirty Africans, dude. They don't see us as Europeans, dude. We don't even speak the same language. This is the only land we have. That's why these people was like, dude, if we don't have this small little community, we ain't got nothing. So they're just trying to build that bloody community where they're like, this is a home for our people. Like I said, the same way the kings in our country have their lands where they're allowed to have their tribes. That's why our country is unique like that. We have multiple groups of people all living together. We have kingdoms in South Africa where people and tribes are all, we let everybody live their lives and have their culture. Everybody does it. But the problem is, why when these bloody white people do it, now it's a problem. Now they're racist. But the Bantu people that have a king and their kingdom and their lands, if they don't want to let white people live in their tribe, that's perfectly fine. Why would you be allowed to go live with them if you're not part of their tribe? I'd be like, yeah, tell that person to get the hell out of your land, dude. That's your kingdom. Don't tell those, even if it's another bloody somebody from another tribe that's the same color. If they don't want them there, they don't want them there. That's their right. That's how our country was set up. It's to preserve all of the damn bloody different cultures in this country.
sleeves and build it ourselves.
Why do people come here?
For hope, and I think for safety as well. People want services that work. South Africa is ridden with corruption and crime.
Yep.
I'm not even going to lie about it.
Yep,
A lot of my
everybody
customers,
knows
they don't
it.
even have running water. Things are not maintained. It's horrible. It's horrible.
And you feel that Orania is the answer?
I mean, Orania is a talent for us to have our Afrikaner culture and to be able to live it out.
Yeah, but it's in the middle of the desert, though, dude. It's in the desert. There's nothing there. This is the mayor, by the way.
We want recognition.
This dude's the
locally.
mayor.
We want recognition from our peers. That is to say, firstly, those people are a people upon themselves, and this, they have the right to make certain decisions for themselves. That is what we want. We don't want people's money. We don't want people's handouts. We as Orania want larger recognition, greater recognition. And I think that is not too much to ask. Actually, I think that's very reasonable.
And really, that does seem reasonable, doesn't it? It's hard to imagine why a people who are only 4% of the population of South Africa
Boats with alligators, dude. That's based, dude. That's based, Freddy. Alligator moats, dude. Moats are based, dude. Moats are based.
Their forefathers did to the majority of the country. How they can move forward into the future and thrive and prosper on their own terms.
Yeah.
This seems like a
And they
perfectly
built
reasonable
everything
way of
themselves
making that happen.
in the
And
desert.
what's also interesting
No
is
government
that
handouts, no
Iranians
money, no nothing.
They're the first to tell you, oh no, we have problems here. We are just like
Yeah.
every other town everywhere else.
Yeah.
It's just these are our own problems.
Just
and not
less
that the
problems.
wider world has imposed on us.
That's
People
it.
tend to describe Orania as the land of milk and honey. No crime, there's no crime, there's no potholes in Orania. That's not true. We do have our challenges. And we are people. Where you have people, you will find crime. And then there were some criminals in the past who were kicked out of Orania. However, I will say this. In stark contrast to many other South African cities, you will find in Orania cleaner streets, a safer environment. And that is due to three different things, I would say. Firstly, our vetting process. Secondly, professional, anti-corrupt or not corrupt establishment, professional people working establishment that is not corrupt.
Yep.
And then thirdly is our homogenous cultural community. We are here for the same goal, so we don't want to be a hassle for each other, be to each other's detriment there.
And again, it just seems really hard to be able to argue against that.
Ben Talk,
You have to bring
I
in-
showed you guys how Cape Town looks. Did you see how Cape Town looks? That's why I showed you guys that video. It's the penguins, Cape. It's the penguins, Ben Talk. Did you see the penguins with their faces? Can't be telling me to leave Cape Town, dude. Cape Town's beautiful, dude. No, dude, and where I am, everything's fine, dude. It's like, dude, I've been living in South Africa my whole life, dude. Like, There's bad parts, but like where I live, it's fine, dude. I'm blessed. I live in a peaceful place. I have white neighbors, I have Asian neighbors, I have black neighbors, there's Indian people down the road. Like all of us here, all of us live together. There's no problems. It's safe here. It's in the suburbs. I'm out of town. It's chilled, bro. We have electric fences around the place. The area I live is fine. Like it's not, you still gotta be careful, but it's like, it's like 20 times better than when I was living in the city, dude. And I was in the city walking around at nights, dude. Like being here, it's like, feels like I'm like, there's no problems, dude. This feels like I'm in a bloody, like, in the safest place I can be compared to when I lived in the heart of the city and was walking around at nights, dude. Like having to fight people not to get mugged, dude. Like this is chilled where I am now, bro. I don't need to go to Orania, dude. And this place at least works here, dude. But yeah, it'd be cool to go visit there, though.
Abstract, very remote, liberal arguments of diversity, multiculturalism, in order to make the argument that no, actually, they shouldn't be allowed their own community. They're not their own people.
And plus,
they shouldn't be allowed their own community. And in fact,
Orania ain't got no Orthodox church, dude. Orania ain't got no Orthodox church either. They're Protestants, dude. They're Protestants.
The things that they have built
so
with
think
their
about
own
that.
hands somehow belong to everyone else. And it becomes very clear that this is the purpose of Orania for them. It is a place where they can have self-determination.
And I bet you wives are in short supply
Again,
there. You got to fight
abstract,
somebody for a wife down there,
They want
dude.
self-determination in their daily lives, and they want autonomy to whatever degree they can get it, but also independence.
Nah,
from
it
the
doesn't
failing
need the
infrastructure of
fences.
South Africa. They want a place that works for them, and this is why they've got a massive solar farm.
No, dude, where I live, it doesn't need electric fences. Like, dude, I live in like a gated community, but like right by where our gate is, across the street, are homes that don't have electric fences. Like a normal house you would see in the suburbs is right across from our gated community. Like a tiny little road. On the other side of, here's the gate for our community, right here's a home with no electric fences. Like, it's safe. Here where I live is safe, dude. It's like, it doesn't need it. We just have it. Like, I have a camera looking at my house. There's cameras through our community. The electric fencing in the gated community I live in. It's like a small little, it's just like apartments and stuff, and there's a fence around it, and we have security guards. But like across the road is normal homes. Like which you would see anywhere in America, dude. No electric fencing, nothing. Like, yeah, it's safe, dude. It's chilled.
What is the main reason why you establish your own solar farm, knowing that you live within South Africa?
Convert the town, dude. That'd be base, dude. Just make them dude. Dude, fair argument. Shit, that's a good argument. Dang. That's a good argument. Shit, imagine you go there and you turn Orania Orthodox, dude. That'd be pretty gangster, dude. That'd be good service to do right there, dude. Shit. That'd be good service to do. Dang, dude, that's a really good argument. Shit. You kind of stumped me on that one. But I'm gonna need a priest, dude. I can't do it. My dumb self couldn't do it, dude. I'm gonna need to take a priest with me, dude. We're gonna have to take a priest with me, and then we have to build a church there, dude.
It's energy. Our energy. If you're not in energy independent, you're not free.
So first,
there's not enough priests, though. Where are you gonna find a priest?
No one is coming to save us. No one is going to build a future for us. What we want to build, we'll have to roll up our sleeves and build ourselves. And secondly, the fact that we do our own work is also represented in that.
Yep.
Our goal, our mission here is to preserve our culture, to build something for our culture, to preserve our religion. The question, why can't a black person come here, is not the right question. It's more a question like a marriage between two people is an exclusive affair. Doesn't mean you're against anyone else. You take your wife, she's important to you.
Yep.
Or, and in your wedding, in your marriage, you're exclusive. Doesn't mean it's not built on hate. It's built on love for our culture. We want to preserve our culture. We want to preserve our traditions, our faith, our language. These are the things that we want to preserve.
It's hard to frame that in a way that's unreasonable unless
Yeah.
you feel somehow entitled to the fruits of someone else's labor.
Yeah.
They are actually building it manually themselves. They are not taking government money. They are raising the capital themselves. They're taking the risks themselves. They are actually investing and doing the labor themselves.
Yep.
So actually it gives them the strongest possible argument that no, this is for us and not for everyone else. What a great example to the rest of us, frankly. And the thing is, after having watched so many videos of YouTubers going to Orania, I've heard them explain this in many different ways over the spread of what I
But that's the thing.
But it's always
like, yeah, I also drive like about an hour to church. We have an ortho church here in our rural KY area. Yeah, I also drive about an hour to church on Sundays. Because it's in town. Like, the church is in town and I'm outside of town now. That's why it's peaceful out here, because I don't live in town in the heart of all of the chaos anymore. I'm outside of town by the nuclear power station. I'm away from all of the hustle and bustle of the city itself. It's just insanely expensive, dude. It can't live in town anymore. It's dangerous and expensive. Yeah, well, we have Orthodox communities. We have monasteries and stuff here in South Africa. We have monasteries and stuff here. They're building a new monastery on a beautiful piece of land, man. The Russian Orthodox Church is building a monastery. I don't know how far it is exactly where it is, but it's in a beautiful piece, dude. Like, it's like an insane piece of land, dude. Like in between mountains, and it's just beautiful, dude. Beautiful, beautiful. But yeah, they're building another monastery. We have monasteries here, Orthodox monasteries in the country. Yeah. So yeah, they are. Well, I wouldn't say that's a community, but I mean, at least we have monasteries.
the same theme. It's always, look, we just want to be independent, self-sufficient. This is the way that we think life is best
Painful.
lived, and we would like to live it. And
By
so
the way, that white, I think in America, there's some place in America is also trying to do like a whites only community, or like a whites only town. Those dudes came to Orania to get the blueprint. I promise you, they've said this, that they came to Orania, got the blueprint, went back to America, and they're like, we're doing the same thing they're doing. So yeah, that's pretty cool that they got the idea from the South Africans, yeah.
Patch of desert that the South African government was selling because it was completely unproductive.
But basically, you could do what Orania did and start, like, dude, the Orania blueprint can be used to start Orthodox communities that are Orthodox only, instead of, I guess, it's got to be Afrikaans. You can go, it has to be Orthodox. People can, and they even offer, they're like, dude, if you want to know how we did this, here's the game plan. They help and teach people. They're like, this is how we did it. And they've even said to the other communities that bitch, they're like, we can show you how we did this and you can go build your own one. We just don't want you messing with ours, but we'll show you how we did it and you can go build your own one. We did it out here in the desert on our own. You can do the same thing. So yeah, people can take their blueprint and just do a different community and make it Orthodox or whatever community they want to make it.
Into something that everyone seems to be quite jealous of. In fact,
isn't that what the Muslims are doing in Dearborn, Michigan? They're just not doing a good version of it, but that's what the Muslims are doing. Other religions and other people do that. That's what they're doing wherever they go in the world, dude. That's how they're taking over Western world, is they're doing that game plan. We should just do the same thing. They're running that script on Western countries. I made that argument on Verbal Combat. You can just flip the script and do the same thing. Go over to their country and do the same thing. Nobody wants to do that, but you know what I'm saying. It's like this isn't a new technique. This is a thing.
A lot of YouTubers going to Orania, and in fact, they start seeing tired of getting so many YouTubers going there.
The guy who's supposed to be giving us a tour said that he's tired of YouTubers, and he went to go speak with the media people. So let's go see.
So Orania is not just a place, it's an idea. It's kind of like Zionism for Afrikaners. And the leader of the movement is a guy called Dr. Karol Boshoff. And there are plenty of interviews with him where he explains just the philosophy behind Orania.
Yes.
And it is in objection to the modern homogenizing concept of
Yes.
nation state. Because as
It's
people
no
pointing out, well, if we
diversity,
can't have our
basically.
separate identities, then
Homogeneity,
surely we
no
can't actually have
diversity.
diversity.
That's
I
the
would
that's the
argue that this
philosophy.
community called the Afrikaners has the need and the right to have a home as well.
And where I'm going to is, this place scares me, right? I always worry when Afrikaners talk about a homeland. I don't know what we can trust
Why?
you.
Yeah.
Do you want to see South Africa that's together?
Why does it
One
scare
nation.
you?
One nation, the moment we are entering on this modernist concept of national unity, especially in terms of a multicultural population, we are entering into the domain of social engineering.
But it works in other countries. I live in the UK. It's
Yeah.
very multicultural.
Oh yeah, what a brilliant example to bring up. Britain, that currently has race riots whenever a foreigner commits a mass atrocity. Yeah, I don't think Britain is actually a great example because the British people never wanted immigration. We never voted for it.
Hey,
Imposed upon us.
Insano,
And
keep
at the
well,
moment,
dude.
This is the massive rift in British politics. How we can reduce the number of foreigners in the country. But yeah, no, Britain's a brilliant example of this. But anyway, of course.
Insanosaurus, dude, thanks for stopping by, dude. I appreciate you for stopping by, buddy. You keep well, dude. Good luck with the garden, dude. Gardens are based. I like plants. I like plant.
The question is asked, is Orania racist? Well, the people of Orania don't think so. They think it's actually completely normal for them to be a discrete people, a separate people, and
Yeah,
actually
dude.
build a town
Bentalk
of their
gets
own.
it.
And again, I find myself not really being able to disagree with that.
The Orania model is a model of cultural preservation, and that is not racist. So you might disagree with me, but my personal belief, my honest belief, is that the Orania model is not racist at all. It is, however, a model to preserve something that we hold dear and to create a future where we can live our values, our religion, our language, and share our culture.
Who are the people that are not allowed in here?
Well, Afrikaners live here. Afrikaners live here. Afrikaners who embrace the idea of own labor, we embrace our freedom ideals. This is who live here.
What we are doing is not defining the exclusion. Okay. We are defining the inclusion. We are defining those matters that attract people to Orania. There's nowhere in our statute something that says because, or if you are black, or if you are Muslim, or if you are this or that. We have been sort of defined quite clearly. The perception is that we try to keep other people out. Wow, can we not address that perception?
You try to bring people in.
We try to yeah, exactly.
For us, the future is this guy. He's getting ready to work. He's rolling up his sleeves because he must work. He understands that no one is going to create your future for you.
That's the symbol of the town. That's the symbol of the town. The little boy rolling up his sleeves. He's like, why is he rolling up his sleeves? Because he has to work. He needs to start working. That's the logo for the town. Roll up your sleeves and start working. That's a solid model, dude. You can see they like roll up the sleeves, start working, and they getting shit done.
And Afrikaners might be scared about the future. Take control of it. I told you I'll give you a bit of a bird's eye view. You got the community all over there.
Yeah.
Then you have the main part of town here.
Yeah.
And you can see the trees. Over here you've got a church. You've got Orania's bank over there.
I'm very amazed at this place. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
And to put more perspective on this thing that you said about, the common perception of just racism and so on, it brings back to the fact that Orania is inherently a model. This is our place, but we want to share the idea further so that more people can embrace that.
While South Africa just descends into chaos, I gotta admit and put my hands up to it, this place seems to be thriving. It's doing all right, and that's good for people like Marley and her family. But there is something that just bothers me. Anywhere else in the world, and this might seem strange,
God
anywhere
bless,
else in the
bro.
world where there's this gathering of an all-white community, I don't think I would be as bothered about it as I am when it's in South Africa.
First of all, when I first got here, I talked about how before I came, everyone was saying, oh, I was going to die, this is racism, it's a white-only town, you're going to this, that. But then I come here, and everyone's very nice. Why is there a misconception online about this place being a racist town?
Yeah, why?
Once the media established the narrative,
Media.
the normal average man on the street have no other source of information than
Media.
So you're trying to say that basically the media has manipulated the mass?
It's always been the case, not only on Orania.
That's true. That is true.
And my God, is
Hey, Bentalk, we in any way slightly over time, but I just wanted to get this one in and then I'll end it with a wholesome one. But dude, if you end up bouncing, I appreciate you too, buddy. But we probably got like 10, 15 minutes left and then I'm going to shut down anyways. But yeah.
This video now. But what I find really, really interesting about this is there is not only I mean, I think their narratives about how, look, we just want our own thing where we can be ourselves authentically, preserve our culture, preserve our way of life, preserve our language and our heritage and our religion
Yeah.
and our ideals of freedom, and we would just
It's
like
about
to be left alone to
preservation,
build
not-
something that we have lawfully purchased
not
with our own money
being
and with our own
racist,
time
dude.
and labor. It's really hard to argue against that. And
Propaganda.
the YouTubers who are going there are also having a really difficult time arguing against that, but they can feel that there is a sense of exclusion. They are not welcome. Now, just to be clear, I'm not welcome there either. Like,
Yeah.
I can't live in
Yeah,
Iran.
you're not
I'm
welcome either. You're
Afrikaans.
English,
It is
dude.
not just about having white skin. It is also actually directly about being descended from
Yes.
the Dutch settlers who went
Yes.
to the Cape of Good Hope in the 1600s. It's not about being
And
a
that's the
certain
thing.
colour.
Sargon isn't wrong, dude. Uncle Sargon of Arcadia. Yeah, they don't like British people. Afrikaans people do. I've explained that as I have on many streams. Yeah, the Afrikaans speaking Afrikaners do not like English speaking white people. They call you salties. They call you Brits. They don't see you as the same people. If you don't speak, and I even said this the other day, I can tell by how a person speaks Afrikaans whether he's a spy or a real Afrikaner. I can tell too. Can't trick me with your, well, I can speak Afrikaans. Oh, can you? Let's have a conversation. Nah, you a spy, dude. You a Brit. You're not a South African. You're South African, but you ain't an Afrikaner. Yeah, Sargon, you would not be allowed there. I would. You would definitely not be allowed there, brother. Hell no.
It's about having a certain lineage. And that, yeah, leaves... out a lot
Bentalk
of
can
people.
say dwellums,
And they
dude.
really
But that's
don't
not
do
enough,
that.
Bentalk.
We
It's
agree
not enough, buddy.
Being Afrikaner is not just your race, right?
Absolutely.
So if you and your wife had adopted a black child and you raised this black child as an Afrikaner from Eendag, until he's 21, technically is that kid not Afrikaans? Because you speak about culture.
Yeah.
Culturally, he should be Afrikaans. Would he be welcome into the town?
Hypothetically, it is exactly true, and hypothetically, yes. But we need to address that question when we meet it concretely. So the reality is the test.
Isn't it fascinating that you can't just take no for an answer on this? No, you're not allowed your particular thing where nobody else other than your own people are allowed to live there. Like I said, I can't go and live in Orania, but I haven't got any problem whatsoever with not being included in their project. In fact, I'm glad they've got their own little project, and I hope they do really, really well. I don't need to create esoteric hypotheticals to try and explain how an English...
It's crazy how the skateboard, look at that, the skateboard perfectly lines up with his microphone, dude. How wild is that, dude? How wild is that, dude? Look at that, the skateboard perfectly lines up with his microphone, dude. How crazy is that? So, that right there, look how it's like lining up. Wait, I'll show you. Look, see? Look at the finger. Look at the finger. It goes away. Look at it. It's a finger, and then it goes away. It goes away. That's wild, dude. That's nice alignment. Boop. It's the microphone. Let's line it up there. Let's line up the fade. There we go. Beautiful.
Kid might end up living in Orania. Why would I need to do this? And I think this is what the nub of the issue is.
Sargon's
It is the
based, dude.
exclusionary nature of the thing. Because, of
Shout
course,
out
if
to
you're
you,
gonna set
Uncle
boundaries on,
Jorms.
okay, what are
Yeah,
we trying to
Sargon's
include
based,
here?
dude.
Well, that will naturally exclude other things by definition. And this is anathema.
It would be God sien jou my kind. So it would be God is God and bless is sien. And then so it would be God bless jou my kind. So kind is child. So God sien jou my kind. God sien jou my kind would be God bless you my child. So you see, it's even the spelling is the same. So yo, so God, same spelling. Sien is a different word. And then yo is you. May is my. Exact same spelling. And then child would be kind. So only bless and child would be a different word. But the rest is exactly the same words. We would just swap. Bless is sien and child is kind. So God sien jou my kind.
To the modern liberal order. How dare you a priori exclude X, Y, or Z people. And this is what all of liberal activism is against. This is what the transgender movement is about. This is what all of the multicultural diversity and immigration movement is about. This is about making sure you can't have a thing of your own. And I'm sorry, I just really want those things of our own.
I don't know, Ben Talk, they'll get you.
What is and is not included, and we get the thing that is produced from it from our own labour. That seems eminently reasonable to me. Why on earth should we not be allowed this? South Africa's current Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture is an ex-criminal called Gayton McKenzie, and he is very concerned about Orania. He's not happy that Orania is doing the right thing for the right reasons and getting
because he's a racist.
And he is, in fact, someone who opposes
it. Marcy, you got another Afrikaans one here. Mag die Here jou seën, my kind. So this one is mag die Here jou seën. So that would be Here also means God. So like Here would be like Lord. So that would kind of go more to Lord. So that one in English would be may the Lord bless you, my child. So that sentence in Afrikaans would be, may the Lord bless you, my child, instead of God. Here means Lord. So may the Lord bless you, my child. There we go.
Though he can't help but admire the way that they got there. This is a clip of his opinion on it, and it just drives me mad.
Is Orania right? I don't think it's right. I don't think places like Orania should exist, number one. But I need to understand what is it about, and I'm sympathetic towards some of the things they told me. For instance, they said to me, the Afrikaner culture. They want to preserve the Afrikaner culture. But I speak Afrikaans. Afrikaans is my first language, and there's a war against Afrikaans. By the current politicians hate Afrikaans. There's a war, and that's my first language, and the people I represent.
Oh, okay, I forgot. This guy's not a total asshole. Okay, I forgot this Gayton McKenzie. Okay, this guy's not like, he's not a complete dickhead. This guy's not a complete dickhead. I know, I didn't realize who they were talking about. Yeah, this guy's not a complete dickhead.
Mostly speak Afrikaans. If you're going to take Afrikaans and there's people saying we want to preserve the language.
I wouldn't say he's based, but he's not a complete dickhead.
Is that they're doing it for themselves, and that's the culture that we as black people need to learn fast and hard. They've got white domestic workers, they build that place.
Yeah.
You look at Orania and Chella's down. What is wrong with Orania for me is the racism thing. What is right is the fact that those people are
they're not racist.
Right in front of our eyes.
Well, that's a great question, isn't
it? They just want to preserve their own culture.
If you're looking at Orania with envy and saying, well, hang on a second, why don't we have that? Well, why don't you have that?
Yeah, you can just build your own community, build your own Orania, dude.
Doing the work, investing.
That's the thing. That's the interesting thing. That's the core question of this. Everybody bitching about Orania, you can just go, I don't like that they're doing this. Make your own then. You can just do what they'll even tell you how they did it. They will lay out the plan. They'll tell you, this is step 1, this is step 2, this is step 3. They will tell you exactly how to do it. You just have to actually put in the work and build it yourself. They'll tell you, right, 100%, you should have your own community. Go build it. Go build it. If you build it, you have it, dude. Go build it. Put in like the little guy that they have. Roll up the sleeve. Go build your own. You can have your own. We 100%. We have ours. You can go have your own. Build it, dude. We'll help you. We'll tell you how to do it. There's no problem. Why is them building something a problem for you? If you feel some kind of way about it, then do what they're doing. If you think that's nice that they have that, I want that. Build it. Build it yourself. You can build it. Get together people and build it. Gather your community of people that you want to have your community and build it. It's just build it. It's an easy game.
Not committing
probably
crimes,
not easy though, but hey,
building nice communities in which they want to live. It's really
build
weird,
it,
isn't it? That they say,
if you like it, build it.
Like,
don't bitch.
You have to behave in a
Go
certain
work
way to end up with that. And if you can't bring yourself to behave in that way, why should you deserve that? And the answer is, of course, you don't deserve that. And this is why they end up abstracting to the level of the national government and to the multi-culti liberal indoctrination in order to fabricate and justify a claim on Orania itself. And this is where I think Will Tanner's excellent article in Islander 6 really begins to make perfect sense out of the entire issue. I'll read a bit from it so you understand exactly what I mean. Will Tanner's article focuses around the concept of the estate. The estate is an economically self-sufficient organisation that does not depend on largesse or patronage from the central government, and has historically been the bulwark against excessive state overreach.
Yep. Uncle Jorms gets it.
These estates as an essential part of the checks and balances against centralised power that exists in a healthy society. Estates, being self-contained, self-managed,
See, there's the book. Go get that book, dude. There's the book. There's the book. Get the book and build it yourself. There's the whole formula. There's the whole formula for you.
Against King John, which produced the Magna Carta, to the Virginia gentry of the 13 colonies, which led to the American Revolution, it was the estate which enabled men of means to secure their own futures outside of the dictates of grasping bureaucrats and envious.
That's how America was built.
Taken together, Irania's
we want our own shit, and we're building it.
Many of the problems
Screw
faced by those
you.
of us who dissent from the regime. It is done so.
That's how great things are built. Hard work.
A crowdsourced version of the estate, a largely self-contained economic unit, not dependent on regime patronage, which enables those within it to stand against a tyrannical order while continuing to flourish. Orania presents the compelling alternative. It focuses on sovereignty, investment, and its building of a functional
Marshall.
community that unites the constituent members as
What's up,
part of a
buddy?
shared mission to preserve.
Good to see you, Mr. Marshall.
Is what makes it great and emulation-worthy. It shows how the estate can be rebuilt anew. It shows how the estate can be crowdsourced, how the loyalty-building opportunities for charity and patronage can be engaged while benefiting one's people and building the future, and how we can leave our names behind us by building a future in which they have a stake.
A very important part of Orania is to celebrate our history and to live our history and to make our culture a living thing.
Good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing well, Uncle Marshall. Hey, everybody that's here, remember to hit the like button before you bounce out, please. I'd appreciate it.
Something that you won't see in the rest of South Africa. In the rest of South Africa, construction work all.
If you can support financially, I'd just appreciate that small. Just click the thing.
Ugly, harsh jobs is done by black South Africans, and that is something that you can go see for yourself. In Orania, we do all our own work for a few reasons. One, part of our freedom ideal is to say, well, if we want to make decisions for ourselves politically, we need to be a majority in our own area, and that's important. No one else can say that they built Orania for us, and we are not misusing anyone, we are not exploiting anyone, we are building a future, we're doing it with our own hands. All the hard labor, all the menial labor, from working farms to scrubbing toilets to cleaning houses to tending gardens, everything here is done by us ourselves.
In a way, this is what we're doing with LotusEaters.com.
No minority, labor force, slave force, all done by the people in the community, like the Amish.
We are building our own estate, and it allows us to do things other people just don't have the freedom to do. I can't tell you the number of times that I've spoken to someone in the mainstream media, and they have said something along the lines of, I wish I could do what you're doing and say the kind of things that you're saying. It's also why we're able to build such a big tent on the right. We have platform people as diverse as former Prime Minister Liz Truss all the way to radicals like Steve Laws. We understand that we need to do things radically differently in this country, and building it for ourselves is the most important thing in the entire project.
Build it.
Because then it can't be justified.
Yeah, build your community that you want.
It's why we produce our own products to sell, such as Islander Magazine, instead
That's
of
awesome, buddy.
soliciting third-party sponsorships that could be taken away from us. It's a lot of work, but we think it's worth it, and we're tremendously proud of everything that we've accomplished. And on that note, I'd like to quickly thank everyone who has supported us along this journey so far, and all my wonderful staff. Everyone has been doing an incredible job, and I sometimes have to pinch myself to make sure that it's all really real. Anyway, on that note, let's get back to the YouTubers and their conclusions about Orania, which are generally very, very positive.
Listen, I might not agree with the ideologies of the people living in Orania in certain aspect, but I believe that what they've done in here is super impressive, and I feel like other communities within the continent of Africa can embrace these ideas. You know, I've been talking about self-independent, self-sufficient.
The massive solar farm that they built for themselves.
And basically, everything is here. These guys don't need to step out of, Orania. They can actually live here and survive.
Outside of the gates of Orania, there's government corruption, the crime figures are sky high, and there's power cuts everywhere. There's people who are out on the streets protesting for change. So it's understandable why people come to Orania, because they feel safe.
It was time to say our goodbyes. You know what? I'm a bit sad we're leaving. Can we come to a deal? All right? Approve my application. Can you talk to the people on the panel for me?
Yeah, man, I'll talk to them.
Make an exception for me, please.
We'll take your application, man.
You're not Afrikaans,
That
bro.
marks our 24-hour survival in Orania. And honestly, guys, from my experience, this place is very misunderstood. It's not as racist as people make it out to be. Although I do think if the world had segregated communities like this, we wouldn't move forward as a society. But I can respect the hospitality and how hardworking the people of Orania are. So guys, listen, 100,000 likes and I will go back and try apply for a citizenship. But yeah, subscribe if you're new and leave a comment on where else you think I should visit next.
But I believe that if we start,
You're not even South African,
building our own
bro.
communities our own way, knowing that, hey, we're gonna make money and use the money that we make within our community to build our community. I believe that like the entire Africa will be super great, man.
We've just left Orania, and Sif, I want to know, was it what you expected it to be?
No way. It was a conundrum. It was confusing, many positives, but I think there was a feeling that didn't feel right. And I think that's just a lack of diversity. I think they have everything, the growth, the ethics, the safety, but they just lack diversity. And open-mindedness to others. It's just our way or the highway. But they have every right to do that. It's their place.
So we're gonna end our day
Bro.
here, get some coffee.
Why
and,
do you think?
It's been really awesome. It's been
Put
amazing
two and two
coming to
together.
Orania and just seeing it for myself and experiencing it, especially being black, Muslim, and I had no issue.
What an absolutely fascinating set of conclusions with phenomenally interesting implications. I particularly like the guy who was saying, well, I mean, they have everything here. They're safe. They're prosperous. They don't have to lock up their bikes. But what they don't have is diversity. Gosh darn it. If only they had diversity as well as all of this, then Orania would be perfect. And it's like, well, yep.
Dude,
I wonder why we can't have both things at once.
yeah.
You'll have to explain that to me some other time, I suppose. Anyway, thanks for joining me, folks. And thank you to Will Tanner for his amazing article in Islander, which started me on this journey. I hadn't really
Yeah,
thought about it
dude,
in
what
this
the
way,
hell,
and I
bro?
certainly didn't know about this genre of YouTube video. I had an amazing time producing this video for you.
Shout out
if you would like to
Sargon
support
of
us and
Cod,
our
dude.
own
One of our
estate, Islander 6 is
British-based
available at the moment.
fellows.
It will be in the description. Is of course produced by us, and everything about it comes to us. And we hope you'll really enjoy it. We put a lot of work into it, and we think you'll get a lot out of it. And I personally get a lot out of each.
One of the OGs,
as it
dude.
comes to me, 'cause I don't
Back
get to
in
see
the
it
day
in
with
advance, which
Asmund
honestly
and
is a good thing,
everybody.
because it's a nice surprise. So anyway, link will be in the description, and I'll see you in the next video, folks. Take care.
Forget the safari.
Shout out Sargon of Cod, dude. Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum, the Orania situation, huh? It's a bit of a conundrum. All right, I guess, you know what, we gotta, you know what, we hit both extensions, so we gotta do at least a funny here at the end. You know, let's have a bit of a laugh before I send you guys off with, as is tradition, you know, you don't get blackballed too much. You've seen the situation of the country I live in now, and I still have hope, dude. We always gotta keep hope, man. We always gotta not let nihilism and hate control our thoughts. Have hope wherever you are in the world. And if we take a lesson from them wacky whites out there in Orania, if there's something you would want to achieve or move towards, gather a community of like-minded people and build it together and put in the work, man. That's all you can do. And I guess that's the same philosophy we got to use over here, dude, for the channel and the community. It's the same thing. Get tempted by, I could make money engaging in drama. I could cover drama. I could talk about all these negative topics and it would bring more people to the channel. You know, I could do all of these things, but kind of like Orania, I don't want them kind of people over here. I don't want them kind of people in my community. I don't want to have people that care about drama and bullshit and nonsense. I'd rather try and build a positive community. Keep it small and keep it growing slowly. If we got to do that to keep the community, keep a based community going. I don't want a community of idiots around here that just hang around and then they just want that nonsense and drama. It's not what we do around here. This is the tavern, this is the neutral zone, this is the safe zone where we all come and talk a little bit of nonsense. It will be orthodox aligned and we all come and have a laugh. Now and then we talk about some heavy stuff, but we try and keep it on the lighter side and have a kind of at least one peaceful place where it's not just bullshit and nonsense on the internet, man. Who is this guy counter-signaling this time, I joke? Yeah. Nah, we keep the community tight around here. Some base people around the world that care about the same stuff we care about. And if you don't like it, then go somewhere else. Go build your own community. It's not easy, especially if you don't succumb to the nonsense of the world. All right, let's have a laugh. Enough nonsense and me trying to sound smart. I'm too dumb to try and sound smart, dude. Know what I'm saying? And yeah, screw the British, by the way, except for Bricky. Bricky's okay. He's a loose cannon and a special kind of short bus, special kind of window licking retard. But he my special window licking stupid ass British, taking laws from Harry Potter owls, living in a red little phone booth that's filled with Queen farts, busy licking Keir Starmer's pits. His pits. But he's my British. But screw all the other one. No, I'm joking. No hate. Even to the bastards that bloody try to genocide my grandfather and my ancestors and put us in a lot of hardship. Can't hold hate in your heart. It's just a poison that poisons you and does nothing to the dickheads you don't like because they just ignore you. So it's pointless.
You're choosing your afternoon tea sandwich. Don't finger all the sandwiches to decide which one you want.
Whomst has been fingering the sandwiches?
I actually don't know, sir.
Write this down, Pickledick. Anybody who is found with their fingers betwixt the well-buttered bread pile shall be hung by the neck until dead.
Right. Is that all, sir?
And no blowing of the bananas.
What was that, sir?
Fellatio of the fruit bowl, Pickledick.
Oh, right.
Very unbecoming. What should the punishment be, sir? Strangled with the aforementioned banana.
Right.
From both ends. And sir, what should we do about the camembert? Is there a problem with the camembert, Pickledick?
Yes, people have been buggering the camembert, sir.
Well, I hope it was Gouda.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Very good, sir.
Oh, it was Gouda. Burn at the stake until dead, forthwith. Then, once a nice crust has formed, a little manchego on there. When it melts, feed their bodies to the poor.
You're choosing your afternoon tea sandwich. Don't finger all the sandwiches.
Burn them at the stake and melt cheese on them and feed them to the poor. Nice system, dude. Shit. Respect. Hey, seeing as we're speaking about South African stuff, we might as well throw one of our South African funnies in here.
What is this called?
Colgate.
Toothpaste.
Toothpaste, nyanse.
What is this called?
Vaselina.
Petroleum jelly.
Petrol and jelly.
What is this called?
Solo tape.
Sticky tape.
Sticky tape.
What is this called?
Hoover.
Vacuum cleaner.
Vacuum cleaner.
What is this called?
Not fuck you cleaner.
Simba chips.
Crisps.
Crisps.
What is this called?
Rama.
Margarine.
I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that. You're pretty cool too, Uncle Jones. You're a legend.
What is this called?
Colgate.
Bastard.
Toothpaste, nyanse.
What is this called?
The bastards. Like Bricky says, bastard. The bastards. Bastards unite. And don't worry, Asian people, we don't forget about y'all.
I'm the only one that know the weapon tickle spot. Tickle. And you, my friend, are the starting the bullshit, so I can talk to the star command. Shut up! Just shut up, you dummy! You have the depression. What? What you talking? You, the motherfucking toy! I feel sad for you. Bye-bye. Yeah, well, goodbye, the crazy boy. Walk in, boys and girls, here we go. The nap computers, hey? Shut up! Just shut up, you dummy! Ho, no time to worry. This the perfect time to panic. Either lot, any gone, they're gonna move from the house under the 2 days. I so fault. What? My fault? You just start the bullshit? Too meh. If you haven't showed up in your stupid cardboard car and taken away all the important to me, man. Don't talk to me
Timu
about the
Toy Story,
because
dude.
of you, we have a bigger problem. What?
Timu
what you
knees.
talking?
Toy
right
Story,
now, at the
dude.
edge of the galaxy, emergency, starting a bullshit with a destructible ability to make the planet go boom boom. I the only one that know the weapon tickle spot, tickle tickle. And you, my friend, are the starting the bullshit so I can talk to the Star Command. You, the motherfucking toy! You not the real deal! You like a Barbie doll! You the child plaything! You have the depression. I feel sad for you. Bye bye. Yeah, well, goodbye, the crazy boy. Connecting with the Star Command. Stop! I'm the only one that.
Dude, he just embracing that racism, dude. Just embracing that racism right there, dude. It's beautiful, beautiful. All right, let's go. There's Bricky's people, dude. Dude, she's got moves, dude. Lady got moves. Nah, bro. Nah. You on some shit. You on some bullshit, though, homie. But that lady got moves, though. Lady had moves, dude. I wouldn't challenge her to a dance battle. That's all I'm saying. Definitely not challenge her to a dance battle, dude. Okay, let's go. Dude, this is wild, bro. This is wild. Coca-Cola, happy Pride Month. Coca-Cola, love is love. Happy Pride Month. And, dude, Coca-Cola, happy Pride Month with the pride flag. Pepsi, happy Pride Month with a person in a wheelchair, dude. And then the Coke is love, and the Pepsi one, labels are for bottles, not for people. That's based, dude. Based. Pepsi's based, dude. Shout out to Pepsi, dude. They know what's up.
You can either mix your pre-workout, you can dry scoop your pre-workout,
yeah,
or you can snort your pre-workout.
Yeah.
You already know which one he did.
Dude, that's too much zestiness, dude. The zestiness, that's, dude, bro. How can you pay to go to one of those, dude? Like, I don't understand people that pay to go. Like, how are you actually there taking that seriously with that zesty bastard just bouncing off the walls like that, dude? Yeah, you just bounced off that cycle like you were levitating. Swami Guru Adderall the third over there, just levitating off his bike, dude. What's up with that, bro? What's up with that, dude? The zest is real, brother. Yeah, 100%, dude. Coke's gay, dude. Pepsi's base, dude. That's why I also drink Pepsi. You see what I'm saying? Look at this. See what I'm saying? Based, dude. Based. The Pepsi no sugar, the Pepsi Max tastes better than Coke no sugar. Coke no sugar tastes like shit. All right, let's see what's up here. We'll do... Yeah, let's hit one more. It's probably going to be bad.
Hey, you having a good day? Yeah?
Bro.
From the bottom of my heart, fuck you, Mr. White Man. Yeah, respectfully, fuck you. I pray when you go and meet your ancestors in the ancestral realm, they deny you, they say you are a black nigger. I pray. You can't be walking around committing this type of crime and just going free. No. Mr. White Man, with all due respect, F you.
Hey, you having a good...
Dude, the rage bait, bro. What's up with that rage bait, bro? That's unnecessary levels of rage bait there, bro. Speaking about, dude, Get wrecked, scrub. I got you, bro. Trap card, dude. Trap card activated. Oh, yeah, dude.
I was practically living on Diet Coke, booze, and nitrous.
Not Diet Coke, a diet of cocaine.
Oh, cocaine. Fuck, I really... It's a big difference. I was practically living on Diet Coke, booze, and nitrous.
Not Diet Coke, a diet of cocaine.
Oh, cocaine. Fuck, I really... It's a big difference. I was practically...
Trap card, bro. That's such a solid trap card right there, dude. It's fucking Steve-O, you dirty bastard. Dirty, dirty bastard. Dirty bastard. Right, let's do one more and then we'll go for the schisms.
But if you low on cash and you bout that shit, consider robbing a sexual predator.
Bro.
They address is public and them niggas can't own firearms.
Got it.
Oh,
Bro.
no.
Bro.
But if you low on
Bro.
cash and you bout
Bro.
that shit, consider robbing a sexual predator. They address is public and them niggas can't own firearms.
Got it.
Oh no. But if you
Bro, that's diabolical, dude. Approve. Wait, no. Theoretically, it seems the logic seems consistent. YouTube, got you. Logically consistent. Not approve. I don't approve of no criminal activities. Yeah, but his presuppositions contained logical consistency with the claims he was making. I'll say that. All right. Okay. Last one, then we go.
I tell you about the time I smoked meth in the dilapidated mansion with the old lady that used to fuck Billy Bob Thornton?
First of all,
Say
Dude.
nonchalant shit like that. Stop saying crazy shit like you're telling us you're going to the grocery store, dude. Over here like, hey, I tell you about that time I set a litter of kittens on fire while fucking Shirley staring in the back of a Camaro that they drove in the fucking Smokey and the Bandit. Did I ever tell you about that?
That's a Trans Am, you piece of shit.
They had the goddamn T-tops down. She's blowing me like it's her last fucking wish. I'm over there rolling a light bulb I just stole from my mama's house, and we're getting fucked up. Nat Robichevsky's trying to find a vein in the back, and we're just rocking to Skinner, dude.
Drugs are solved.
I tell you about the time I smoked meth in the dilapidated mansion with the old lady that used to fuck Billy Bob Thornton?
First of all,
saying nonchalant shit like that. Stop saying crazy shit like you're telling us you're going to the grocery store, dude.
Dude, there's always that one guy that just says crazy shit like nonchalantly as if it means nothing. Alright, we'll end it off with this lady. I have shown this before, but we'll just end it off with this lady.
Up, side, side. Up, side, side. Up, side, side. Up, side, side. Oh!
Beautiful. Beautiful, dude. The helmet, dude. The helmet is the best part of it, dude. The helmet is the little sprinkling, the salt bay. That little, just for the flavor. Just for the flavor. No effect. Zero effectivity. Just for aesthetic value. Upside. Nose. Face. Beautiful. Beautiful. Flawless execution. Flawless execution. Beautiful. All right, let's do it. Let's see who's cracking away. Let's see if there's good hands I can leave you guys off with before the end. It's beautiful, dude. It's just beautiful. People are funny, dude. People are funny. Let's see if there's anybody. Let's send you guys. I was gonna say I'm gonna send you all. Wait, let's go to Alex Soren, dude. Let's go to one of our legendary Orthodox debating peoples, debaters. Baden since debating been Baden, dude. Let's go over to Alex Soren, dude. Go say what's up over there. see what he's doing, man. Yeah, I don't think I've rated Alex Soren before. Let's go say what's up over there to the author lawyer, Mr. Alex Soren. Go show him some love. You can tell him Chris sent you if you want to. I'd appreciate that. But then I'll send you guys over there. I'll also drop his link in chat. All of you bloody legends. I appreciate everybody that stuck with me till the end. A massive thank you to everybody that supported the channel. I really do appreciate that massively. Thank you so much for that. Obviously, a massive shout out to Miss Marcy. Thank you so much. Not giving YouTube the money, saying hell no. I'm just gonna avoid y'all taking 30%. I appreciate that massively, Marcy. Thank you so much for that. You're a bloody legend and a trooper, one of our based ladies here in chat. God bless you. You'll be in my prayers. You and the two baby boys. You busy cooking up there. You busy making some based baby boy muffins out there in the oven. So God bless you. Look after yourself and after the family and all of that. Thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it massively. Thank you to Uncle Bentalk for the memberships. Thank you, Uncle Bentalk, you bloody legend. And a massive shout out to bloody Clarence. Thank you so much, buddy. Coming in here doing a legend, just cooking a whole hour over here like it was a bloody bit of meth you had to get done for an order, dude. Just smoking. Burning down a trailer. Ain't playing games, dude. He been cooking so much that he set the house on fire, dude. Thank you so much, Clarence. Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate you guys. Everybody that's still here at the end, if you're here, hopefully, we'll see. But shout out to Get Rex Scrub, Uncle Jorms, Miss More Celery, all of you that's still here at the end. I appreciate y'all massively. I'm gonna let that little cloud fly you guys out. Behave yourselves, even if it's poorly. Every day we do a little bit better, alright? A little bit every day makes a lot of it eventually. It's enough to deal with all the crap the world throws at you. Don't be nihilistic. Don't be hateful. Spend time with your family, your loved ones, friends, whoever cares about you. Spend some time in nature. Go hike and go walk and go camp and set a fire. Burn some meat. Do a bit of fishing, hunting, whatever you can. Get out there in the nature. Stay blessed. Look after yourselves and the people you care about. Don't get nihilistic. Don't get blackballed by the world. The world's beautiful. God's good. Don't let them get you down or ruin your mood or put you in a bad spot with the mental thinking. Don't let them put the brain demons in you. Don't let them put the gay brain demons in you. Say, hell no, I won't let you put the gay brain demons in me. All right? Love you guys. God bless to all of you. I massively appreciate it. Get wrecked. Miss More Celery. God bless and prayers, man. Prayers to all of you guys. Thank you so much. Love you guys. I'll see you guys on the other side. I'll see you guys tomorrow for another one. All right, I'll schedule that up now. God bless. I'll see you all on the other side.
I'll let the cloud fly, you guys out. Keep rising, puffing cloud. It's little cloud. It's a little cloud. I love you. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys later. See ya tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I appreciate you watching the video. What did we just... think you just watched the video. Appreciate you watching the video. Please leave a like and a subscribe for Chris. And maybe send him some money. Probably gonna use some of that money to buy.
Tune in as Gavin excavates his precise understanding of what.
Puffy's gonna steal the rest for some nice, that sticky icky business. Puffy's a little bit messed up. Love you, bye. Oh yeah, what's up, everybody? I appreciate you watching the video.